Chapter 476, Chapter 473 Small Town Boy, Next Door Neighbor. Kent Farm, Kansas. At the age of 17, Clark Kent, a miner, opened his eyes and got up. With warm sunshine on his face, it was another beautiful day. He rolled over, sat up, and ran to the window. Swish, he pulled open the curtain. Clark stretched himself while thinking about the upcoming sports activity at school. He got dressed, went to the mirror, and tidied up his clothes. What he saw in the mirror was a tall boy with black hair and a tangle of curly hair on his forehead. "Clark, you're going to be late." A gentle female voice came from downstairs. It was his mom. "Coming." Clark walked down the stairs and flew down to the living room. Opening the refrigerator, he picked up a bottle of milk and gulped it down. "I have to work tonight, so you two can fix your own dinner. Remember, no pizza." Mrs. Kent tidied up the table neatly, leaving only some mashed potato, salad, and pork chops. Clark spat out his tongue. It looked like his mom had found out about the pizza he and his dad had ordered secretly. Mrs. Kent refused any fast food, firmly believing it to be junk food. This may be related to her previous experience of working in a fast food restaurant. After lunch, Clark took out a piece of paper from his backpack, which was the permission slip to join the school football team. If he wanted to join the team, he needed his parents' signature to get the teacher's permission. After all, football was a high-impact sport, and the risk of injury was high. "Dad, I want to play football," Clark said in a lowered voice as if he were about to do something wrong. He handed the permission slip to his dad, hoping that the other party would be in a good mood and would be kind enough to sign it. "I'm sorry. I can't let you do that, Clark." Jonathan Kent, Clark's father, scratched his hair, looked at his wife, shook his head, and refused. "Why?" Clark looked disappointed and questioned loudly. This wasn't the first time. When he was a child, he wanted to sign up for the baseball team, but he didn't get his parents' permission. Later, they still wouldn't let him play soccer, basketball, and other sports. This was why Clark was often called a nerd by his classmates at school. Although he did well in his lessons and won the teacher's favor. But he never participated in after-school activities, which also attracted a lot of criticism and why he didn't have many friends. "You know why, Clark?" Jonathan Kent had a complicated look. Since childhood, his son was different from other children. At the age of 8, he could lift the Jeep parked in the yard. If he was angry, he could crush steel with his hands. Jonathan clearly remembered that Clark accidentally fell into a grain harvesting machine once. It was supposed to be a bloody tragedy. But when he quickly stopped the machine and ran over to see, he found his son safe and sound. Instead, the machine was stuck, and blades were bent as if they had hit something hard. Later, Clark grew up some more and gradually became even more extraordinary. This made Jonathan very worried for a while, fearing that others would discover his son's super ability and they would regard him as a freak. He had this idea because Clark wasn't his and his wife's own flesh and blood. Over a decade ago, a baby aboard a spaceship crashed into the Kent farm, bringing with it a rain of meteorites that nearly destroyed the town. It was the second time that something like that was discovered in Kansas, and there was another some time before. A huge crater appeared in the cornfield of the Kent farm, which was suspected to be the site of meteorite impact. But the police who came to investigate afterward didn't find any debris left behind. This had also become an unsolved mystery in the small town, giving rise to rumors like aliens descending to Earth. I'll hold back, Dad. Cut my speed in half and never ram into anyone. Clark still tried to persuade his parents but still failed to achieve his goal. He had to pick up his backpack and walk out of the house with a sense of loss. The unluckiest thing was that the school bus that was supposed to wait for him had already left, raising a huge cloud of smoke and dust. Clark missed the bus. I wouldn't mind giving you a ride. The sound of a car horn brought frustrated Clark back to reality as a young man wearing sunglasses greeted him. The other party was sitting on a stylish yellow Chevrolet Camaro, and his body was filled with the confident temperament of a successful person. Mr. Cavill. Clark was a little embarrassed. The young man lived right next to the Kent farm, a neighbor of sorts. According to his father, Mr. Cavill was a rich man from Metropolis who had a successful career and often appeared on the news. I told you. Just call me Luke. The young man snapped his fingers and kindly said, I'm not much older than you. Hurry up, or you'll be late. Clark hesitated for a moment but still pulled the door open and sat in. Mr. Carve. Luke, are you back in town for a vacation? The sunny boy took the initiative to find a topic. The other party spent most of his time in Metropolis, busy with business. The luxurious villa in the small town, as well as a large field nearby, were left vacant. I just finished a business meeting with LexCorp, and stopped by your school's ribbon cutting. I donated a library. Luke spoke in a plain, boring tone. Ah, you're so passionate about it. The last half of Clark's sentence was held in his mouth and turned into a compliment. It's just a small token of appreciation. Luke waved his hand to show that it was no big deal. With a hidden gaze, he surveyed his young Kryptonian cousin. The other party was a little better than the skinny Superman in the Flashpoint world, in the development of strength, speed, and various senses. As a rough estimate, it probably stayed at the most basic level. Without training, Clark may not even have mastered the ability to fly but very passively absorb the sun's rays. Clark, you don't seem to like sports very much. Luke said softly with the corners of his mouth hooked up. At your age, I was already a starter on the team. Hearing that, Clark's eyes dimmed. He couldn't be a part of the fierce, passionate sports competitions. The question was, if a guy, who could lift a jeep with one hand, collided with his opponent, what would happen? I like reading books and studying astronomy. Clark whispered. My house is quite big, there is a lot of fitness equipment left behind, you can come and play when you have time. Luke had been in this time and space for some time, and he found that he had arrived on Earth earlier than Superman. So, by accumulating wealth, he bought some farmland beside the Kent farm and became Clark's father's neighbor. Then, he went to Metropolis and quickly accumulated wealth through the stock market and financial equities. No one hated a good life, let alone in the land of the free where capital was paramount. Money may not be an all-purpose pass, but without it, there wasn't much people could do. Thank you, Luke. After zooming all the way to school, Clark thanked him politely before getting out of the car. He didn't know why. Every time he saw this famous young entrepreneur from Metropolis, it always gave him a sense of familiarity. Don't mention it, Clark. Luke waved his hand. He had already flown around the world, fighting to get as much information as possible. At this time, there wasn't even a shadow of the Justice League. Gotham's Batman may be traveling around the world at the moment. Superheroes in other cities were also in their development stage. The reason why he stayed in this small town in Kansas wasn't just for his Kryptonian cousin. Superman's arrival also brought a mysterious meteorite shower. Luke even found traces of kryptonite. It was not just green kryptonite that weakened and incapacitated Kryptonians. Kryptonite with other effects, other colors also appeared. This was a collection worth collecting. Luke felt that he was well on his way to becoming the biggest kryptonite collector besides Lex Luthor. In case he got the Ultraman Superman card, it could also be used as a snack stockpile for fun. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 477, Chapter 474 Young Kent's Troubles, all because of kryptonite. After Clark stepped out of the car, he seemed to be the center of attention and felt the curious eyes of many students. There weren't many rich people in the small town. Although being a farmer in the United States could definitely be regarded as a good life, it depended on how much land they owned. For example, like Mr. Luke Cavill, the town's famous major landowner. He had purchased several farms and pastures, which together were for about 5,000 acres, accounting for nearly 1/3 of the agricultural land in town. The farm mainly grew soybeans, wheat, and corn. There were over 400 cows and 20 bulls in the pasture, and there were companies that sold and leased agricultural equipment under his name. To put it bluntly, most farmers in the town depended on Mr. Cavill. By contrast, the scale of Kent Farm was small. Moreover, in a relatively closed and backward town, every household preferred off-road pickups with good loading capacity, and sports cars weren't common. God, Clark, do you have a private ride now? And it's such a cool Chevrolet. Clark, who was a little shy, walked quickly into the school gate. A girl with short golden hair patted him on the shoulder, exaggerating. Her name was Chloe, a reporter in the school. She was obsessed with all kinds of small-town tales of mystery. She was one of the few friends Clark, the nerd, had. I missed the school bus. Luke was kind enough to give me a ride. Clark earnestly explained. Mr. Cavill had always been a celebrity in town. Although he didn't often appear and only came back occasionally for a short vacation. But because of the frequent news headlines and enough exposure, he had long been the talk in town. Of course, most of them focused on gossip. Luke, oh, when my dad sees him, he always calls him Mr. Cavill. Chloe curled her lips and stared at her friend as if she wanted to catch something from it. Intuition told her that Clark's relationship with the rich young man seemed unusual. Not to mention, after linking them together, Chloe was surprised to find some similarities in their appearance. The same hard silhouette, statue-like perfect lines, tall and upright body. Kindly give you a ride. Did he invite you to the luxurious villa? Chloe kept asking. Clark, holding a stack of books, nodded. The other party did invite him to go over, to work out together. Then he must have an ulterior motive. Otherwise, why should I be so enthusiastic about you? A nerd. Chloe snorted lightly. She understood that in movies and novels, the young rich-looking dude was usually a villain. How can that be? What do I have that Luke would be interested in? Clark shook his head in disbelief. All of the Kent family's possessions were probably no more than a fraction of the other's bank account. He couldn't be interested in me, can he? Clark's thinking was also skewed, and strange associations were made. Hey, look, your dream girl. Without dwelling on the issue with Clark, Chloe bumped the former's arm and alerted him. Don't you want to go over and say hello? Clark followed her line of sight and soon noticed a young girl full of youth. With long brown hair and a pretty face, She exuded a charming aura. That was the most beautiful girl in the school, and she was also the girl he could never forget. Lana. Almost subconsciously, Clark walked toward her like a robot. Chloe, who fell behind, showed a naughty smile as if expecting a good show. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Plop. Clark, who looked tall and healthy, hadn't walked up to Lana yet. His legs went limp, and he fell to the ground as if he had suddenly lost his strength. The stack of books in his hands also spilled out. The classmates around him laughed, making Clark, who fell down, embarrassed. There was no doubt that this was an embarrassing thing. The future Superman, at this time, was just a teenager with low self-esteem. He didn't know what to do, let alone how to eliminate the embarrassment. Poor Clark. Chloe let out a sympathetic laugh. According to her records, as soon as Clark got close to Lana, he would act like a toddler who hadn't learned to walk. Not to mention walking unsteadily and falling to the ground. Sometimes, there may even be a serious case of respiratory distress. She called it unrequited love syndrome. Hey, Clark. Are you okay? Someone picked up the books that had fallen to the ground and handed them to Clark, who just wanted to hide. Luke. Why are you? Seeing an acquaintance, Clark temporarily forgot the embarrassing situation and showed a surprised expression. I just told you about the ribbon cutting for the library. Remember? Luke faintly smiled. Behind him stood the principal, the director of education, and other figures. The strong aura emanating from the educators made those students, who were watching the fun, automatically retreat. A swarm of people scattered in an instant. I'm a little confused. Sorry. Clark patted the dust on his body. With Lana's departure, the feeling of weakness that filled his whole body seemed to disappear. A pretty girl, are you interested in her? Luke took the opportunity when returning the books, approached him, and asked. He looked a bit odd as if he had found something interesting. Who was Superman looking at that made him like this? It had to be the girl with the kryptonite necklace. Yes, that's why Clark suffered from unrequited love syndrome. The girl named Lana Lang had a kryptonite necklace around her neck. If these two people were really together in the future, not to mention his two legs, Clark might have to go soft on his third leg. No, no. Clark shook his head repeatedly as if he had been caught reading some kind of inappropriate magazine by his parents, and an inexplicable sense of shame spread through his body. This was how teenagers who were secretly in love looked. They were always reluctant to admit that they liked someone and thought that no one knew the secret. Unfortunately, he wasn't really good at lying. His red face and evasive eyes made it easy for people to realize the answer. Clark, when I was your age, my arms were full of young girls. Luke put on sunglasses, patted his little cousin on the shoulder, and enigmatically said, you know why? Clark shook his head, he had zero experience in love. Except for his mom, he had never even touched a girl's hand. How would he know the secrets to that? Not only am I humorous and handsome, but I drive a sports car to school every day. Clark. He was speechless. I'm still at the age where I have to take the school bus to school. No more jokes. I'll see you later, Clark. Luke withdrew his interest in teasing his little cousin and walked into the school auditorium surrounded by the school leaders. The future Superman was still bothered by his unrequited love. But it wouldn't be long before he learned from his adoptive father, Jonathan, that he was an alien. When the time came, it would be the turn of the Kryptonian cousin to shine. Kryptonite refining. Luke thought of Lana, Clark's crush, and the necklace she was wearing. The day the Kryptonian spaceship crashed, it also brought a disastrous meteorite shower to this town. Actually, it was a rain of kryptonite, leaving kryptonite fragments all over town. That thing wasn't only fatal to Superman but also harmful to ordinary people. Long-term exposure could lead to radiation poisoning, cancer, and even abnormal changes in normal people. It sounds like the meta-humans in The Flash. Because of the big explosion of the particle accelerator, superpowered people appeared. As Superman, Clark would soon enter the primary stage of a superhero. Go for it, little cousin. Luke spat out a comment. He wasn't interested in cracking down on criminals, so his aim was to train Clark and collect kryptonite of various colors. Comment. 25 comments. Vote. Chapter 478, Chapter 475 Car Accident, Meeting a Nemesis. The day's class was finally over. After school, Clark sat at the bleachers, looking out at the football team training on the field, next to the cheerleading team. Just like those in teen movies, the most eye-catching people in school were always the quarterback and cheerleader of the football team. Lana was a cheerleader, while her boyfriend was the quarterback of the football team. From the perspective of the rest of the school, the two were a perfect match, so Clark couldn't even have the third-party role. After all, the nerd versus the quarterback was a complete no-brainer rivalry. Clark was a little depressed and sighed when he remembered the embarrassing incident of falling down before. People's impression of him had fallen to the bottom of the abyss, and he would have no chance in the future. Desperate, he picked up his backpack and left the field, ready to go home. Thinking of Luke's invitation before, Clark hesitated whether to visit his neighbor's house. If it weren't for the other side's help today, he might face an even more embarrassing situation. As for fitness, he might as well forget it. Apart from being weak in front of Lana, he was a little too strong at other times. With the melancholy thoughts unique to young people, Clark walked aimlessly to a bridge. Looking at the setting sun in the distance, he stopped. Too much doubt and incomprehension had accumulated at the bottom of his heart, which made Clark annoyed. But at the same time, he couldn't find anyone to talk to. This was a terrible experience. His parents were always vague and reluctant to explain why he had those superpowers beyond those of ordinary people. Hide yourself and don't let others find out. This was the philosophy instilled in him by his father since childhood. As if the surging power in the body was some kind of shady contraband, once noticed, it would cause unwarranted trouble. Clark clearly remembered he was bullied at school, and that group of people took his comic books and toys. If he wanted to, he could have punched the guy into a pool of tomato juice. But Clark didn't, because his father said, countless times, that he had to restrain his anger in the face of other people's provocations. Using violence to deal with bullying was the wrong choice. Who am I? He was lying on the edge of the bridge railing, his mind reverberating with questions, not noticing that a high-speed Porsche suddenly skidded, lost control and hit him. Boom! The Porsche, which weighed over 2 tons, sent Clark flying along with the bridge railing. The car and the man fell into the lake below, causing a huge splash. The force of the impact, combined with the pressure of falling into the water, caused the driver in the driver's seat to instantly pass out. But Clark was unharmed. It didn't look like he was hit head-on by a sports car. Holding his breath, he tore open the roof and dragged the drowning man to shore. Seeing that the opponent was unconscious, Clark followed the first aid measures he saw on TV, performing CPR. 20 minutes later, the police car and ambulance arrived. Along with them, there was Luke, Clark's acquaintance. Must be fate. How many times have we seen each other today? Luke chuckled at the sight of Clark, draped in a red blanket, with his hair in a mess. Why are you here? Clark's face looked confused. It was too much of a coincidence that he could run into Luke at the scene of a car crash. I forgot to introduce you to Lex Luthor, my godson. Luke walked up to Clark, pointed to the young man who was making a statement and said so. Thank you for saving his life today. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to his father. Lex. Clark was slightly stunned. Does he have something to do with Lex Corp? Lex, how many times have I told you, focus on the road when driving and don't just think about speed. It will cost you your life. Luke ignored Clark's puzzled expression and shouted with a stern face. The older teenager, with a head full of reddish hair, seemed to be still shocked by the accident. His eyes were a bit dull. It was only when Luke appeared that the pale face got a little brighter. Uncle, it was an accident. Although they looked similar in age, Lex, a teenager, still used a respectful attitude. I'm thinking about telling your father to end your vacation early. Luke's face showed some authority, and when he heard end the vacation, Lex immediately became an obedient boy. He didn't want to go back to the mansion in Metropolis. His father was obsessed with his career and all year round never came home. Every day, apart from facing a bunch of servants, he would just take girls out for a drive. His life was pretty boring. Lex liked this town. Everything looked novel, completely different from the hustle and bustle of the big city. Very well. There's no next time, I hope you remember. Seeing the future Superman's nemesis, bald Lex Luthor reveal such a well-behaved look, Luke was quite satisfied. Before he came here, he never dreamed that he would become a celebrity in the villain's camp, the godfather of Lex Luthor. The reason was a long story. It goes back to the time he had just arrived. Luke arrived a few years earlier than Superman, but he couldn't find his target. He could only develop steadily and lay a solid foundation. Getting wealth was the first step. The ever-changing stock market became the place where Luke dug up his first pot of gold. Regardless of the time period, there were always plenty of historical irregularities in the rhythm of history. Seizing the opportunity, money would fall from the sky every day. When the capital accumulation was completed, he just needed to move on to purchasing industries and establishing a commercial empire. About 7 or 8 years later, Luke abandoned his identity as a mysterious investor on Wall Street and became a rich entrepreneur in the metropolis. Businesses such as crude oil exploitation, pipeline transportation and asphalt, he was involved in all of them to some extent, and they were all successful. It was also at that time that he began to reveal his face and become the darling of the media. What? Why not invest in real estate? Come on, this was Metropolis. Real estate and insurance were simply minefields. Who knew how many buildings Superman would destroy in a year? That's when Luke got to know Lex Luthor's father, whose company was in a downward spiral. Out of wicked amusement, he lent a helping hand. Then, by mistake, he became the godfather of the other party. Speaking of which, Luke wasn't only Superman's Kryptonian cousin but also Lex Luthor's godfather. How would this complicated relationship develop in the future? Wait, Lex, you said Clark saved you and gave you first aid. Does that include CPR? Luke's train of thought suddenly went awry. he was a little regretful that he hadn't captured the scene. Otherwise, Superman and Lex Luthor kissed. Sending this photo to Lois Lane later would immortalize it in the Daily Planet's front page. The two teenagers looked at each other in unison. Then unnaturally averted their eyes. The atmosphere seemed to become awkward. Clark inwardly regretted it. It was his first kiss, and he gave it away before he could give it to Lana. I will be responsible. No, that's not what I mean. I mean, I'll take responsibility for the accident. Feeling embarrassed, Lex tried to find something to say, but the more he talked, the worse it came out. Even the police officers standing next to them felt the awkward atmosphere. Is this an alternative way to turn an enemy into a friend? Luke was really pleased. He fully agreed with them becoming a couple. Business should stay in the family. His younger cousin and godson were a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 479, Chapter 476 From an American comic to America's entertainment industry, taking the wrong script. Uncle, that guy. Clark. There's something weird about him. Back at the mansion, Lex, sitting by the fireplace, spoke to Luke, who was lying on the sofa looking lazy, without the look of an elder he had before. Although they only met once, they didn't exchange contact information. But he was impressed with Clark, getting a sense of someone close. Well, he couldn't say that either. To be precise, it should be curiosity. What's your big discovery, Detective Luthor? Luke was thinking about how to explain his identity to his younger cousin. After Lex interrupted his thoughts, he asked with a smile. He vaguely felt that he had seen the current plot somewhere. The boy Clark, his first girlfriend Lana, and Lex Luthor, who appeared early, somehow created a familiar feeling. I'm sure that the Porsche slammed into Clark, but he wasn't hurt. And saved me from the water. Lex tossed his hair and doubtfully said so. That's a Porsche. It crashed into the bridge. At this time, he wasn't someone powerful yet, so he lacked the bonus buff of genius. With a keen sense of observation, it was still impossible to capture the trajectory of the plot. The bald Lex was exchanged, he instantly noticed that something was wrong. Isn't that a good thing? Luke naturally knew the reason, but he didn't make it clear. Do you want to kill an innocent passerby with your driving and go to jail? Although not necessarily. With the help of the lawyers invited by LexCorp, you might get off, claiming insanity. Then be acquitted and sent to a nice nursing home for a few months or so. But anyway, it would be a conspicuous stain in your records. You know, your father still wants you to be the president of Lex Corporation. Luke laughed and joked. He remembered Lex Luthor in a certain timeline and seemed to have actually been a president once. It was said that the other party's mantra was "No one knows Superman better than me," loved to play the accordion, and would always talk about the fate of all mankind. Wait, what seemed to be wrong? He was suddenly confronting a red-headed president. The president. Lex suddenly fell silent. Like Clark, he was in some kind of rebellious period. He didn't agree with his parents' lessons, and he was confident in his ability. Longing for freedom while hating external constraints. Simply put, he was a Chuanibiao. He always plans for my future but never asks me what I really think. Lex snorted softly, seriously dissatisfied with his father's paternalistic, authoritarian style. In contrast, the young godfather in front of him was much more tolerant. This was one of the reasons why Lex sincerely respected the other party. If you want to show your talents and prove yourself, you have to gain some achievements. Luke's mouth smiled. The fire in the fireplace illuminated his face, half bright and half dark. When others see you, they would no longer call you Lionel Luthor's son but Lex Luthor. Then you can successfully escape your father's shadow and exist as an independent individual. Lex thought about it, and he did have the idea of being independent. He came to this town not only for a vacation but also for those abandoned factories. 17 years ago, the meteorite shower destroyed the lives of many people and the industrial development of the town. This was a good opportunity to revive and recreate the prosperity it once had. Uncle, what do you think I should do? Lex humbly sought advice. Sitting in front of him was the most famous young upstart from Metropolis, a talented investor, who his own father was impressed with. To use a term often used by the media, he was the man who sees the future. Agriculture and manufacturing are the economic pillars of Kansas. There are many farms and ranches in the town, but there's a lack of related industries, such as food processing, meat processing and other manufacturing plants. Luke casually blurted out. Buy those abandoned factories, reopen them, and run them. In time, the company will be able to provide enough jobs in the town, win the praise of the municipal government, and be honored as one of the top 10 outstanding youths, as well as use the actual industry to expand into deeper and wider areas. Lex brightened up. He mainly worked in the financial and trading markets before, and didn't have a deep enough understanding of this aspect. What do you have in mind, Uncle? We can work together. The young man's mind turned rapidly. His father would certainly not allow himself to do anything wrong, but it would be different if he joined his godfather and borrowed the name of the other party. I don't like to touch money, and I'm not interested in it, Lex. Luke waved his hand and slightly smiled. My happiest days were when I was living in a basement in Metropolis and making $91 a month. Lex was silent. He had become accustomed to the strange words that popped out of his godfather's mouth. For example, set a small goal of earning $100 million this year. Making money is just a passing thing. Money brings me less than 5% happiness. I'm face blind. I can't tell if those Hollywood actresses are pretty or not, and so on. Uncle, so, you really just came here for a vacation? Lex still wouldn't give up. He could never imagine that a big man like Luke, whose time was precious, would come to this backward, conservative town for a leisurely vacation. I'm here to inspect and collect meteorites. Luke shrugged his shoulders and whispered. You should also know that this town used to be called Creamed Corn Capital of the World, until the meteorite shower that shocked Kansas. Now, it's renamed Meteor Capital of the World, which is a means to increase its fame and attract tourists. But anyway, there are a lot of residual meteorites here. He had already selected and assembled a team of archaeologists and would soon be exploring various parts of the town to collect the meteorite fragments. When you think about it, Clark was really unlucky. As a Kryptonian, he actually lived in a small town full of kryptonite. I never knew that you were interested in archaeology and meteorites, Uncle. Lex was a little surprised. However, it did seem to the outside world that Luke had some strange hobbies. For example, his collection of Hollywood actresses, as if he was collecting stamps. Targets, such as Jodie Foster, Sharon Stone, Demi Moore and so on. There were also Nicole Kidman, Charlize Theron and others who weren't famous at the time. Most surprisingly, he also had a special hobby of investing in movies and making guest appearances. It's normal for hobbies to expand. Luke smiled. He could explain why Marvel Studios' script suddenly turned into a Hollywood Playboy script. First of all, it was because before his younger cousin came to Earth, it was rather boring and no fun. As everyone knew, the DC universe was built and developed around Superman. Clark Kent was the most important one, although he always loses to the Big Daddy I always have a plan Batman. But that didn't hinder his younger cousin's status. Otherwise, it was impossible for Dr. Manhattan to be particularly interested, and an unprecedented observation experiment had been carried out. A world without Superman meant that there would be no superheroes and supervillains. Therefore, in order to pass the time, Luke could only develop his personal interest out of his love of movies. Moreover, he was very principled. He would only have a one-night fling with each actress. Even if a few of them appreciated his skills, Luke definitely didn't miss it. Therefore, in the Hollywood circle, he gained the nickname Heartbreaker. Well, Lex. Let's talk again later, it's dinner time. Luke stopped talking, got up and said so. He guessed that Clark would continue to ask his adoptive father, Jonathan, questions about his identity because of the car accident. At that time, it should be an opportunity for the Kryptonian older cousin to shine. My silly cousin, it's time to get down to business. Luke thought with a smile. Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 480, Chapter 477 Mid-Class Warrior, Kakarot. The next day. Noon. Clark sat alone on the fence of the Kent farm, watching from a distance. His face was full of confusion and sadness, revealing complex emotions. Just an hour ago, he had a heated argument with his father, Jonathan. The reason was that Clark saved Lex Luthor, who had fallen into the river. As a token of gratitude, the other party sent him a brand new sports car. A cool, expensive, and flashy sports car was the perfect gift for a young high school student. Even Clark couldn't help feeling excited. Superman, with his perfect character, was in a childish and confused adolescent state, just like ordinary people. Longing for the recognition of others, wanting to be the man of the hour in school, winning his crush that he admired in secret. A sports car could change a lot of things. But Jonathan didn't think so. The son was courageous and had a good character, which was worthy of appreciation. But he shouldn't ask for a reward for a good deed, even if the other party offered to give it. Jonathan was an exemplary figure with a very high moral standard. But for this reason, as his son, Clark sometimes felt very depressed. I didn't jump in to save Lex. His car hit me at 60 miles per hour. Clark's pent-up emotions that couldn't be held back anymore finally burst out. And now I'm standing in front of you. You always said I should be normal, is this normal? I can't take part in any sports activities. I don't have any friends at school. I have to learn to hide myself. If I can be a normal person, I'm willing to give anything. Jonathan watched his son run to the barn's upper floor, which was Clark's private territory. He once named it the Fortress of Solitude. In desperation, Jonathan realized that it was time to tell Clark the truth. So, he found his son and told him all about the meteorite shower 17 years ago and the spaceship that crashed on Kent Farm. This almost made Clark's brain shut down. Anyone who suddenly learned that he wasn't born of his parents and that he was an alien would be in a state of devastation, just like him. Although Clark had wanted to learn the truth from his parents on numerous occasions about his own superpower, those special qualities that differ from those of ordinary people. But when the truth came, he wasn't so happy. Looking at the spaceship full of futuristic technology in the barn, Clark didn't know what expression to make. When the old question was answered, new ones would follow. Who the hell am I? Where are my biological parents? Where do I come from? Too many questions, turning Clark's into a ball of wool that couldn't be sorted through. People are afraid of things they don't understand, so I couldn't let you show them your ability. Jonathan spoke meaningfully to Clark and said, "You are the answer, son. The answer to the question, is man alone in the universe? I don't want to be the answer." Clark's expression was somewhat painful, with tears in his eyes. He was used to everything about Earth, everything about Kansas, everything about the small town. But now, someone told him that it wasn't where he belonged. Clark, who was still psychologically fragile and hadn't grown up yet, couldn't accept it. He jumped straight out of the window and quickly disappeared from Jonathan's sight. Clark, an isolated boy, sat on the railing, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, staring at the darkening sky. As the night fell, a few stars loomed. Home. Suddenly, a dark red cloth blocked his view. Subconsciously moving his eyes, he saw cloak, boots, uniforms. Luke. The other party's feet were hovering off the ground, suspended in midair. The dark red cloak behind him fluttered like a rolling wave. Compared with the gentleness and kindness when meeting during the day, Luke was now full of a sense of oppression and a sense of authority. "You can fly." Clark, who was still thinking like a normal human being, looked surprised as if he had seen an alien. "What's the surprise?" Luke stopped in the air, watching his Kryptonian cousin for a while. He lived right next door to the Kent farm. For Superman's super hearing, the previous father-son quarrel was something that sounded like it just happened beyond a cardboard barrier. He could hear them, very clearly. "Clark, you have great strength. You have a body of steel. Let go of your senses. You can even hear all the sounds of the whole town. You have X-ray vision, being able to see through flesh and bone." Luke landed slowly, looked straight at Clark with a puzzled face, and softly said, "Compared with the above, is seeing me fly really surprising?" Clark was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Although he vaguely felt that something was wrong, what Luke said made sense. "Wait. How do you know those things?" Clark's thoughts that were a little slow turned several times before he suddenly reacted. The secret that he and his parents had been hiding for so long had been exposed. "Because I have all the abilities that I mentioned earlier." Luke smiled with the aura of a kind elder and faintly said, "Stupid cousin, haven't you realized the problem yet? We come from the same place, we belong to the same race, and have similar abilities. You should think of me as your third cousin." Luke's words fell like a bombshell, which made Clark dizzy and his ears buzzing. He had learned too many unbelievable truths today and was caught off guard when he heard even more shocking news. Just like an old vintage Pentium computer attempting to jumpstart Cyberpunk 2077. What would happen? Naturally, it was self-evident. Suddenly, Luke saw a wisp of smoke floating above his younger cousin's head. It seems that the already inadequate brain was burned out. "Cousin." After a few minutes, Clark, who calmed down, looked strange. He was currently in a state of semi-doubt, his mind telling him that it was all a lie. But rational thinking kept reminding him that this was probably all true. "Of course. I'm your long-lost third cousin, who you finally met after being separated for years." Luke, with a serious face, began to talk nonsense. "Clark, I came to this planet earlier than you. You should have heard of the mysterious meteorite that once crashed in Kent Farm and created a crater. That's where my ship landed. Clark instantly became somewhat more convinced, as there had been a meteorite crash at Kent Farm before him. But there was no residue at the scene, which turned it into a mysterious tale in the small town. Rumors were also spread that some kind of body-snatching alien was lurking in town, ready to kill everyone. It caused a brief panic in the town. Then, what's the name of our planet? Where are my biological parents? What's my name? Clark had a lot of questions in his heart. He looked at Luke with expectant eyes, eager to get answers from the other party. Don't worry, Clark, let's take it one at a time. Luke waved his hand, signaling his younger cousin to relax and not be overly impatient. The corners of his mouth hooked up as if thinking of some kind of interesting scene and said softly, "You are actually a scion from the planet Vegeta, named Kakarot, sent to Earth as a mid-class warrior, on a mission." Kakarot. Mid-class warrior. Clark slightly frowned and repeated it. Why does it feel a little weird? Yes, one of the hallmarks of the scions is that when anger rises, their hair will change color. Luke nodded his head vigorously and affirmed. When the time comes, you will awaken the powerful forces in your body, Clark. If you want to be a qualified scion, you should dye your hair green, which is the fashion trend for us scions. So, cousin, why is your hair like that? Clark touched the small curly hair on his forehead with some hesitation. Dyeing his hair in a conservative town wasn't a good choice. What if he was labeled as a punk? Personally, I don't like the color very much, but it suits you. Luke said with a smile, his eyes full of sincerity. Comment. 25 comments. Vote. Chapter 481, Chapter 478 Clark, women will only affect your punching speed. Just when Clark was debating whether to risk being considered a punk, he dyed his hair green and completed the scion tradition. Luke restrained the bad intentions in his heart and took his cousin up into the sky with him. So this is what it feels like to fly. Clark's originally depressed mood seemed to relax as he flew higher and higher. You can do it too. You just need to learn. The bioforce field resisted the gravitational pull of Earth and led the two men through the dark clouds and above the atmosphere. The harsh environment with low temperature and lack of oxygen didn't affect them in any way. Looking down from there, let alone the small town, even Kansas had become a black spot that was hard to see, just like a miniature model. The world is big, Clark. Luke finally returned to the serious older cousin's state, switched to a serious tone, gestured and said, "You can only see a small piece of it if you stay in that town. You'll only be able to see the wider world when you leave Kent Farm and Kansas." Clark was a little confused. He was still a high school student who still indulged themselves in watching cheerleaders and comparing popularity. It was normal for him to have difficulty in understanding the profound truths. I know Jonathan probably told you to hide yourself from the human race, otherwise, it would cause unexpected panic and disturbance. The dark red cloak rolled. Luke slightly raised his head, his vision seemed to penetrate the boundless and deep void. But sometimes, you need to connect with the world and try to fit in. The easily fooled Clark heard these words, and a touch of reverence rose in his eyes. His first cousin's image instantly grew nobler. I understand. The young Superman nodded as if he had an epiphany. I'm going to join the football team as soon as I get back to school. Luke. I didn't burn my younger cousin's brain out, right? What does this have to do with the football team? Luke's mouth pulled at the corners. He meant that Clark should get out of the Kent farm, out of the small town, out of Kansas, like Batman, to travel the world and gain insight. Of course, the main purpose of saying this was that he could take Superman with him everywhere and promote the formation of the Justice League as soon as possible. I love Lana, she's a cheerleader, and her boyfriend is a starter on the football team. To deepen my connection to the world and fit in, I'm joining the football team. Clark thought he fully understood what his older cousin was saying, and with a proud look on his face, he crossed his arms and said. Luke took a deep breath and forced a smile. He now seriously wondered if his little cousin's brain had been damaged when the Kryptonian ship had fallen. Otherwise, how could the other party think about poaching and stealing other people's girlfriends? Clark, you may not understand now, but you will understand later. Women will only affect your punching speed. Luke wanted to be an emotional guru, telling Clark that first love was always bitter and would never work. The only girl and wife Clark ever had in his life was Metropolis journalist, Louis Lane. But spoilers wouldn't be a good thing, so Luke restrained himself. But Luke, I can't fight. Clark's face looked innocent. From childhood, his father always taught him to never fight with others. Because if he couldn't control his strength and killed his opponent, it would be terrible. Therefore, up to now, Clark had never fought with anyone and always maintained a courteous and easygoing character. Luke thought, you deserve to lose to Batman this way. Scion is a fighting nation, Clark. How can you become a qualified Scion if you can't even fight? No sign of manliness. He set a Scion identity for Clark, but it wasn't just to satisfy his nasty sense of humor. The greater the difference was between everything on this timeline, the more intense the collision that would eventually occur with the space-time observed by Dr. Manhattan. Especially as the core of the construction of the multiverse, Superman was the key person. But my dad. Clark was a little confused. He was deeply influenced by his adoptive father, Jonathan. Clark, why do girls in school regard the quarterback of the football team as the perfect guy to date? Luke, who was well versed in bargaining, had a slight twinkle in his eye and decided to persuade his younger cousin in other ways. Because they're tall. Strong. Maybe, popularity. Not all of them. Sports is a kind of confrontation, a kind of competition, which can greatly show one's masculinity and increase their attractiveness. Clark thought about it carefully. It seemed to make sense. In school, nerd was more like a sort of derogatory nickname. People didn't like walking with such people, because it wasn't cool enough. For young people, cool was everything. Luke, what should I do? Clark then remembered that the man standing in front of him, Luke, was a man who had made a name for himself in Hollywood circles as the Heartbreaker. Just joining the football team won't solve the problem. Lana's boyfriend is already a starter, and you're a rookie going in, you'll be a bench warmer at best. Luke began to lead his young cousin in a crooked direction, seriously saying, I think you should start by training your body, developing a strong physique and improving your mastery of strength, so that you could integrate perfectly into school life. As for how to attract the attention of your crush, being overly aggressive is useless. You have to wait for your chance, Clark. He found that his younger cousin hadn't even formed the most basic bioforce field and didn't know how to train his abilities at all. This is not acceptable. Since he used the name Kakarot, he had to show all his power as a mid-class Saiyan warrior. Starting tomorrow, come to my house every day for special training. Luke was ready to train his cousin and develop his potential. In the main universe space-time. On Mars. Dr. Manhattan, who remained the same, like a statue, opened his eyes. Just now, he sensed a fluctuation in the infinite space-time of the multiverse. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, it stirred up ripples. What happened? Dr. Manhattan's consciousness began to shuttle in the past and the future. But he got nothing and found nothing unusual. Earth 52 was calm, and the new universe had steadily entered a stage of development. Although many traces of history had been erased and rewritten, no one but very few people found anything wrong. Occasional shocks in space-time. In Dr. Manhattan's eyes, a touch of human-like doubt emerged, but it quickly disappeared. He closed his eyes again and entered the state of observation. As usual, he just waited for the result. Batcave. The Dark Knight was not moved by the sudden appearance of the Flash in front of him, without the slightest surprise. Bruce Wayne was used to Barry coming in without saying hello. The Flash's actions are always faster than his brain. "I brought you a gift, Bruce." Barry took out a letter and handed it to the other party. Comment. 13 comments. Vote. Chapter 482, Chapter 479. Someone forgotten, an old photo. Although someone spent quite a long time in Kansas, it was less than half a day before the Flash returned to the main universe. He finished the work of the CCPD, and by the way, searched for information about all the members of the Justice League and found nothing wrong. Superman still appeared in Metropolis, a beacon of hope. Batman was prevalent in the streets of Gotham as an urban legend oddity. Wonder Woman came out of Paradise Island and became a diplomatic ambassador, having just finished a talk at the White House the day before. Everything seemed normal, and everyone had a bright future. Barry was finally convinced that he was back, rewriting the Flashpoint mistakes and solving the mistakes he made. But, where's Luke? Flash tried hard to recall it. He clearly remembered that the Kryptonian cousin followed him, but then he disappeared. Did something happen during this period? My head hurts again. He drew a cold breath, his head slightly flushed with pain. This was an after effect of memory fusion. What he saw and heard in both time and space collided with each other. The old will be overwritten by the new, just like a game archive. This situation happened to Barry in the Flashpoint world. The longer he stayed there, the faster he forgot everything about the space-time of the main universe. Let's finish the task Dr. Wayne gave me. Barry's doubts only lasted for a brief moment, and he remembered that he was still a courier, and he had to deliver something. A red shadow flashed and disappeared from the apartment. A moment later, he appeared in the Batcave. Before the memory disappeared completely, Flash needed to explain the whole story to Batman. Compared with Dr. Wayne's dilapidated base, Bruce's lair was much more imposing. Hundreds of high-definition screens were stitched together in an array of monitors, allowing Batman to take in every street and every corner of Gotham. Huge conspicuous mechanical dinosaurs, a variety of high-tech props, like a tank Batmobile, and the uniforms of Batman and Robin. Seeing these familiar things, Barry felt a sense of security inside. Everything was real, not a dream. A gift. Batman, like his father, spoke in a hoarse voice, like someone in the last stages of lung cancer. "I don't have a habit of celebrating holidays, besides Christmas passed a long time ago." Bruce didn't know why Barry suddenly visited him and specially prepared a gift. That was just a small private party in the Justice League. Or was it some kind of boring prank? The Flash and the Green Lantern often did pranks, or games to enliven the team atmosphere. For example, about choosing Catwoman or Tara, bet Batman knew about it, and he silently noted the names of the people who participated. He was glad that Superman wasn't one of them. Clark was relatively steady. A man who could lift a plane with his bare hands, save a cat from a tree without a ladder, and spend some time with Lois Lane. It was better for him to spend his time dealing with international disputes. As for most of the work of the Watchtower, it's all handled by Batman alone. He was responsible for giving orders, and Superman and other members were responsible for carrying them out. A clear division of labor and cooperation. Trust me. This gift is important to you. The Flash had no idea. He was noted down in Batman's heart, and he continued, but before that, I have a story to tell you, a story that really happened. 40 minutes later, Barry casually picked up the tea Alfred, the butler, had brought over. He took a couple of large gulps to moisten his dry throat. He told him everything, but he didn't see any emotional fluctuations from Batman. He felt disappointed. The other party was still in that indifferent, calm, facial paralyzed look. Can't you be at least surprised? Or maybe, moved a bit inside? He's too serious. Barry silently thought so. The whole world changed because you tried to prevent your mother from being killed. Bruce laid his hands across the table and supported his chin, seemingly thinking about something. Yes. And before I could correct my mistake, the world was almost on the verge of destruction. The Flash added. So, is everything back on track now? Batman's brows knitted. He didn't like the feeling of losing control. A crisis actually happened. But I didn't notice the slightest traces. This isn't a good sign. Your vigilance had dropped, Bruce Wayne. Batman reprimanded himself. He was strict with others, and at the same time, he wasn't lax with himself. With that feeling of insecurity deep inside, Batman decided it was time to update the various plans. Should be. Barry didn't realize that his words had a great influence on Batman. If the Flash found out that the Justice League's brain had started to update his own backup plan for any kind of crisis, he would definitely feel scared. After all, there was a bloody lesson from the past. When the Legion of Doom attacked the Justice League, they almost destroyed the entire team. However, the means used by the villains were Batman's contingency plans. At that time, the Justice League was badly wounded. Don't blame yourself too much, Barry. Batman's brain always turned faster than ordinary people. After a simple reflection, he started to comfort the Flash in a rare moment. If I had your abilities, I would definitely try the same thing. The two shots fired in the alley were still the nightmare hidden in Bruce's heart. If he could change the tragedy without causing other negative effects, he would give anything for it. Unfortunately, it couldn't be changed. Thank you. Although I successfully returned, there was a person who was traveling with me, but he disappeared. Barry finally remembered his lost Kryptonian cousin and told Batman, his name is Luke, and he's Superman's cousin. How many survivors does Krypton have? Before that, I thought Clark and Kara were the only ones. Batman's eyes suddenly turned sharp. He subconsciously pursed his lips, showing an extremely subtle emotional response. Another Kryptonian. That's what Batman focused on. He didn't care how many relatives and friends Clark had. If those Kryptonians came to Earth and became as powerful as Superman, it would have unpredictable and serious consequences. Not every Kryptonian, like Clark or Kara, would choose to integrate into the human world and accept the assimilation into society. Such as the former General Zod, Maybe I should go to Lex Luthor and find a way to get the formula for synthetic kryptonite in his hands. Although the friendship between Batman and Superman was unshakable. However, this didn't conflict with his increasing kryptonite stockpile and cautious of the other party. Friendship was friendship, and responsibility was responsibility. Batman, as cold and rational as a machine, had always been very clear about it. Superman's older cousin. He also wrote this down in his heart. Are you sure that the Kryptonian didn't leave in advance or was thrown somewhere else? Batman asked in a low voice. Not sure. That's why I'm asking you for help. If Batman is looking for someone, no matter where he's hiding can always be found. The Flash said a rare word of praise. Then you draw a portrait later, and I'll use the Watchtower's system to conduct a worldwide search to see if I can find him. With Batman's indifference, meaningless praise wouldn't give him the slightest emotional fluctuation. Well, with the story about Flashpoint out of the way, it's time to bring out your gift. Barry silently placed the letter on the table. Then a stream of air gently brushed Batman's mask, and the red figure standing in front of him had disappeared. No one else should be here at this important moment. Batman slightly frowned as if thinking of something. He waited for a few seconds before slowly reaching for the gift. He opened the envelope, then the folded paper. Dear son. There's only one thing I know about life. I know some things happen by chance, and some things happen because we make them happen. Barry Allen was a man haunted by his past. But since becoming the Flash, he left the ghosts behind. He found love, a family, and friends. Barry thought yesterday was behind him, but somebody wouldn't let him escape it. When Barry came to ask me for help, I turned him away. I'm not the hero of this story. I'm a man who's been corrupted by his own unbearable pain. I'm a man who has too much blood on his hands to be called good. I'm a man who had nothing to live for. When Batman saw the line at the end, love always. Your father, Thomas Wayne, his iceberg expression, that had never changed, finally loosened. Some people say that it was hard to imagine Batman smiling. But compared to that, it was even harder to imagine Batman could cry. The tall, dark figure took off his hood and stared at the letter that spanned time and space for a long time. United Kingdom. London. At a museum. Diana was cleaning the Elgin marble sculpture from the ancient Greek Parthenon with a professional brush. She had many important identities. She wasn't only the Wonder Woman of the Justice League but also a diplomatic ambassador sent by Paradise Island. She was also a well-known collector and connoisseur of historical relics in the industry. Ms. Prince, did you have anything going on last weekend? The young professor who worked together with her took the initiative to find a topic of conversation. Beautiful women, in his line of work, were rare creatures. Perfect women like Diana, who was rich, beautiful, and intelligent, were even rarer. Despite hearing that the other side had an endless stream of suitors, enough to form a long queue. The professor, who thought he was young and promising, still wanted to join and compete with them. According to the information he heard, this beautiful woman was named Diana Prince, was from Greece. She was born in a rich family and was proficient in many languages. She was especially good at appreciating antiquities. The young professor had already made up his mind, starting with her interests and hobbies and making a good impression with his profound knowledge and interesting speech. This was a long battle. He was patient. Nothing particularly interesting. Diana devoted herself to her work and replied casually. Last week's activities. She went to the watchtower to report and then attended important meetings held by the White House, the United Nations and other national institutions as the Amazon Princess. It seemed that she had no other arrangements. Although Wonder Woman had been in the world of man for some time, she still felt that she wasn't fully integrated. It wasn't easy to adapt in many areas, especially in terms of living. She remembered that, just after leaving Paradise Island, Diana had no idea why, when she twisted that thing called faucet, the pipe would automatically pour out clean water. How could those steel carriages travel steadily and quickly? And what kind of magic did ice cream use to make it so delicious? There were too many things to learn and no one to ask. It was a difficult time. After the Flashpoint ended, the new 52 of the new multiverse started. The origin of Wonder Woman had changed. She was confirmed as the illegitimate daughter of Zeus. She didn't participate in World War I but was told by a shipwrecked sailor that Oz, the god of war, was raging in the world. Thus, she entered the human world as an Amazon princess, the diplomatic ambassador of Paradise Island. Then she joined the Justice League. Diana had some different opinions about its members. Superman was gentle but not a qualified soldier. Batman was taciturn but always had a plan, and at the same time, he was stubborn, just like an ancient Greek tactician. The Flash and the Green Lantern sometimes went too far, full of immaturity. And Aquaman. Diana tried to think about it but only had a thin impression of can talk to fish. Poor Cyborg, and Martian Manhunter, had no sense of existence. There's a cultural relics exhibition next week. I heard that the Mask of Agamemnon and the Zeus of Artemisian statue will be on display. The young professor laid out a great deal of groundwork and then said, "If you're free, we can go together." Diana shook her head gently and refused without a word. Greek mythology was just a pile of broken things from her relatives, nothing new. After taking some time to finish her work, Diana politely said goodbye and left the museum despite the heartbroken eyes of the young professor. In her free time when she was not Wonder Woman, she occasionally went shopping and then watched a movie. Of course, sweets were a must. These kinds of days off weren't much because the Justice League would always have a variety of things that needed her attention. I don't know why, but there is always a feeling of uneasiness. Diana returned to her apartment. She had nightmares recently, but she couldn't remember what had happened in her dreams. It was like memories of the past playing back and knocking at her door, constantly waking her up in the middle of the night. Some unknown changes have taken place. Diana's eyes looked through the window in the direction of Olympus. Did something happen to the gods, or did ours return? Her eyes moved to the bedside, where there was a golden helmet permeated with divine power. Ours had been defeated, and now Diana was the god of war. Wonder Woman, who had difficulty clearing her mind, tossed her raven hair and stopped dwelling on the problem she couldn't figure out. She would know everything when she took a trip to Olympus. Diana drew the curtains, took off her outside coat, and went into the bathroom. The warm water flowed down her forehead, all the way down to the snow-white skin. She was wrapped in steam, outlining a hazy, wonderful figure. After wiping her hair and putting on her bathrobe, Diana sat down in front of the computer. Sometimes she had to admit that technology in the world of man was much more useful than magic. While browsing the web and listening to old songs, she seemed to have adapted to this part of modern life. "You, who are you?" Moments later, Diana's eyes were habitually fixed on an old photo on the table. The picture was slightly yellowed and slightly blurred. It was obviously washed by time. Inside it, there was a man and a woman, intimately snuggled as if they were lovers, and the background was the sunset afterglow falling into the sea's horizon. A beautiful scene. But when Diana looked at herself in the photo, smiling happily, she felt it was a little strange. She couldn't recall the incident. What kind of memory magic could make me lose this memory? Diana lightly frowned. This photo was found on the beach before she left Paradise Island. She didn't tell anyone, and she didn't ask anyone. For some reason, Wonder Woman only wanted to keep it alone and didn't want to share it with anyone. I will find you. Diana gently stroked the old photo with subtle emotion in her tone. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 483, Chapter 480 Officer, I was born with this power. If the space-time of the main universe was said to have all its undercurrents hidden under the calm surface, gradually exhibiting the harbinger of the coming crisis, then Luke's world was just like the retirement life for retired workers, with a slow and monotonous pace. Push harder, didn't you eat? Think of me as Lana's quarterback boyfriend. Yes, that's it. Hit me hard. Too weak, too weak. Kakarot. You don't even have the qualification to be my opponent right now. Before facing such a boring world, Luke may choose to pass the time by collecting Hollywood actresses like stamps and constantly working on his car. But now, he had found a more interesting recreational activity. That was to train the younger Kryptonian cousin. Under the private mansion, there was a wide training area. Boom. Bang bang bang. Muffled thunder-like sounds strung together, like firecrackers exploding. The fists had a swift and rhythmic drumbeat, they kept landing on Clark. Like a human sandbag, he could only hold his head in his arms and passively withstand his older cousin's furious attack, with no room to even counterattack. This was the training process these days. Repeatedly beaten until he couldn't stand up. I give up, cousin. Feeling exhausted, Clark gasped violently. He could only say a few words between each breath. Clark, your will isn't strong enough. You should say, I can do this all day. Luke withdrew his fist and spoke with slight disgust, admitting defeat so quickly is too unmanly. Clark took off his tattered gloves. His body seemed to be hollowed out. The whole person sat on the hard ground, riddled with potholes, with his chest rising and falling like stretched bellows. He looked up at his cousin's heavy fists. They were enough to hammer him to death. He felt the aching muscles shudder. If I spar with him all day, I might die. I still don't know how to fight. Clark shook his head, feeling a little depressed. In front of Luke, he looked extremely clumsy. His punches weren't fast enough, and he was slow to react. He could only take the beating every time. The only difference was how long it would last. Fighting requires a long time to train, Clark. Luke waved his hand. This amount of exercise was, at best, a warm-up to him. Not to mention gasping for breath, he didn't even break a sweat. I just want you to learn how to control your power first. At first, every time Clark punched, he could create bursts of air. With every stomp, he could make potholes in the ground. Without Luke's bioforce field, this villa might have collapsed. At least now you have learned how to control the strength of your punches. If you could do that, you wouldn't lose control. Luke smiled and threw a hot towel at his younger cousin. Kryptonians had a strong physique. They wouldn't die even if they were beaten like a sandbag for 2 hours. Clark was still alive and kicking. He just felt sore all over. After a few minutes in the sun, he would be fine. That's why Luke was so enthusiastic about training his cousin. Since he became stronger and stronger, he couldn't find a suitable sandbag. Right now, Clark was undoubtedly a good choice. Who could fight better than a Kryptonian? When can I learn how to fly? Clark still remembered the beautiful feeling of overlooking the planet from the sky. When you can resist the gravity of Earth, you can fly. For a real Kryptonian, flying wasn't an ability. They could use their strong bodies, as well as bioforce fields, to escape the pull of gravity. Zod, for example, was born with the genetic template of a Kryptonian general. His gift of combat and leadership ability were at max stats. So when he came to Earth, he quickly got used to the atmosphere and gravity. Like flying and heat vision, he mastered it in no time. Cousin, I have something to do. Clark rested a bit, dried his sweat, then got up and said so. He recently joined the school football team, and he wanted to get close to his crush, Lana. Coupled with his cousin's daily special training, although his back hurts, he really could control his body better than before, and he didn't have to worry about hurting others. All in all, his life had entered the fast lane. Everything was so pleasing. There might be a lot of strange things that are going to happen in town. If there's danger, remember to call for help. Luke smiled meaningfully. He understood the threat of kryptonite to Superman, but he didn't say it outright. Because telling Clark wouldn't make any sense and would only lead to more questions. This small town was Superman's novice village. He needed to finish his quests continuously and accumulate experience before he could become a beacon of hope for Metropolis in the future. As time silently went by, between his school life and his cousin's daily special training, Clark felt like he was full of life. The first quest he had to face would happen in a week. Today, he accompanied his mother to the town's bank to withdraw some money. Thanks to his cousin's secret help, the scale of Kent Farm had somewhat doubled. Jonathan, his adoptive father, started to get busy. He took out his savings and prepared to buy a batch of brand new farm tools and machines. 17 years ago, the meteorite shower bombarded the town, causing great casualties. Mrs. Kent talked about the incident with a smile. She and her husband were driving home when they found Clark, who had fallen from the sky. Because of the disaster, many families were broken, and innocent people were killed. The subsequent registration became much simpler. Jonathan went to great lengths to successfully register him with the Census Bureau and the Social Security Administration. And so, Clark Kent, an alien, became an American citizen. Mom, thank you for adopting me. Clark often thought, what would happen if he didn't land on the farm in Kansas but fell to other places? You brought us hope, Clark. Mrs. Kent took her son's arm, and they walked into the bank together. But before long, two gangsters wearing presidential masks broke in. President Kennedy, armed with a double-barreled shotgun, was in the lead. They seemed to have been well prepared. Sending one man in first, to look around. After observing for a moment, the gangster wearing the President Roosevelt mask quickly brought down the security guards inside. And then the two guards standing in the doorway, who were caught unprepared, raised their hands and dropped to the ground. Don't move. Everybody down. President Kennedy fired a shot into the air. He didn't worry about attracting the police. Small towns weren't like big cities, with tight security measures. Even if the police station received an alarm from the bank and immediately came, it would still take 7 to 8 minutes. It was enough time for them to fill 2 duffel bags with money. In fact, robbery was a criminal profession that paid great attention to efficiency. Getting the most harvest in the shortest time was the goal. The robbers who broke into the bank then caused an incident and were quickly blocked in by the police. Apparently, they weren't professional enough. Open the vault and load the money in. Hurry up. Anyone gets in the way, I'll kill them. The 3 robbers soon got the scene under control. Facing a double-barreled shotgun, the bank staff and the townspeople all crouched on the ground with their hands in the air. It was like encountering a mugger, and they just had to hand over their wallets. Don't try to resist, or you'll take a bullet. President Jefferson used a cold pistol to detain the bank manager and an employee to open the vault. The other guarded the door, looking out to see the situation. They had a clear division of labor without the slightest panic. It could be seen that they weren't rookie crooks. It's okay, Mom. It'll be over soon. Clark stared at the armed robbers. Out of his inner sense of justice, he was tempted to jump right out and stop these bad guys from committing crimes. But considering his mother's safety and the need to hide his identity, Clark could only hold back the complicated mood, even if he was eager. When one's life was under the control of others, every second felt painful. President Kennedy, with a double-barrel shotgun, seemed to enjoy the feeling of having the power over people's lives in his hands. The muzzle was constantly sweeping around. With each movement, it caused the people to whimper in fear. Bro, got it. The long minutes finally passed, and President Roosevelt threw 2 full duffel bags on the ground. President Kennedy kicked the bag to his partner at the door and told him to throw it into the trunk of the car. He wasn't sure whether the police were still on their way and raised his hand to see the time. It's only been 8 minutes. Get a hostage, and get in the car. The leader, President Kennedy, carrying a bag of money, shouted orders to his other accomplices. With a cold pistol, President Roosevelt quickly glanced around and picked out Mrs. Kent, who was trembling and looking very scared. Female, middle age, maybe a housewife. Such a hostage would make those officers think twice about doing something reckless. The robber violently grabbed Mrs. Kent and tried to take her away. The guy didn't know that this was a stupid thing to do. Even General Zod was beaten to death for trying to hurt Superman's mother. If someone else did this, then their fate could be imagined. Clark. Just when Mrs. Kent screamed, Superman, who couldn't bear it any longer, suddenly jumped up like an angry bull. Boom! Thanks to his cousin's recent daily training, Clark didn't smash the criminal into tomato sauce. He was caught off guard, he fell to the ground. The potentially threatening Colt slipped out. Fuck! You little brat! The robber didn't expect to get hit by a high schooler and pinned down to the ground. However, before he could do anything, a powerful fist smashed his nasal bone. Along with it, the cheek felt like they had been scraped with a steel knife, grinding away large chunks of skin. This was the result of Clark holding back his strength. Otherwise, the other person's head may explode like a watermelon. Warm blood splashed on his face. Clark, who had to fight for the first time and saw blood. He was at a loss. He got up in a panic and then saw 2 other robbers outside the door. The double-barreled shotgun was aimed at Clark's chest, and the bandit leader wearing the President Kennedy mask cruelly smiled. Boom! A cloud of smoke dispersed. Powerful kinetic energy and buckshot struck Superman. Everyone in the bank covered their mouths and eyes as if they couldn't bear to look. Such a young life would die at the hands of bank robbers. What a tragedy. Especially Mrs. Kent, she was so shocked that she almost fainted. But after a few seconds, the bloody scene that everyone expected to see didn't happen. Clark subconsciously looked down at his chest, where he had been shot, only felt a faint stinging, and took a few steps backwards. Beyond that, there was no further reaction. What the fuck are you? It was the leader's turn to be shocked. The young-looking high school student in front of him was fine after getting shot. Unbelieving, he pulled the forearm and prepared to do it again. But Clark didn't give President Kennedy a chance. He learned from his older cousin that he shouldn't give the enemy a chance to make another move. In a few steps, he crossed the distance between them. He held the double-barrel shotgun with his hand and squeezed it. Crunch! The toothache-inducing sound of metal bending rang out. The barrel was twisted and deformed. Boom! Clark easily grabbed the disabled gun from the leader of the criminals and swung it at his head like a baseball bat. This time, he perfectly controlled his strength. A severe concussion at most, but never anything life-threatening. Seeing the only criminal left, President Jefferson, quickly climbed into the car without looking back, ignited the engine and drove away. Clark wanted to catch up with him, then suddenly stopped. He couldn't leave his mother alone in the bank. It may still be dangerous. 10 seconds later, the bank clerk confirmed that the robber had left. Everyone gathered around Clark and looked at him with surprise. At this time, Superman realized one thing. The secret that he's a Saiyan seemed to be exposed. In the heat of the moment, Clark struck out in anger, having long since forgotten Jonathan's warnings. Only when he had finished tackling the bank robbers did he remember that he shouldn't have done it. "You saved us. The kid is a hero. He wasn't injured." All kinds of voices crowded into Clark's ears. He was a little overwhelmed, not knowing what to do. For the first time in his life, he was in the spotlight and was called a hero. Clark wasn't used to it. He carefully pushed away from the people around him. Pick up his frightened mother and prepare to leave. At this time, shrill sirens sounded. The police finally arrived. But all they saw were two unconscious robbers and the cheerful bank employees. How did this happen? The officers' faces were covered with question marks. The scene didn't look like a bank robbery but rather like some sort of themed party. "Officer, it's the teenager." Someone pointed to Clark and said so. Everyone said, "You brought down these two criminals." A fat police officer with a beer belly came over to ask. He watched the scene for a moment, deliberately or not, and spotted the double-barreled shotgun that had been twisted into scrap metal. "Did you do this too?" Clark was a little stiff. He scratched his head and didn't know how to explain it. "Don't be nervous, kid, I'm just taking a statement. You prevented a bank robbery and saved everyone. They're very grateful to you, and the police department will also give you a commendation." The fat police officer was experienced. He slowed down his tone, trying to get Clark's guard down, and then start a conversation. "Tell me, how did you beat them?" A high school student putting down two armed tough guys sounds like a miracle. Clark's throat rolled, remembering what his cousin had taught him, and he replied, "Officer, I I was born with some kind of godly strength and just swung my fist and knocked them over. The fat police officer's round face suddenly turned serious. So, this is also godly-like powers you were born with. He pointed to Clark's chest. His shirt was tattered. It was clearly holes from a shotgun. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 17 comments. Vote. Chapter 484, Chapter 481 Cousin, how about being a Homelander? There was no doubt that Jonathan's plan to make Clark hide himself had been a complete failure. No matter how they explained it, it couldn't be easily covered up. First of all, there were so many witnesses in the bank. They saw it with their own eyes, how Clark knocked down the two robbers who robbed the bank. He was shot at with a shotgun and was still safe. Unless Superman had a neuralizer that could erase people's memories with one click and flash, they would forget everything. Otherwise, the confessions of so many people were evidence. Furthermore, the surveillance cameras in the bank had faithfully recorded everything that had happened before. Hard evidence was there, and it was useless to deny it. Son, lying isn't a good habit. The fat officer looked at the twisted double-barreled shotgun and secretly felt speechless. What kind of terrible force could do this? There were two unlucky bank robbers, and their injuries didn't look light. Officer, I'm on the school football team, and I often do some work on my father's farm. It's reasonable for me to exercise since I was a child. I'm healthier and stronger than others. Clark used his quick wits to think of a reason. After getting to know his cousin, he would find more and more excuses, and he was no longer that naive small-town boy. Luke called this change growth. Oh, so everyone on your school's football team can bend the barrel of a shotgun and take down two adult males who weigh over 160 pounds. You really think you're Rambo? The officer looked at Clark, who posed like Mr. Bodybuilder and revealed his strong muscles. He wondered if there was something wrong with the kid's brain. If all the children in the country were as strong as you are, we would have formed a super army and ruled the world. Seeing the brave young man was unwilling to tell the truth, the officer didn't bother to waste any more time. He turned his head and asked someone to secure the scene. They packed up the physical evidence, ready to take Clark back to the station for proper questioning. Of course, he didn't mean to interrogate the other party as a suspect. It was out of professional ethics and personal curiosity. For a high school student to stop armed robbers from robbing a bank, it was sensational news. No matter which city it was in, Clark's performance was amazing. In this era, when superheroes hadn't flooded in, any actions beyond ordinary people's understanding would attract a lot of attention. Officer, people's strength can't be generalized. I've been in situations where I'm extremely angry and did things that were normally difficult to accomplish. A calm voice with a chuckle interjected stopped the officer in his tracks. Clark's behavior, in fact, can be reasonably explained scientifically. For example, because of the rush of adrenaline, the blood flow increases, sending bursts of power out. Even though he never exhibited it before, it's still not as exaggerated as you think. Seeing the visitor, a look of surprise appeared on Clark's face as he eagerly said, "Coos. Mr. Cavill." Only Luke could help him this time. "Ah, it's Mr. Cavill. Why are you here?" The officer's cold attitude greatly changed 180 degrees. He knew the young man standing in front of him. Last week, he was having dinner with the town's committee. The young tycoon from Metropolis, the celebrity in town. All sorts of titles were on Luke's head. The United States of America has a peculiar model of the town administration, one of which is the town committee system. All the residents in the town meet at least once a year. Through internal discussions, various administrative measures related to public security, personnel flow and other aspects were implemented. Another was the town representative committee system. Similar to the one above, but elected by all the residents. It was more efficient and saved a lot of time. The town where the fat police officer was of the second type, with the administrative committee taking care of all the official work. The most powerful and prestigious people were the town's police chief and members of the committee. The latter was generally composed of rich families and elites, and they represented the opinions of all the townspeople. The tiny town was a miniature model of the American political structure. Seeing Luke's appearance, the police officer coughed twice and spoke in a slow voice, but he was shot and didn't get hurt. Everyone saw it. It could be that the robbers had purchased inferior firearms or that Kent had learned some kind of martial arts. Luke seriously spouted bullshit. The fat police officer looked puzzled and didn't know why the topic turned to martial arts. He scratched his head, hesitating because he didn't want to offend the other party too much, and said, "This is a big case. He still needs to come back with us to record a statement." "Officer, are you going to take a boy who bravely stood up to protect his mother to the police station for questioning? Instead of intensifying the search to hunt down the robber who escaped?" Luke stressed his tone and seriously said, "The man was carrying over $100,000 in cash from the bank and had a gun. If he's allowed to get away with it, then it amounts to a lack of responsibility for the safety of the town's residents' personal property. What you need to do now is not to embarrass this courageous boy but to immediately contact the highway patrol officers along the route and the state police. Put out an all-out manhunt for the armed man with the president's mask." Although Luke wasn't that much older than Clark in terms of age, he shocked the police officer with his imposing attitude, acting as if he was superior. After all, when he was a lieutenant general in the Pentagon and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he got into the habit of giving orders. The majesty of a superior was subconsciously revealed. Clark is a good boy, he deserves commendation, not being interrogated like a prisoner. With those words, Luke didn't even look at the fat officer and went straight ahead, taking Clark and his unconscious mother with him. The other party didn't say anything and just stood there in embarrassment. Doing so, Clark's gaze looked at Luke in admiration. Clark, who hadn't left the town yet, had a vague understanding of social status for the first time. "I contacted the ambulance to take Mrs. Kent to the hospital first, and then call Jonathan. It shouldn't be a big deal." Luke seemed to have been briefed on the situation and quickly took care of various issues. Unfortunately, Mrs. Kent fainted because of emotional ups and downs. Let's just say that the incident came too suddenly. By the time Jonathan arrived, it was already dark. This Kansas farmer, with a strong sense of morality, first expressed sincere gratitude to Luke and then replaced Clark, who was at the bedside, holding his wife's hand and sitting beside him silently watching. The latter closed the door gently and saw his cousin sitting in a chair in the corridor. "Got some time to talk now?" Luke rubbed his temples and whispered. Maybe it's because of the butterfly effect, which should have been a step-by-step plot. It felt like a speeding train that had suddenly gone out of control and was running in an unknown direction. He thought that he could still watch dozens of episodes of Clark and Lana's love affair and then wait for Superman to fight monsters and upgrade in the novice village. But in the end, he didn't expect it to fast forward to the Identity Crisis episode so soon. A bank robbery had exposed Clark's strength and was about to fall into the whirlpool of public opinion. "Cousin, what should I do?" They went to the vending machine, grabbed 2 cans of Coke, and found a quiet place to start talking. Clark looked panicked. Encountering those bank robbers was purely accidental. In desperation, he accidentally showed extraordinary strength in front of so many witnesses. After that, a series of chain reactions would undoubtedly be triggered. News of the town was spreading fast. Before long, Clark would become a household name. "Don't be too nervous, Clark." Luke soothed his younger cousin's mood. The present situation was actually a good thing for him. Previously, he hadn't interfered too much in Clark's life, given the resistance from the family side. As Superman's parents, Jonathan and Martha must want their son to live a stable life. It's best if he could inherit Kent Farm, stay in Kansas as a farmer, then marry and have children. Luke didn't think so. He wanted his younger cousin's life to be a little more interesting. For example, becoming a Kryptonian who could use martial arts. It's just that, on the emotional level, the relationship between cousins, who meet again after being separated for many years, was certainly not as deep as that of him and his adoptive parents. To interfere in Clark's life rashly would inevitably cause the other party's resentment and conflict. A stable structure will always need external pressure to break things up. And now, it was a good opportunity to do so. "Clark, things are far from the worst." Luke opened the can and took a sip of the cold soda. "I've settled the matter of the video captured by the security cameras in the bank. I mean, there isn't really any evidence, other than those witnesses to suggest that you are a scion." Luke's remark gave his younger cousin some reassurance. When he was at the hospital bed, Clark couldn't stop thinking of horrible things, like being locked up in a lab, then having his blood drawn every day and becoming abnormally weak. Then again, with so many small towns across America, there are always various strange, scary, and weird stories popping up. Luke's mouth curled up, and he continued. "Are those all true?" The more Clark listened to it, the happier he became. His depressed mood instantly perked up. "So, those cops won't come after me anymore. And I won't have to be forced to drop out of school." His younger cousin's way of thinking was really simple. At this time, he was no different from his peers, and his mind was full of hormones. He could only think about Lana and her youthful appearance. Luke reluctantly shook his head and thought so. Men's maturity was often due to women. When Clark was completely lovelorn, he would understand that having emotions as a scion was a good thing. But Luke paused and said the word that Clark didn't want to hear. "I can't erase all the influences. The residents of the town would start talking about you. They will attach some occult or religious things onto you. Clark, the peaceful life has left you. Because they saw it, you squashed a shotgun with your bare hands. You took a bullet, and nothing happened. It's some kind of incredible miracle, you know." The smile on his younger cousin's face froze. He was completely unaware of these problems. Thinking of the spaceship in Kent Farm's warehouse and his own identity, Clark seemed to be deeply shocked and depressed. "That's why Dad told me to hide myself." He felt that he had screwed everything up. But in that critical situation, he had no choice but to rush up and stop the robber from hurting his mother. Clark, have you actually thought about the fact that hiding yourself wasn't the right thing to do? Luke patted his cousin on the shoulder and slowly said, Jonathan must have told you that you came to this world for something. That you were some kind of symbol, some kind of sign. But it's a thorny road. If you choose to be a symbol or a beacon in the eyes of mankind, you will suffer a lot of criticism. People who are afraid of the unknown will misunderstand you, hurt you, and treat you as an alien and a monster. Clark bowed his head. The determined gleam that had been in his eyes seemed to have dimmed a bit. Then what should I do? He took a deep breath and looked at his cousin, who was gradually building up his trust. Of course, it's to debut as an idol, I mean, you can choose not to hide yourself and tell the world openly who you are. Luke gave him a challenge. Luke had it all figured out with a PR plan to follow up. As long as Clark agreed, then Superman would appear in this world. Then, it was like pushing down the first domino. Superheroes would spring up like mushrooms after the rain. Instead of being afraid of rumors and being slandered, why not be brave, stand in front of them and tell them that you came with good intentions? Luke's tone was full of appeal, which made Clark's dim eyes shine again. Do I have to admit that I'm an alien? The younger cousin asked hesitantly. You don't need to. With an alien identity, you would attract the vigilance of the government and the rejection of the masses. Luke's eyes flashed for a moment. He was thinking about what kind of origin story to make up for his cousin. Bitten by some kind of animal. Getting hit by gamma rays. You came from a laboratory where a Super Soldier Serum was created, making you powerful. Luke thought for a moment and spoke word for word. Laboratory. Serum, isn't this a bit too far-fetched? Clark scratched his head. He preferred the cliché story that he was the kind of hero who was given divine powers by some kind of god. You can't snatch someone else's script for your own studio. Luke shook his head when he heard his cousin's aspirations. That had been copyrig. Oh no, Wisdom of Solomon, the story of Shazam's origins. The Vought Enterprise under my name, in the first 2 years, negotiated with the Department of Defense about some related biological modification business. It can serve as a suitable background. Luke snapped his fingers, he reached out and put his hand on his cousin's shoulder, lowered his voice and said, I've even thought of a code name for you, how about Homelander? Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 23 comments. Vote. Chapter 485, Chapter 482 The Formation of the Superman Family, Clark Interning. Homelander. Clark paused, feeling it was a little odd. Why this name? Luke tried to hold back his smile as he imagined Superman, wearing the American flag, pretending to smile at the media. Using the name Homelander will allow the government to lower its vigilance. They will want to turn you into a propaganda tool. For something like selling government bonds and making movies, they will also accept your existence more easily. As his older cousin said so, Clark shook his head more and more. He didn't like being the center of attention, especially being pushed onto the stage. That wasn't in line with the Kent family's education and philosophy. Becoming an idol wasn't something suited for Clark. Well, I just said it off the top of my head. Luke smiled and got back to the point. If left to its own devices, the plot moves forward on a trajectory that has long been mapped out. Then his arrival would be meaningless and a waste of time. So, Luke was more than happy to see changes. For better or for worse. The emergence of Superman meant the opening of a new era of superheroes. He would come into contact with more key figures, and his connection with this universe would deepen day by day. Dr. Manhattan could no longer erase its existence, like deleting files. I hope Jonathan won't blame me for setting you on an unknown path, Clark. Luke rubbed his cousin's curly hair. This opportunity appeared subtly, neither too early nor too late. This is my own choice, cousin. Clark's eyes were firm, and he was already fed up with the various troubles caused by swallowing his anger and hiding his ability. If, as Luke said, he could stand up and show his good intentions, maybe everything would be better. It's decided then. Luke crushed the can in his hand and accurately threw it into the trash can in the distance. The latter followed suit, but it was a little short. The Coke can hit the edge, and with a bang, it bounced out. Learn to control your own strength, Luke said. His younger cousin nodded. When he faced the bandits, he didn't completely lose control of his strength as before. According to the news received by his older cousin, those two unlucky guys weren't in danger. It was only a severe concussion at most, plus extensive contusion and bone fracture. If this was in Gotham, where the bank robbers were caught by Batman, they would at least have double-digit broken bones and be scared half to death. Then, Luke chatted casually and left the hospital. Clark needed to have an honest conversation with his adoptive father, and he was responsible for planning Superman's debut. Regarding public opinion, debuts, and all sorts of PR, they weren't something to be taken lightly. It might be better if this was the Marvel Universe. With the official status, the power, the aura of influence, no one could stand in their way. I don't have to worry about the debut. There are so many mutants in town due to long-term exposure to kryptonite radiation. They're excellent opponents. Luke sat in the car, like an entertainment agent, thinking carefully about how to pack his little cousin and create a good image. The Kent kid had extraordinary powers. The news quickly spread through the town. From the beginning, Clark fought off rumors about the two armed robbers. In just under half a day, it had already turned into beating down hordes of criminals. He took a shotgun blast, which later also gradually evolved into suffering bombardment from a machine gun. Such an exaggerated amount of people and firepower. The uninformed would have thought the town had been subjected to a terrorist attack. Jonathan and Martha felt very upset when they got home. Friends who usually went to church together, close neighbors next door. They all asked about Clark as if they had nothing better to do. The police also came several times because no one knew why the surveillance cameras suddenly broke down. They also had no way to prove that there was anything unusual about the high school kid. For a while, their peaceful life was ruined. Even when Clark was at school, people around him were whispering and observing secretly. Their eyes were strange. He could feel them. Everything was just as his big cousin expected, it was going down a bad path. Clark had already heard his parents mention moving in the middle of the night. Frankly, he inexplicably felt aggrieved. Didn't I do something good? Why am I being treated like this? Inwardly, Clark's anger rose. He finally understood what his older cousin was talking about when he talked about gossip, rumors and vilification. He thought that only someone with an extremely strong heart and a strong will could bear this agony and become some kind of symbol in his father's words. The miserable life lasted for a week, and the situation finally got better. The public's attention was drawn to a superhero, a guy called Superman who appeared in Metropolis. With a red cloak, strong body, ability to fly in the air, instantly set the news media ablaze. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. The Daily Planet quoted this sentence first and published it on the front page. Everyone was talking about who Superman was, where he came from, how he managed to lift a runaway truck and rescue a falling plane. Superman. Clark scratched his head. He felt that the other person's image was very similar to that when he first met his cousin. However, thanks to the appearance of Superman, few people in town paid attention to the old news that a high school student stopped bank robbers. The gossip that people passed on by word of mouth gradually lacked credibility with the passage of time. After all, in the increasingly exaggerated rumors, Clark had become a powerful figure who fought an army alone and wasn't afraid of rocket launchers and bazookas. So, from initial conviction to skepticism and then to ridicule, the story about Wonder Child of the Kent family came to an end. "Big cousin, you are Superman," Clark said in surprise when he saw the familiar uniform. He had a vague suspicion before but couldn't be sure. That is, until arriving at Luke's house, purposely early, for daily training. "No, we're both Superman," Luke corrected. He didn't mean to hide it. He wouldn't have gone to Metropolis to make a superhero cameo if it wasn't for the sake of restoring peace to his little cousin's life. "I'm just making a temporary appearance, it's up to you from now on, Clark." Luke redeemed a Superman suit for his cousin from the item shop, the more common one, a red cape with a capital S on the chest. Actually, he thought about buying the classic red underpants uniform. However, he just couldn't get past his own preference and conscience. After all, before Clark changed into it, Luke had to wear this thing to save people and fight crime. What a shame. Me. Clark looked at the special, simple and generous Superman uniform, a little hesitant. "Welcome to the Superman family, cousin." Luke smiled. As the saying goes, when in Rome. The superheroes in this studio formed a family system. For example, Gotham's Bat family was composed of Batman himself, in addition to several generations of Robin and several generations of Batwomen. In the Superman family, there were Clark and Kara, then generations of Superboys, and Krypto, the super dog. The Flash's family was even larger, and it was completely possible to form a team of speeders. From now on, you are Superman Jr., the intern superhero of Metropolis. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 486, Chapter 483 Metropolis's Superman, Antifan Lex. "I'm Superman." Clark took the uniform with both hands, like an athlete who was holding a heavy championship trophy. His face was full of excitement. Like a child praised by a teacher, he felt happy and at the same time at a loss. For Clark, this wasn't only a uniform to wear but also a symbol of recognition and honor. Superman. Isn't that what his dad said? Some kind of symbol. Do you think I have time to fly around and deal with endless crimes? Luke shrugged his shoulders and went back to his dark red cloak and metal armor. His guest appearance as Superman was originally intended to divert the public's attention, provide an internship job for his cousin, and promote the formation of the Justice League in advance. Under his own name, Vought Enterprise would also make follow-up preparations for the follow-up publicity, packaging his image and sending out the news. Striving to make Superman the hottest intellectual property in the world. Now, it was just the first step, there was still a long way to go. He believed that a 2.5-year internship was enough for Clark to finish his studies, leave the novice village, and step into the wider world. I thought everyone wanted to be a hero. His younger cousin was surprised. Judging from Luke's tone, his older cousin seemed to have no nostalgia for Superman's identity. This was the hottest darling of the media recently. Even though Clark wasn't interested in pursuing fame and fortune, he was still a little excited about being a superhero that everyone praised. Clark, a word to the wise, the bigger the pecs, the greater the responsibility. No, with great power comes great responsibility. Luke spoke at length and began to impart life lessons. With the attention you get, it also means shouldering expectations, responsibilities and unrealistic fantasies. The public will regard you as a moral model and a perfect person, so any flaws and mistakes will lead you to abuse and malice. As I said, this is a thorny road. Clark nodded, without the slightest hint of deterrence in his eyes. But no matter what, you'll be part of the Superman family from now on. Luke patted his young cousin on the shoulder, wondering when the other Kryptonian cousin would be coming over. Supergirl, Kara Zor-El, was Superman's older cousin. But when she came to Earth, it was much later than Clark, so she became Clark's younger cousin. I'll do it right. Clark changed into his Superman uniform and felt a sense of power in his body. Luke just smiled at his cousin's uncontrollable excitement. Perhaps to an outsider, superheroes had a lot to live up to. Everywhere they went, they were sought after, like the brightest star. Actually, it was not as beautiful as they thought. Not to mention that electricity wasn't generated by love, and there was no life insurance, wages and benefits. They alone were responsible for the reimbursement of uniforms and equipment, which could be quite costly. If the crime rate in their city was as high as Gotham's, that meant they had to work overtime every day. They had to rush to the scene when there was an emergency. Not to mention the 9 to 5, they would have to do both on the same day. It could be said that there were no holidays all year round. Rolling in the sheet with your girlfriend. They had to quickly pull their guns out and go to the front lines. Luke remembered very clearly that his cousin had been like this on several occasions. He was kissing and getting intimate with his girlfriend, Lois Lane. Then, there was a shooting somewhere in Metropolis. Regretfully, he could only fight another day, then turn around to leave. Leaving his girlfriend alone in an empty room, unsatisfied. It wasn't unreasonable to say that Superman and Lois Lane, the exemplary couple, had relationship problems from time to time. All in all, the profession of a superhero wasn't attractive to Luke. He preferred to be neutral, someone who jumped from side to side rather than a firefighter. From now on, Metropolis and this town will be your area, and in addition to your daily special training, you will have to clock in and sign in on time to start your duties. Luke put away his distractions as he handed the job over to his younger cousin. Starting today, Superman would officially debut. It probably wouldn't be long before the fame spread around the world. I wonder if Batman, at this time, has returned from his studies with the Ninja Master. So, is there anything to look out for in being a superhero? Clark was a little nervous, harboring the kind of apprehension that came with an intern's first day on the job. Well, for you, reducing casualties in battle is the most noteworthy thing. Luke hesitated for a moment, holding back the words. He didn't want his cousin to become a demolition man, which would affect the public's impression of Superman. Fortunately, criminals in Metropolis were still in a relatively simple stage for the time being. Gang leaders, smugglers, street gangs, armed bank robbers. These people couldn't do much damage. In addition, before the official appointment, you should learn to fly. After these days of training, Clark was much better at controlling power than before. It's time to consider using his body to fight gravity and soar in the sky. And as an older cousin, Luke had to teach some special methods of time management. Otherwise, Clark went to school during the day and trained on duty at night, clocking in. Without enough rest, it was likely to affect the growth and development of his younger cousin. In the following days, Clark lived a very fulfilling life. He spent his days at school, training for the football team, wiggling his way between Lana and her boyfriend in a teenage love story. At night, he would fly from Kansas to Metropolis, handle several cases and occupy the front page of the Daily Planet. In the words of Batman in the future, even if Superman saved a cat from a tree, they all had to talk about it at length and boast about it. Compared with Marvel next door, the Daily Bugle was Spider-Man's eternal anti-fan. The Daily Planet could be regarded as Superman's fan group base camp. A little fanboy cameraman in the front and a girlfriend journalist in the back. In the small town. In a villa. "Uncle, have you seen the latest news?" Lex placed his legs on the table, crumpled up the newspaper in his hand and threw it into the nearby fireplace. "Superman, Superman. Every day I see that guy in the red cape, flying about and clowning around. Isn't there a newspaper that's willing to take some time to report some other news? For example, Lex Luthor, a young and promising entrepreneur, has created thousands of jobs for a small town." Luke, holding a lead box and looking at it carefully, automatically blocked out Lex's complaints. These days, the news and public opinion about Superman was overwhelming. With the increase of fans, hater groups gradually formed. Human beings were complex creatures, and sometimes the reason why they hated someone or something was very simple. For example, Lex didn't like Superman. There was no reason, it was an inexplicable dislike. "Lex, if you want people to notice you, either learn to create hype or just spend some money yourself." He opened the box and picked up candy-sized kryptonite with tweezers. It was the latest discovery of the archaeological team. Publicity. Well, it's not too hard. Pay for posted content, pay your way into the hot search list. I don't need to teach you these kinds of things. Lex curled his lips and ignored the strange futuristic-like words from his godfather. He finally made a little achievement, but in the end, no one noticed it, and everyone was talking about Superman. This irritated the ever-proud and conceited Lex and subconsciously developed a deeper dislike for the Red Cloak. "I just think the world is stupid. He's a person of unknown origin, a person who shows great strength. Everyone actually regards him as a superhero because he did a few insignificant good deeds." Lex couldn't stop sneering and spoke in a deep voice. "What we should do is to be vigilant, to prevent this ticking time bomb from being detonated, instead of pursuing and worshipping him." "Well, that's really thought-provoking." Luke symbolically nodded. Lex Luthor had always been a staunch human supremacist. In this respect, he was somewhat similar to Batman, Ozymandias and others. Of course, Batman thought that human beings had a certain indestructible spiritual quality and a moral base. Lex thought that a wise man like him should be the ruler and supreme leader of the world. To put it bluntly, his human supremacy was more like playing God himself. Instead of complaining to me, you might as well think of a way to steal the limelight from Superman. Luke closed the box of kryptonite and spoke with a smile. It was interesting to think about the contest between his godson and his younger cousin. Humph, I will. Lex held his head high and confidently said so. But there's no time for that now. I need to help Clark out with his singleness. Luke raised an eyebrow. Lex hated Superman but became friends with his little cousin. Such a brotherhood-blooded drama. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 487, Chapter 484 Takeoff Plan, Gulfstream Jet. A young rich man like Lex, and Clark, the son of a Kansas farmer. The reason why they became friends could be traced back to the car accident. It's a well-known fact that, in human interaction, first impressions are very important. Clark was Lex's savior, and he had a close relationship with the other party's godfather. The two easily developed a favorable impression through several encounters. Later, in the course of their time together, their friendship rapidly warmed up. This may sound strange. Both Lex and Clark were self-absorbed boys who had few friends, so there was no lack of common topics. Therefore, the proud and conceited rich second generation, together with the gentle-natured farmer's son, gradually became close friends. Having said that, Luke had to sigh. Superman always seemed to attract the attention of the rich, from Lex Luthor to Bruce Wayne. One was a capitalist in Metropolis, the other was the tycoon of Gotham. The only thing they had in common, except for money, was that they had an unusual relationship with Clark Kent. Then again, Superman had a journalist girlfriend whose father was a Pentagon general. He was the perfect template for a winner in life. But it was understandable. After all, it took the sacrifice of an entire planet of his fellow citizens to get this luck. Lex left the villa, drove a brand new sports car to Kent's door, and honked twice. It didn't take long for Clark, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, to appear in front of him. Get in. Lex, wearing sunglasses, raised his chin. It's a rare weekend, and you're just sleeping at home. Can't you be a bit more energetic? Clark smiled bitterly. He was busy with his schoolwork and football team training during the day. At night, in his Superman uniform, he ran from Kansas to Metropolis to fight criminals and punish evil. His schedule was packed for 24 hours a day, so he had a serious lack of sleep. If Kryptonians weren't physically strong and basking in the sun could replenish his energy, he would have died standing. Come on, Lex, I'm not interested in those parties, and I don't want to meet other girls. Clark sat helplessly in the passenger seat. This new friend of his had been quite preoccupied with his relationship lately. He not only held parties and introduced people but also taught him all kinds of tricks to pick up girls. Unfortunately, Clark was the innocent type. He was completely unimpressed by the hot girls with short shorts and skirts, twirling their tiny waists. He only had Lana in mind. Clark, don't you want to enrich your life? They would also stop calling you a nerd. Lex said with a smile. I took the opportunity of the equestrian competition in town to ask Lana out for you. A bored clerk suddenly looked like he was high on caffeine. His eyes widened as he asked, an equestrian competition? That's right, didn't you know? Lana was the champion of the equestrian competition in town for 3 years in a row, and she also represented Kansas in an international championship in Metropolis. Lex confidently chuckled. If you can do well in this competition, she'll definitely be impressed. But Clark didn't look surprised, he just scratched his head and said, but I don't know how to ride a horse. Lex's cheerful voice came to a screeching halt. How could someone with a farm and pastures at home not ride a horse? There's 3 days before the race, you can learn. Lex went to great lengths to help Clark out. I can be your riding instructor. Seeing Lex so positive, Clark couldn't help but feel a little touched. He wondered if he should ask his older cousin for a few days off to learn horsemanship temporarily. I didn't know you could ride a horse. Do those aristocratic private schools teach that too? Clark curiously asked. Golf, equestrian, skiing, fencing. I took classes. Lex seemed to think of something and spoke in a low voice. My father was very demanding. He wanted me to do my best in everything. So, sitting next to you is an equestrian master, a professional skier, and a fencing master. East Nepal, Lukla airstrip. A Gulfstream jet sat quietly on the runway. An old man with grey hair stood at the entrance to the lowered ramp, gazing into the distance as if waiting for some traveler to return home. He was wearing a handcrafted suit, a pair of Oxford leather shoes under his feet, with his hair immaculately combed and a distinctly British accent. After a long while, a figure finally appeared on the empty runway. The other party walked towards the passenger plane without hindrance. This was a young man who looked like a vagrant, and despite the grime and dirt on his face, his eyes were extraordinarily bright, giving him a sense of resoluteness. Master Wayne, you've been gone a long time. The old man spoke in a chiding tone while holding back his inner joy. You look very fashionable. Apart from the mud. That's right. This travel-stained vagrant was Gotham's favorite son, Bruce Wayne, who had disappeared for many years. He started traveling the world a long time ago to experience life in the underworld. Even Alfred, the old butler, was unaware of his whereabouts. It was not until a few days ago that the other party learned that Bruce Wayne was in Nepal. Long time no see, Alfred. The vagrant named Bruce Wayne smiled, happy to see someone he was close to. In the time he had spent traveling the world, he experienced and learned a lot of things. The League of Assassins taught him how to arm himself and build a fearsome image. Although, the Ninja Master and Bruce Wayne didn't share the same philosophy. But the latter absorbed the best and discarded the worst, perfecting the inner workings for himself. What is this? Superman. Bruce took a shower on the jet and changed into a fresh outfit. It had been a long time since he had experienced what it was like to feel clean. Metropolis's new superhero. They said he could fly and lift a truck with one hand. Quite amazing. Alfred glanced at the newspaper and replied. Master Wayne, a lot has happened in the years you've been away. Bruce's brows were slightly furrowed, his attention drawn to the red cloak in the newspaper. A flying Superman. Like what? Bruce, looking back, casually asked. For example, legally, you're deceased. Alfred shrugged his shoulders and humorously said, you have been missing for 7 years. Everyone in Gotham thought that the only heir to the Wayne family died for various strange reasons. So, my return to Gotham is tantamount to performing a miracle, coming back from the dead. Bruce tugged at the corners of his mouth. He didn't care about these details. Before he left, the proud son of Gotham passed on the entirety of his parents' vast legacy to the old butler. Although, Wayne Enterprises fell into the hands of those board members. But there was no difficulty in taking it out whenever he wanted to. Is Gotham still as abysmal as ever? After a while, Bruce withdrew his distractions and asked the question that concerned him most. Gotham has never changed, Master Wayne. Alfred replied. Then it's time for some changes. Bruce said, looking at the floating clouds through the window. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 16 comments. Vote. Chapter 488, Chapter 485 Kryptonite Types, Another Field. Luke readily agreed to his little cousin's day off and specifically told him that boys should take good care of themselves when they were away from home. Clark was confused when he left. He just studied equestrian with Lex and practiced fencing with him at most. What was there to take good care of? Could Lex hurt me? I really want to fast forward straight to my dear godson learning about Superman's true identity and then turning into the #1 anti-fan and breaking up with Clark in anger. Luke smiled, put away his inner mischief and looked at the newspaper on the table. The title above, highlighted in bold letters. Missing for 7 years, back from the dead. Wayne family's heir returns to Gotham. As Luke predicted, with Superman's debut, members of the Justice League would appear one after another. It seems Batman has successfully backstabbed the Ninja Master and is ready to begin his plans to reform Gotham. Luke looked at the handsome young Bruce Wayne in the newspaper and thought that the Ninja Master was really unlucky. Backstabbed by his own student. From his favorite student, his own daughter, his men, and finally even his own grandchild ran away. This showed that the loyalty of the core members of an organization like the League of Assassins, which had no real agenda, was a big issue. Let Batman play his cops and robbers game for a while. Luke shook his head and dismissed the idea of going to Gotham. Batman wasn't as gullible as his simple-minded cousin. The latter was perhaps the most vigilant person in the world, verging on ruthless paranoia. It's important to know that Clark had forged a deep friendship with Batman after so many years in the Justice League, surviving and fighting alongside him. Even so, there was still a chunk of kryptonite in the other party's belt. Speaking of kryptonite, the excavation work is not going well. Luke tapped his fingers on the table. In order to collect the kryptonite around town, he had organized an archaeological team and launched an extensive search. In this period of time, quite a lot of green kryptonite was found. It was one of the most common types, capable of rendering Kryptonians incredibly weak, incapacitated and even causing fatal damage. But there were many types of kryptonite. For example, the red kryptonite that made Superman lose his sense of morality, become evil and hallucinate. Gold kryptonite that permanently eliminates superpowers. Black kryptonite that causes split personalities. White kryptonite that kills all the plants around it. There's even pink kryptonite that made Superman change his sexual orientation. As a qualified collector, Luke felt that he should get some of every type. That said, if his younger cousin was affected by pink kryptonite, would he choose Lex Luthor or Bruce Wayne? Luke hastily shook his head, shaking off those philosophical scorching scenes in his head. He flicked a switch on his desk, and a global map with the various members of the Justice League was presented. Batman has appeared, so who's next? Midtown? Amnesty Bay? Or? Luke's eyes slightly softened as he looked towards the location of Paradise Island. He took out a photo and thought about how his encounter with Wonder Woman in Flashpoint might lead to Diana in the main universe being affected. Dr. Manhattan stole a decade from the multiverse, thus changing the original trajectory. Most creatures were kept in the dark, unaware. The only ones who felt that something wasn't right were the Flash, Barry Allen, Batman, who got a letter from Thomas Wayne, and Wonder Woman. In fact, there was the first Kid Flash, the third-generation Flash, and after Barry Allen, the most frequently sacrificed man, Wally West. He discovered this secret through his connection to the Speed Force. But unfortunately, Dr. Manhattan simply broke the rules and deleted the other party's existence. If not mistaken, Wally West had been swept into the Speed Force and was gradually forgotten by all. Luke kept moving while he was sorting out his thoughts, holding the red links. He decided to return to the Marvel Universe temporarily after training his little cousin. It was a long timeline, without much room to play with. There was nothing else to do but wait. Earth 1024. S.H.I.E.L.D.S headquarters. How is the Academy's enrollment going this term? Peggy Carter, with her gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose and her head bowed as she flipped through papers, asked. Thanks to the Infinity Formula, youthful vitality in terms of physical fitness and appearance was guaranteed. S.H.I.E.L.D.S commander, who should have aged, still looked great to this day. After Luke left, Peggy took over. This time, unlike the last time, where he was abruptly taken away by Kang the Conqueror's time machine, Superman made every preparation for the trip and arranged everything properly. With the improvement in the teaching staff, the number of top students had also increased, greatly filling the number of SHIELD agents and the number of spies. The man sitting opposite her was none other than Nick Fury, who was sitting with a straight back. He had hair and hadn't lost an eye. Tara's, the guy the director brought back from the Red Room, taught the trainees well. Peggy slightly frowned. She stopped turning the files and spoke with a warning tone, but equally, he is also the teacher who receives the most complaints. Fury, as you know, I've never been too keen on treating cadets with an overly cold-blooded approach. It could cause irreparable psychological trauma while crushing their potential. Nick Fury didn't refute or agree. Compared with Peggy's wishy-washy approach, he preferred a simpler and rougher style of doing things. Dr. Zola and Baron Strucker. How are they doing with the Hydra integration campaign? Skipping the unpleasant topic, Peggy brought up Hydra, which had been taken in by Luke. After Superman left, these ambitious, motivated bunch, each with their own agenda, didn't quite settle down. But there was the Invaders team composed of Captain America, Winter Soldier and Howard Stark's Iron Man. Together with the vampires, werewolves, the Three Sanctums, and other forces from all sides. Hydra, headed by Baron Strucker, were too afraid to do anything. Daniel Whitehall, whose lair has been discovered, launched a surprise attack last week against the mutants, but the other party had the presence of the Inhuman with him and eventually escaped. Nick Foley showed regret. He suspected that Hydra had deliberately let it slip but found no substantial evidence. With all due respect, Commander Carter, if the director disappears for too long, It will shake up S.H.I.E.L.D's internal structure. More than one senator has suggested that S.H.I.E.L.D has too much power and that it should be decentralized. There are also rumors being spread privately that even the president could be replaced every 4 years. But S.H.I.E.L.D never changes, and it's trampling on freedom and democracy. Peggy didn't look up but gently replied, "Who said that? Ask him to come to S.H.I.E.L.D for a cup of coffee." Nick was silent. Fury. S.H.I.E.L.D is not a state apparatus, but a strong defense line to protect the world. Public opinion can't hurt us, but self-doubt will. Peggy said, pursing her lips. About the distribution of commercial trade with Atlantis, the Magic Congress led by Comatage and Superman, and Hotel Inferno in Las Vegas. All these need to be handled by SHIELD. The reason we have been given so much power aren't because people gave it to us, but because Superman exists. Peggy was clear-headed. It didn't matter how much discontent or opinions the senators in Congress had or the president in the White House had. Before they were sure Luke wouldn't come back, they had to keep it to themselves. Without S.H.I.E.L.D, who will be responsible for those things? The three sanctums would never acknowledge the secular government, let alone the devils in hell, that had no regard for humans. With great power comes great responsibility. Have you heard of that saying? Peggy asked with a smile. This is something Luke often said. He says it's actually the other way around. The greater the responsibility, the greater the ability. Nick Fury thought about it for a while but didn't say anything else. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't exist because of the United States, nor the World Security Council. It was based on a person who had disappeared for a long time. Superman. Fury didn't seem to look too good when he left just now. The female secretary walked over on a pair of high heels. She had short, uncommon burgundy hair and a pretty young, youthful face that exuded a charming aura. He's blinded by patriotism. SHIELD was never in the service of the federal government or the White House. Peggy faintly remarked. Natasha, any news from Howard? The lucky girl who just came out of the Red Room and was personally chosen by Peggy placed down the documents in her hand and whispered, Mr. Stark is busy holding the World Expo to promote his Iron Battle suit. However, he sent a message 2 days ago, saying that he found the place that the director was talking about, the country called Wakanda. There is an extraordinary abundance of vibranium there. It's just rather hostile to outsiders, and the culture is conservative and closed. Peggy covered her forehead, seemingly having a headache. In Howard's usual fashion, he was probably already heading there with a team. Wakanda? I've never heard of the country. I hope he doesn't get into any international disputes. Peggy shook her head. She couldn't restrain Howard. Since becoming Iron Man, that guy had been running around the world, and at one point, his fame was almost catching up with the semi-retired Captain America. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 20 comments. Vote. Chapter 489, Chapter 486. Clark, cut him through the middle. Clark recently cancelled all extracurricular activities, not only asking for leave from his cousin but also getting rid of the miserable life of being a human sandbag. He also suspended his training with the football team. Apart from punching in at Metropolis on time at night, he basically studied fencing skills at Lex's villa during the day or went to the pasture to learn how to ride a horse. Even Jonathan was surprised. When did Clark fall in love with riding? Unbeknownst to him, his son was just trying to excel in the competition and succeed in winning the heart of his crush. If it were the old Clark, he wouldn't have been so proactive. It's the cowering and self-doubting that Superman in his adolescence did most often. However, Clark's mentality changed after being trained by his cousin. As long as the hoe is properly wielded, there's no corner that can't be dug. Famous flowers have owners, but I can help loosen the soil. Muttering the classic motto he learned from his cousin, Clark leaned forward and lowered himself onto the horse's back, harnessing the horse that was spreading its hooves and galloping. "Clark, you may really have a talent for this." Lex slowly followed, trying to restrain the surprised expression on his face. For the first time, he discovered that this guy, who was called a nerd in school, had a learning ability far beyond that of ordinary people. Ordinary people would need at least 3 days to properly learn the best riding position for them. But in Clark's case, he could already gallop and do some difficult moves. Does a level like this qualify me to compete in the equestrian competition? Clark went for 2 laps and tugged on the reins. He slowly straightened his back and reduced his speed. If you sign up for ordinary competitions and obstacle courses, that shouldn't be a problem. Lex thoughtfully said so, holding the reins in one hand and touching his chin in the other. Generally speaking, there were many events in equestrian competitions. Examples include dressage, endurance, barrel racing, and so on. The main purpose was to test the rider's ability, as well as create a show with entertaining effects. For those programs that were technically demanding, there was no need for Clark to waste time on them. However, categories like speed events and obstacle courses, which had a relatively low level of difficulty and were suitable for novices, could be entered. If he could come out on top, he could win the favor of his crush. No young girl would turn down a big star performer. That's one of the reasons why cheerleaders and quarterbacks were so popular at school. You still need a good horse, Lex added. He couldn't just find some random horse and ride it around the track. In regular racing, there were strict requirements for weight, gender and age of the horses. A race in a small town may be a little less elaborate. But it should at least be a competent racing horse, not a random wild one caught on a rope. This could be a big problem. Clark scratched his head. He didn't even have a decent riding outfit, not to mention a top-quality race horse. The one I have at home. Well, they all live in a stable in Metropolis. It's hard to transfer them right now. Lex was in a bit of a pickle. His father wouldn't allow his beloved possessions to be shipped off to a small town for a no-name horse competition. In the other party's words, it would be a disgrace to the Luther family. Horse racing was an ancient sport that could be traced back to ancient Greece. Then it was carried forward by Britain and became a fashionable activity for the aristocratic circle. In recent years, horse breeding and racing became popular with the upper classes of Metropolis and turned into an emerging means of showing off their wealth. A fine thoroughbred horse would cost more than a modern sports car. It required the employment of specialized workers and breeders, as well as the acquisition of grounds, and so on. The rich were fond of creating gated leisure activities in the hopes of separating themselves from the poor. Yachts, sports cars, private jets, were all similarly exclusive items of status. Maybe Uncle Luke would have an idea. I remember a thoroughbred of his that won the World Show Jumping Championships. It was called Lightning Barry. Lex took off his helmet, rolled back to dismount, and suddenly remembered. He didn't have many friends, so he attached great importance to Clark. I'll go and ask later. If it were anyone else, Clark would probably have left it at that and not bothered Lex anymore. But if it's his cousin, it's worth a try. They were all relatives, so it shouldn't be a problem to borrow a horse. Lightning Barry. Sure. Luke, who was staying in the mansion to study kryptonite, saw his young cousin's visit and silently closed the lead box. He readily agreed. He was about to return to the Marvel Universe, and the industry here would eventually be handed over to Clark and Lex, which was a kind of trusteeship. After all, who else could be trusted more than his younger cousin and godson? What's a mere thoroughbred? By the way, there have been some mutants in town recently. Clark, don't forget your mission as a trainee Superman. Luke kindly reminded. His younger cousin had been so busy digging the soil lately that he had neglected the situation around him. Some of the town's residents who had been exposed to kryptonite for a long period of time were exposed to its radiation. Their bodies mutated, and they developed a variety of strange abilities. Luke had secretly marked several dangerous elements. He was ready to throw them to his young cousin, to practice, fight, and gain experience. Clark nodded vigorously, patting his chest with assurance. But his older cousin could clearly see that he was a little distracted. He was like a student who was dragged to class after school. His body was sitting in the classroom, but his mind had wandered elsewhere. Luke could understand that, too. He was a teenager of 17 or 18 years old before. What else could there be in his head but his crush? With his overwhelming male hormones, it was easy for Clark to lose his cool and feel overwhelmed. He couldn't help it. My little cousin is a virgin who had just given up his first kiss, and his virginity is still intact. By the way, his first kiss was with Lex Luthor. Maybe that's why the other party was so enthusiastic about helping Clark. A friendly reminder. If you win the competition and get the chance to talk to Lana in depth later on, do remember to ask her to take off that necklace. Luke seemed to remember something and made a point of telling him. If his younger cousin was ready to mount a horse with his gun, but ended up feeling weak, he was afraid that his younger cousin would end up with serious trauma in his young mind. According to incomplete statistics, among the male population, a terrible first experience had a high probability of causing subsequent marital discord. Necklace. Clark looked puzzled but didn't think much of it. His trust in his older cousin was growing day by day. We're both scions. Luke wouldn't hurt me. The equestrian competition was on schedule, and the scene could be described as a carnival. People were cheering, snacks everywhere, kids running around. This was the town's big annual event, where everyone from the council members down to the ordinary folk gathered for what amounts to a great fun event for all. There were 4 major events in the competition: dressage, barrel racing, jumping and racing. The winner would receive the Golden Pumpkin Award from the town's administrative committee and a cash prize of $1,000. For a small town competition, that was a lot of money. Clark, go for it. Before the competition started, Jonathan came along with Martha and loudly cheered their son on. The title and the cash don't matter. What matters is you get something out of the experience. As usual, Jonathan was always full of positive energy. Something out of the experience. Clark looked over to Lana, who wasn't too far away, looking valiant in her riding outfit. He felt as if something had struck his teenage heart. The lively atmosphere quickly spread, and the whole arena was filled with cheers and shouts of encouragement. A dressage stallion was seen, led by a rider. Like a professional dancer, it twisted and turned with a rhythmic step. With the fast-paced drum beat and rousing music, the atmosphere was instantly heightened. By the time a few minutes had passed, and the opening act had finished, it was finally time for the race. A slightly nervous Clark looked up at his older cousin, who was sitting at the stands, and took a deep breath. The latter seemed to sense his young cousin's gaze, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a distinct curve. "You can do it." Riding the thoroughbred called Lightning Barry, Clark felt like a medieval knight in shining armor. He was ready to rush into battle, win glory and medals, and then gain the admiration of the princess. With such a wonderful fantasy, he pulled the reins and clamped his legs around the horse's belly. As soon as the official signal was released, the Koenigsegg thoroughbred was ready to shine as the star of the race, leaving all his rivals in the dust. Bang! Clark shook the reins, and Lightning Barry broke through the two open doors like an arrow that left the string, suddenly jumping out. On the start alone, it was a big step away from its rivals. But there was no applause or cheers. Clark, immersed in the atmosphere of the race, felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, he yanked the reins and quickly tried to stop. Because, in front of him, a man was standing there, wearing a President Jefferson mask. He was the one that fired the shot. "Hello again, kid." The other man was wearing the overalls of a racetrack worker and pulled out an assault rifle from somewhere. After shooting a sweeping burst into the sky, he fired another burst at Lightning Barry. A thoroughbred, worthy of a global limited edition Koenigsegg name, was violently shot at and collapsed, covered in bloody holes, and wailing in pain. Out of inertia, Clark fell forward, rolled several times and crashed into the fence next to the track. Screams and shouts poured into Clark's ears like waves from the sea. He barely opened his eyes to see the gun-wielding criminal closing in on Lana, who was riding on a red stallion. Danger! Terrible thoughts occupied Clark's mind. He seemed to have been given a shot of adrenaline and was instantly full of strength. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the atmosphere as if a bomb had been detonated, sending up a cloud of smoke and dust. Like lightning, Clark lunged at the man in the President Jefferson mask and swung his fist. Bang! It was like iron colliding with iron, clashing with a resounding sound. Clark's eyes widened with an incredulous look of shock. "Sorry kid, I'm not the same as I used to be." A sinister voice came from beneath the mask as the man who had robbed the bank but was scared off by Clark took the punch head-on. Casually dropping the assault rifle that served as a cover, he flung his head viciously and slammed it forward. Bang! There was another dull explosion. Clark staggered back a couple of steps, his eyes flashing with a golden light. His brain was buzzing as if he had hit a brick wall. What's going on? Clark was barely able to gain his footing when he saw President Jefferson rushing up. The skin of the opponent's entire body took on a metallic tinge. As if cast from steel, it was infused with a powerful sense of strength. Where did he come from? Luke, sitting in the stands, had his mouth curled up with a slight look of amusement. He wanted to see what his young cousin, who he had trained, would do against an enemy of equal strength. However, Clark's situation didn't look optimistic. His younger cousin had learned to control his strength, but he really lacked talent in fighting. President Jefferson with his steel-like body pinned Clark down, delivering a storm of blows. swing and dodge. His speed and reflexes are no match for Luke. Thanks to his lengthy experience as a human sandbag, Clark quickly settled into a rhythm and began to look for opportunities. Crossing his arms, he braced himself for President Jefferson's fist. And then, bending his elbow, he smashed into his opponent's head as the guy leaned in. Boom! Like a heavy hammer, it blasted President Jefferson and knocked him back. Clark continued to assume a defensive stance. He couldn't attack but knew how to counter. Come on! The young cousin made the provocative gesture he had learned from Luke, raising his finger and hooking it a few times. The faint-headed President Jefferson seemed to be taunted, sprinting over like an angry bull. The steel palms that could crush steel and shatter rock snapped together and tightened around Clark. The sudden force was enough to crush other people's bones and break their internal organs. But Clark just found it hard to breathe. He didn't panic and followed his example. Head back, and forward thrust. Bang! President Jefferson, who had been hit once with an elbow, took another blow to the head and staggered backwards, blood pouring from his ears and nose. Try to cut him through the middle. Clark seemed to hear his cousin's voice. He subconsciously stepped forward and clenched both his fists. It quickly hit President Jefferson on the chest. Each punch was thrown with all its might, like a rounded sledgehammer. Bang, bang, bang dash. A continuous muffled sound echoed across the racecourse. Even though President Jefferson had a steel body, faced with Clark's lightning-fast fist, he couldn't withstand it and vomited a mouthful of blood, then fell to the ground and fainted. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 12 comments. Vote. Chapter 490, Chapter 487 Super Saiyan, Deadly Black Kryptonite. With the criminal wearing a President Jefferson mask falling down, the metallic luster of his skin slowly receded, and he returned to his normal appearance. Lana, riding on a red horse, looked at Clark with shocked eyes, as if she couldn't believe it. The latter quickly withdrew and acted as if he was caught skipping school by a teacher. Generally speaking, the identity of a superhero was their biggest secret. Once discovered, there would always be some trouble. Fortunately, the track was full of people and full of chaos. No one noticed except for Lana. Otherwise, Clark wouldn't know what to do. A kryptonite mutant, Luke said as he walked off the bleachers, lifting the corners of his mouth. Through his supervision penetrating flesh and blood, he saw signs of mutation of the cells in the body that had been exposed to kryptonite radiation. Fortunately, it wasn't considered a prolonged exposure and didn't cause cancer. This guy was beaten by his cousin's lightning whip-like fists, and he may have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Speaking of which, why is Superman becoming more and more Batman-like? Not willing to kill, but could maim. Before you even meet with Batman, you're already like him. Alas, best friends think alike. Kryptonite. Clark looked puzzled. He didn't know what kryptonite was at this point in time. Every time you approach Lana, do you feel weak, extremely weak, or having a hard time breathing, right? Luke looked at the crowd scattered in the open field. The smoke and dust that rose gradually subsided. The bank robber, who was attempting to take revenge on Clark, came out of nowhere to disrupt the horse race. Maybe the other party didn't know what the kryptonite irradiation did to him, but he gained an ability somehow. And his self-confidence inflated, thinking he could retaliate. Luke made a simple analysis with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Like Lana, if he wore a small fragment of kryptonite everywhere he went, he wouldn't be affected much. Only those who had received a lot of radiation for a long period of time, resulting in cellular mutations, would become short-lived superpowered people. Less than 2 weeks since the bank robbery, President Jefferson turned into a kryptonite mutant. Such a rapid rate of infection meant the other party was most likely hit by a large amount of radiation in a short period of time. In other words, he knew a place that had a lot of kryptonite. Fortunately, Clark didn't beat him to death. I should be able to get some useful information out of him later. Luke had used his supervision to scan the town but didn't find any place where a large number of kryptonite fragments were buried. Yeah, Chloe said, I'm falling in love. Hearing his older cousin's question, Clark scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. He and Lana grew up as neighbors and went to and from school together every day. If it weren't for the uncomfortable proximity to each other, maybe Clark would have succeeded in confessing his love. Why would that damn quarterback get a chance? The green meteorite on Lana's necklace is a polished fragment of kryptonite. Luke saw that the smoke was about to clear and thought that if he delayed any longer, the town's police and Lex, as well as Clark's parents, would probably reach them by now. He directly pulled his younger cousin up with him and flew high into the air, disappearing from the racetrack. Kryptonite is a mineral from outer space. It produces radioactivity that could cause Science to lose all their abilities and enter a weakened state. Luke explained. Then why aren't you affected? Clark's heart fluttered. No wonder his older cousin reminded him to tell Lana to take off the necklace earlier. Then, he suddenly remembered. Luke seemed to have made contact with Lana a few times and didn't display any weakened state. Because I'm a Super Saiyan. Luke stood above the clouds and replied with a peculiar expression on his face. Kryptonite radiation doesn't have any effect on me. Super Saiyan. Clark was a little confused. Although he didn't know what it meant, it seemed awesome. Could you explain it later? Lana saw me beat that mutant. Clark remembered the surprised look in Lana's eyes and felt a bit complicated inside. He felt a bit joyful, a bit panicked, and full of complications. He was overwhelmed. Even his adoptive parents didn't know he was a Superman. Clark was living a double life every day. While enjoying the various praises and reports from Metropolis about Superman. On the other side, he was the mediocre small-town boy. His secret identity as a superhero was discovered by his crush, which in fact, fulfilled a teenager's eagerness to show off in front of the opposite sex. Of course, Clark wasn't that naive. He only had a hint of indefinable joy at the very beginning. When he calmed down, it turned to panic. What if Lana didn't want to keep it a secret? Clark was a little worried that his older cousin would think he had screwed it all up and kick him out of the Superman family in anger. Your internship is over. The younger cousin was apprehensive. His mind was filled with that classic line, you're fired. I'm sure that with your relationship with Lana, she'll keep it a secret for you. Luke didn't speculate on Clark's imaginations and replied casually. Compared with Lana's knowledge of Superman's identity, he was more concerned about Lex's following actions. That clever-headed godson, who's always observant, might have picked up on a few clues. Lex paid special attention to Clark after the last bank robbery. although they practiced fencing together every day and built a deep friendship. But considering Lex's character and talent, Luke couldn't rule out the idea that he kept close contact with Clark to investigate the truth behind it. My relationship with Lana. We're just ordinary classmates. The younger cousin's voice was full of sullenness. Clark, you know, very few girls could resist the temptation of becoming a superhero's girlfriend. Luke didn't think much of the strict secrecy surrounding Superman's identity. According to his plan, this information would be made public sooner or later. Only when the label of Clark Kent, the farmer's son from Kansas, overshadowed Superman, the orphan of Krypton, could the younger cousin be accepted and recognized more easily. Behind the title of the God Among Us, which seemed powerful, it often represented some kind of caution and distance. Is that so? Clark scratched his head. He did look very popular when he donned his Superman uniform and hovered high above Metropolis. Every time he rescued innocent people from a fire or stopped a car accident. Those people were so excited they couldn't wait to come up for a photo and get an autograph. The most exaggerated thing was that not long ago, he successfully caught and landed a plane that was falling. One of the beautiful flight attendants who survived the disaster was so enthusiastic that she even unbuttoned her shirt and asked Clark to leave his signature on her chest. Superman, a miner, had never seen such a thing. Looking at the purple lace and glistening skin, Clark couldn't help blushing and then fled in fear. He was too naive and had never watched an adult movie. Not to mention looking directly at a woman's body. Of course. Luke nodded, responding to his younger cousin. Provided she hasn't experienced her boyfriend mysteriously disappearing every night. She would also get kidnapped and targeted often. Clark. Smart people were always different. They could find out the essence or lore of how the world worked from a small thing. For example, the most recognizable apple in the world was said to be the reason why Newton later put forward the law of gravity. Or Archimedes solved the king's golden crown mystery when he was taking a bath and figured out the law of buoyancy. The authenticity of these stories was perhaps open for debate. But there was no doubt that being good in observation was one of the good habits to accumulate wisdom. Back at Lex's villa, the shooting incident at the racetrack during the day shook him. Although there was a common saying, everyone has a gun in America. But Lex grew up in a wealthy area with outstanding public security and went to a private school with bodyguards and drivers to pick him up and drop him off. He didn't know much about the chaotic and seedy slums. He was sitting in the stands, waiting for his good friend Clark to show off his skills and make a splash. Who knew that the starter would shoot at the audience, wound an innocent person, and later kill his godfather's pure-blooded horse? By the time the submachine guns swept toward the sky, everyone had scattered like birds. Lex was swept up in the tide of panicked people and couldn't move an inch. He shouted Clark's name, but no one answered. Later, he returned to the racetrack. The man wearing the President Jefferson mask was being carried out on a stretcher. And Clark was obediently giving a statement to the police. According to his words, Superman saved him. Superman again. Lex wrinkled his brow. He always felt that something was not quite right. Clark seemed like he was hiding some kind of secret from him. He just kept staring at Lana's chest. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Lex felt he knew Clark quite well. He wasn't very good at lying, let alone staring at his crush's chest, like a pervert. Usually, this guy would feel nervous when looking at Lana in the eye. Why would he be so bold now? Lex's intuition was telling him that Clark was hiding something. Such an assumption made his two eyes slightly light up as if he had found some kind of interesting activity. Detective Lex Luthor is on the case, Lex proudly said. He regarded it as a pastime. It was like being too bored after breakfast and killing time with a newspaper crossword puzzle. First, find a way to get a statement from the robber, then. Lana. There's something strange about her that's making Clark unusually concerned. Lex snapped his fingers. His ability to do something when he put his mind to it had always been excellent, and without the slightest hesitation, he began to formulate a plan. Caves, meteorites. A few days later, Lex got a lot of useful information from the bank robber who was lying in the hospital bed, paralyzed, with the bargaining chip of a lawyer. According to President Jefferson, in order to avoid the police, instead of running along the highway, he abandoned his car and hid it in the dense forest over 10 kilometers outside of town. Then, he accidentally fell into an empty cave. Inside, the rock walls were covered with various shiny green ores, like clusters of growing plants. The other party stayed there for a week or so and found that his body had undergone great changes. It was as if his skin turned to metal and felt hard as steel. After repeated tests and confirming his invulnerability from knives and guns, President Jefferson decided to go back into town, kill the kid, and rob the bank. This was the plan that came out of his stupid muscle-filled brain. This was the end of the conversation, and Lex's visiting hours were over. He didn't go any further and asked who Superman really was and what he looked like. The ore gives people superpowers. Lex's face twitched, forcibly suppressing his inner excitement. But his clenched hands exposed his restless mood. Should I tell Uncle Luke? Almost immediately, Lex thought of Luke. But he immediately dismissed the idea. It might just be a lie made up by the bank robber. Without confirmation and rashly running to claim credit, he was afraid it would provoke ridicule. Lex hesitated. He thought of what the bank robber said, that there was an ore hidden in the trunk of his Jeep. Lex. That afternoon, Clark came over to Lex's place as usual. Although the equestrian competition was stopped and cancelled, fencing could still go on. Besides, Clark would rather spend time with his friends than face his older cousin. At least it wouldn't be stressful. Luke was sometimes not very serious and enjoyed saying strange things that people couldn't understand. But perhaps because of the keen intuition of Kryptonians, he always felt like there was something pressing on his head every time he faced his older cousin. Maybe it's the oppressive feeling a Super Saiyan emanates. It's unlocked. Clark rang the doorbell several times, but there was no response. He stretched out his hand and pushed the door. The mahogany-clad copper-thick door opened a bit. Lex. Clark tried to call him twice. Still no response. So, he walked inside and went straight up the stairs to the second floor, where Lex's study was. You're home. Why didn't you answer? Clark couldn't help complaining when he saw Lex sitting in front of his desk with his head down. I didn't hear you. Lex looked like he had a cold. His voice was a little hoarse, and he spoke one word at a time. His eyes were looking straight at an iron box on the table, without looking at his friend who had arrived. You're a little strange. Are you sick? Clark felt something wasn't quite right and came closer. No. I'm fine. Lex slowly looked up and pulled out a stiff smile. His eyes were filled with a fierce light, like a beast, radiating a violent aura. Clark saw that and couldn't help but step back. Lex, who was usually humorous and tried to show his gentle side, was like a different person. He suddenly stood up, grabbed the slender steel sword on the shelf and stabbed at Clark. "Lex, what are you doing?" Clark was careless. He didn't dodge and was directly hit by the other party. The sharp steel sword pierced his chest, bending into an arc, not even pricking Superman's skin. According to Clark's broad-minded character, he couldn't possibly kill Lex. So, he could only shout, trying to wake him up, while constantly backing up and avoiding the attack. Thud. Clark hit the table. The metal box shook, the contents rolled out and fell on the carpet. He involuntarily looked back and found a dark, pitch-black abnormal crystal. The glow of the surface seemed to bounce off, causing Clark's eyes to slightly squint. He wanted to look away and try to wake Lex up, but a different voice seemed to appear in his head. It roared and echoed. "Kill this bastard. Crush his bones and show him a painful death. Step on his face. This arrogant show-off. Clark Kent, you're the most powerful person in the world. Why should you obey the rules? You can do whatever you want." Clark wrapped his hands around his head, trying to shake that hateful voice out of his head. "That voice is yourself, Clark. You need to learn to accept it." Lex's pitch-black pupils shrunk, and an evil grin appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Get rid of those restraints and make yourself feel better, right?" Clark's forehead was bursting with veins as if filled with rage. He looked over at the chattering Lex, took a big step forward, broke the steel sword that had once again stabbed him in the chest, and raised his hand to knock his opponent out of the room. Bang! Lex's body slammed against the wall, and he passed out. "You're too noisy." Clark spoke in a foul tone that didn't fit his personality. Comment. 16 comments. Vote. Chapter 491, Chapter 488 Educating with Love, Fist of Justice. More than a dozen kilometers away from town, in a dense cave, archaeologists were carefully studying clusters of growing green ores on the rock walls. There's a stronger radiation with high-energy readings, similar to gamma rays and X-rays, which can penetrate objects and living things. An old man with gray hair analyzed the strange new mineral with the help of various instruments. Fortunately, Mr. Cavill warned us before to use lead containers to collect them. Otherwise, under prolonged exposure, it might cause damage to the human body. Behind the flock of archaeologists, there were workers carrying instruments. They were all wrapped in a layer of thick clothing similar to protective clothing. The surface was covered with lead that was designed to stop kryptonite's radioactive energy from penetrating cells, inducing mutations in the body. "Oh, I just happen to know a few things." Luke waved modestly. He symbolically wore a protective suit and walked into the cave. The pervasive radiation energy pressed over like ocean waves. If Luke were replaced with his younger cousin Clark, within a few seconds, the other party would be too weak to walk. This was a Kryptonian's nightmare. Even breathing in there had become a deadly move. "Professor Bass, according to the agreement we signed, this is a private expedition, so all items found during the expedition are property of Vault Enterprise." Luke touched the fluorescent shimmering kryptonite with his hand and gently reminded. "Of course, Mr. Cavill. You generously funded us, so it's reasonable that anything found during this period would belong to you." Professor Bass withdrew his fascinated gaze. These green ores had never been seen before. According to the data obtained by the instruments, their composition wasn't even on the periodic table. If he could conduct in-depth research, he could write over a dozen world-shaking, world-class research papers. Maybe he could prove that there were some civilizations that lived in space. Unfortunately, Vault Enterprise had a strong presence. A mere professor of archaeology from the University of Michigan couldn't compete with a huge company. The reality wasn't a Hollywood movie. Nobody could overturn a large company. It was even more difficult than reaching the sky. At least the latter could be reached with the help of airships and rockets. "Can I keep a piece as a souvenir?" the professor cautiously asked. "This is probably the most valuable discovery in my archaeological career." Luke nodded and didn't refuse. In this studio, kryptonite was like vibranium in the Marvel studio. It sounded very precious and rare, but in fact, it was quite popular. Almost every person had some. Except for Lex Luthor, who knew how to synthesize kryptonite artificially, and Batman, a kryptonite collector. Almost every villain who had faced Superman had used that thing against Clark. And the results were remarkable, tried and true. "I'll have someone polish an ore as a gift for you, Professor." Luke slightly smiled. A tiny piece of kryptonite had no effect on ordinary people. Otherwise, Clark's crush, Lana, would have mutated a long time ago. As for whether this generous behavior would cause trouble to his younger cousin, it was no longer his concern. Anyway, according to the will of the universe, Superman would always be the first guy to leave in a Justice League group battle. It didn't matter what tactics the kryptonite would be used for. Whether targeted or not, he wouldn't appear on the team battlefield, at least not for every big event. Moreover, with the many villains led by Lex Luthor, they always had a variety of kryptonite weapons at their disposal, such as gloves, spears and so on. There were also various means of using the red sun projector, charm magic, mind control, and so on. This resulted in Superman's combat power fluctuating between a very high ceiling and a very low floor for many years. Sometimes even the Swamp Thing and the second-rate villains like Poison Ivy could easily defeat him. Sometimes powerful beings like Darkseid and Mandrake were beaten back by Superman. Of course, no matter how the version was updated, Batman was always the top dog. Are most of them green kryptonite? Are there any other kind? Luke's supervision was greatly limited in the cave. The radiation formed by a large amount of kryptonite was like a hazy mist, obstructing his vision. Maybe that's why he couldn't find this cave in the first place. The leaked radiation was like a perfect protective cover, hiding from his gaze. Had it not been for the information provided by the unlucky bank robber, Luke would probably have had a hard time finding this place. Wearing protective clothing, he continued to go deeper until he reached the end of the trail. He didn't get anything else. Luke reluctantly shook his head, a little disappointed. He really couldn't get his hands on a piece of pink kryptonite. Supposedly, that stuff could change the sexual orientation or gender of a Kryptonian. If it was true, then Luke didn't mind having another female cousin besides Supergirl, Kara. Or hold a grand wedding for Superman and Batman, which would be much more exciting than a grand wedding for an Asgard god from the studio next door. I must have brought the Marvel Universe's way of doing things here. Luke smiled and shook off the strange ideas in his head. In the DC world, thinking about these funny things all the time wasn't a good thing. It needed to be darker to fit in. Luke casually told the staff a few things and turned to leave the cave. He had learned the exact location of the kryptonite cave from the bank robber who had been paralyzed earlier than Lex. After confirming that it was true, the archaeological team was sent over for further in-depth study. The formation of kryptonite was originally formed when the planet was destroyed, and some kind of material became radioactive in the huge explosion. They eventually condensed into irregular crystal-like minerals. They crashed to Earth together with the spaceship carrying Superman. The meteorite shower in the town 17 years ago was a phenomenon manifested by the disintegration of a huge piece of kryptonite. Lex also seems to be trying to dig out some useful information from that unlucky guy's mouth. Luke, who had walked some distance away and flew high into the sky, was a little distracted by his thoughts. Lex thought he was very secretive about those small movements, but in fact, they were all caught by him. Obviously, his godson had become suspicious of his good friend Clark. Luke was thinking about what he should do if Lex's friendship with his younger cousin capsized. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and screams could be heard. Luke slightly frowned and instantly moved to the sky above the town. Surprisingly, he saw Clark in his Superman uniform, walking down the street. The red cloak fluttered, and his eyes were bursting with red light, forming a high-temperature beam. Boom! A parked car was instantly set ablaze and exploded, releasing a roaring flame. What's going on? Luke was a little confused. This was probably the first time an event beyond his control had happened since his arrival. His younger cousin Clark became the source of panic, a criminal who was wreaking havoc. Had he not known the situation, Luke might have thought he had arrived on the set of the Injustice League. This doesn't make any sense. Clark. Luke didn't dwell on it. He covered himself with his Superman battlesuit and landed in front of his little cousin, ready to stop the other party from carrying on with the destruction. For superheroes like Superman and Batman, hurting others and taking away lives had always been the beginning of turning evil. This had long been proven by the Dark Knights of the Dark Multiverse. Although it sounded unreasonable, because in the Marvel Universe next door, even Captain America didn't go soft on the battlefield, he was still the embodiment of absolute justice. But such boring questions could usually be attributed only to the influence of the will from above the all-powerful universe, and no decent answers could be obtained. Superman, who killed Joker, formed an Injustice League. Batman, who killed Joker, became the Batman who laughs. The source of the problem had been found. The culprit was the Joker. Do you know what you're doing? Luke's voice rang out directly within Clark's mind. The latter's pitch-black pupils faintly stared at the familiar figure not far away. Kill him. You're the most powerful person in the world. Any stumbling block that stands in the way will be trampled to smithereens. The negative personality caused by black kryptonite seemed to dominate Clark's will. He hesitated, struggling violently within. But before the two personalities could distinguish the winner, Luke took a step forward. The ground bloomed with cracks. He used the powerful recoil force to push his way to Clark's side. Thump! A dull thud rang out. Like a clear sky suddenly exploding with ear-splitting thunder, it reverberated and spread far away. Clark's eyes widened, seemingly in disbelief. Then his body flew up, and he slammed heavily on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Clark broke through the walls behind him. His entire body was pushed to the ground by the overwhelming force, causing a deep gully. Luke is actually beating me up. The normal personality, which was briefly conscious, expressed shock. Normally, shouldn't Luke be trying to wake me up, vocalizing the good old days while enduring my stormy attacks and refusing to fight? Why didn't he even try that and just attack? The questions passing through his heart were soon swallowed up by the anger of his negative personality. Clark supported himself with both hands and got up from the ground. He slightly shook his head to eliminate the buzzing in his head. In his right eye, a circle of an obvious bruise appeared. Kill him. Take revenge. The violent and impulsive emotion took over Clark's heart. He coldly snorted and exerted his strength under his feet. Like a gust of wind on the flat ground, there was a loud roar. The red cloak drew out a residual shadow and charged straight at Luke, who was one street away. I've told you many times, Clark. If you're slow and have low damage, don't even think about pouncing head-on at your opponent. Luke curled his mouth. His younger Kryptonian cousin, who had been sunbathing for 17 years, posed no threat to him. Suddenly he opened the bioforce field, slightly delaying Superman's movements. Then he raised his right leg. Boom! There was a huge bang. Like a bomb detonating in the air. The air fluctuated violently, visible to the naked eye. Like the waves rolling out. Clark, who had forced his way to his older cousin's body, had a swollen face as if he had been slapped. Then he flew out faster than he had approached, and there was an extra footprint on his face. Don't worry, I have a lot of experience with brainwashed victims. Luke kindly smiled and faintly said, I used to have a friend named Bucky who regained his true self and memory under my effective treatment. For some reason, hearing the comfort from his cousin, Clark's negative personality was a little scary. His opponent's punch, combined with the kick, had shown him that perhaps he wasn't the most powerful person in the world. Don't come closer. Tap, tap, tap. As he spoke, Luke moved forward, step by step. Each step was like a hammer blow to Clark's heart. Compared with the positive personality, the negative personality was arrogant, cocky, brutal, and merciless. So, when he met an opponent who was too strong and invincible, it was easier for it to feel fear and self-doubt. What are you afraid of? As long as you trample me underfoot, there will be no one to stop you anymore. Luke, with a playful smile on his face, deliberately walked slower. He stared at Clark closely, with a look of indifference. The invisible pressure enveloped the younger cousin, who gulped as his throat rolled twice and harshly shouted, If you take another step, I'll kill everyone in this town. Then do it. Don't be afraid. Luke shrugged, acting indifferent. By the way, my dear little cousin, you don't think I'm some kind of nice guy, do you? The sarcastic laughter made Clark, who was dominated by his negative personality, speechless. He really didn't know what to say. According to the memories preserved in his brain, his older cousin never taught him that he should save the world, protect the human race, and so on. Compared to Jonathan, his adoptive father, who was always full of positive sayings, Luke would only teach him how to fight, how to defeat the opponent, how to avoid getting hurt. Ha ha. You see, the older cousin you admire is actually a selfish villain. Clark's negative personality sneered, but after he said that, his face appeared a bit odd. As a bad guy, rebuking people with great righteousness felt a bit wrong. You can vent your desire to kill as much as you want, hurt those innocent people, and put the blame on my head if you can do it. Luke spoke calmly, but his eyes suddenly glared, hitting Clark like a blade, causing him to shrink his neck subconsciously. Boom! The dark red cloak suddenly floated up. The terrifying wind pressure swept across the streets. The parked cars tumbled and rolled, and a lot of smoke and dust rose up. The hard ground cracked, and Luke's figure had already disappeared. All of a sudden, Clark felt a powerful palm pressed firmly against his face. It was as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding train. Under great pressure, his whole body wailed in pain. Let go of. Before the furious voice could be heard, Clark was taken up high into the air. Rumble. The speed broke through the sound barrier. Clark, I don't know exactly what's going on or what it will take to get you to wake up right away. Luke carried his younger cousin in his right hand and quickly burst out of the atmosphere towards outer space. So, I have to take a more brutal approach. Good luck. Luke loosened his right hand and kicked his younger cousin in the chest. He used great force and showed no mercy. Boom. The other party looked like a falling meteorite. With friction against the atmosphere, his body produced a trailing red flame. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 23 comments. Vote. Chapter 492, Chapter 489 I Am Superman. Despite Clark's struggle to adjust his position in the fall as a means of resisting the gravitational pull of the Earth. But Luke's foot was like a cannonball, hitting his chest with all his strength. Clark's bones were aching all over. Clark found it incredibly difficult to even stretch a few fingers, let alone fly. The out-of-control body rapidly flew and left the atmosphere in an instant. Looking at the posture, it seemed like his head was down. He would land on his face first. Boom! A red streak was seen trailing a blaze of fire as it slammed down onto the hard ground. A loud bang shook the earth. A large amount of smoke and dust rose like a gray-yellow wave rolling, sending up powerful air currents. The solid rock formation collapsed, revealing a large oval crater. Cough cough. Clark gasped. He barely opened his eyes and saw the dark red cloak that was fluttering uncontrollably. Are you awake now? Luke softly asked with a kind smile on his face. The Kryptonian younger cousin, who was still firmly occupied by the negative personality, opened his mouth slightly. He seemed to be brewing some unfriendly swear words beginning with F. Think before you answer. There is a price to pay for saying the wrong thing. Luke cheerfully said so, but his kind eyes seemed dangerous. He looked down on Clark, whose mind had been affected by the kryptonite, with a condescending look. The thought of being shot down from outer space just now caused his young cousin's body to tense up. I'm awake, I'm awake. After spawning a negative personality, Clark appeared to be a lot smarter than before. Or rather, better at reading people's eyes. Are you really awake? Luke still seemed approachable and kind. Really? Cousin, I don't think I've ever been as sober as I am now. The young cousin, quite obedient to his inner will, replied. Look at the way he addressed his cousin, it was as if the previous fight was all a misunderstanding. That's good. Luke nodded and casually asked, it's question time. If you're sitting in a car and couldn't get through because of a traffic jam, and you happen to be in a hurry, what would you do? Clark was a little confused. Why is he suddenly asking that? Out of his first internal judgment, he subconsciously said, tell the driver to drive the car on the pavement. The road is crowded, but the sides should be wide open. Luke couldn't help but give a thumbs up when he heard this and praised, a very honest answer. Boom. 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 3 punches were sent out. The young cousin, who had collapsed in the pit, nearly vomited blood. Cousin, why are you beating me up again? Clark's negative personality felt equally aggrieved. Was that the wrong answer? If there's a traffic jam and you're in a hurry, why not drive to the sidewalk? Because you didn't obey the rules of the road, Clark. Luke withdrew his fist and then said, "How about you think again? What would you do?" "Well, quietly sit in the car, listen to the radio, waiting for the traffic situation to ease." Clark, who had a few more bruises on his left eye, thought carefully and came up with the standard answer. "Very well, that's more like what Superman would say." Luke nodded with satisfaction. He felt that even though the black kryptonite distorted Clark's mind and gave birth to a negative personality, he could still use the iron fist of justice to rehabilitate his younger cousin and bring him back to his senses. Luke couldn't help smiling at the glittering tears in Clark's eyes. My younger cousin must have been moved by my good intentions, so he let out touching tears. "So, do you still want to rule the world?" Luke, like a census worker, asked with concern. "No, I don't want to." Clark had learned his lesson this time. Even though his head was full of dark, evil and terrible thoughts, he would never say them. "I just want to live a quiet life, work at sunrise and rest at sunset, and be a simple farmer." Luke's mouth twitched. If he ignored his younger cousin's evasive eyes, he might really think that the negative personality that occupied Clark's body was preparing to turn over a new leaf. After asking a few questions, Luke confirmed that Clark hadn't been subjected to some kind of psychotic attack that made people lose their minds and go crazy. What if it was some kind of charm magic or mind control or something? There was no way the younger cousin could have kept such a clear mind. Considering the kryptonite that was scattered throughout the town, he thought it was possible that Clark had been influenced by it. Luke clearly remembered that, among the many types of kryptonite, black kryptonite could split a personality in two, giving people an opposite personality. Like Clark and Supergirl Kara, both have had this experience before. Thud. Casually knocking his younger cousin's negative personality out with a blow, Luke carried the other party back to town. He arrived at the Luther villa and saw Lex, who had passed out, and the black crystal that had rolled onto the carpet. With his strong super Kryptonian physique, Luke had no fear of being fatally affected by the radiation energy of the kryptonite. He bent down to pick up the piece of black kryptonite, placed it in his palm and played with it for a moment, and returned it to its lead box. "Lex, are you all right?" Luke patted the unconscious godson. He used his supervision to tentatively determine that the other party only had a few broken bones, and the problem was minor and not life-threatening. Compared with physical injuries, the shock may be a little worse. After all, it seems that Lex should have been the first to discover this rare piece of black kryptonite. Therefore, he might have been influenced before Clark, which spawned a negative personality. The thought of this gave Luke a bit of a headache. At this period of time, Lex Luthor was barely a normal teenager with a good character. Although he was a little too proud and liked to show off, it was just some harmless minor things. Luke didn't want to see Lex get his personality split by the black kryptonite and thus go down the path of a villain. "I hope he's okay." He threw Clark, who was knocked unconscious, and Lex onto the bed in the next bedroom. The radiation energy of the kryptonite was time-limited, and his younger cousin would regain consciousness in a while. As for Lex, he would have to see if he could recover later. If it really didn't work out, Luke would have to find someone from the magical world to give his godson a little spiritual healing. At this point in time, Constantine, the Hellblazer, wasn't born yet. But people like Dr. Fate, Madame Xanadu and others had already appeared. Luke was confident that with his personal charm, the other parties wouldn't refuse to do him this little favor. For the next few days, Luke stayed in Lex's villa. Clark, who was internally consumed with negativity, sobered up several times during this period. At first, he tried to escape his older cousin's clutches and regain his freedom. Who else in this world would be a match for him, other than Luke? As long as he was out of the other's grasp, Clark could live a comfortable life. But each time Luke caught him, he was beaten up. His younger cousin learned his lesson and became much more obedient. By contrast, Lex was very quiet. The negative personality caused by the black kryptonite changed his temperament. More reserved and more inclined to use devious tricks. Most of the reason why Clark got his ass kicked so many times was Lex's underhand encouragement. But facing Luke, who had no weaknesses and looked invincible. Even if Superman and Luthor both teamed up, it wouldn't help. After nearly 2 weeks of living in seclusion, the evil, terrifying voice in Clark's head finally disappeared. He felt like he had been sleeping for a long time. Then he opened his hazy eyes, overwhelmed by the strangeness of everything before him. What did I do? Clark recalled some bits and pieces and suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt. He remembered the way he set fire to a car with his heat vision, using unbridled violence to send the town's inhabitants running in panic and fear. He even tried to kill his older cousin. The bad memories made Clark feel awful. Looking at the guilty look on your face, you're probably really sober now. Luke's voice came from the doorway. He was carrying some hot milk and cereal and handed it to his younger cousin. Are you enjoying living with Lex these days? No, I should say sharing a bed. Clark automatically ignored his older cousin's ambiguous banter since he was the one who forbade them from leaving the master bedroom on the second floor of the villa. Fortunately, Lex's villa was large, and there was plenty of living space. Of course, no matter how large the bedroom was, there was only one bed. So, Luke was right to say that Superman and Luthor shared a bed. Did I hurt those innocent people? Clark looked sad. For Superman, who had a higher sense of morality, this was a terrible thing to do. If he had hurt, or killed innocent townspeople while he was out of his mind, then he probably wouldn't have been able to break out of the psychological trauma for the rest of his life. I haven't heard of any casualties for the time being, you just caused some financial losses. Luke shrugged and whispered, like the collapsed shops, the streets and roads that need to be repaired, and some of the buildings that have been affected, but you don't have to worry, it's all being paid for by Vault Enterprise. Clark took the breakfast, casting a grateful look at his older cousin. Where's Lex? How is he? The younger cousin asked with some concern as he ate and drank his fill and glanced at his still unconscious best friend. He's also influenced by the black kryptonite and is still under observation. Taking Clark out of the bedroom, Luke examined the other party to make sure the negative personality was gone. The Super Kryptonian HL card he had was quite powerful in terms of mental abilities and was no less powerful than a psychic like the White Queen. As many have seen, Superman had turned into a raging criminal. Luke sat behind his desk and folded his arms, looking over at Clark, who hadn't gotten over his feelings of remorse. Clark, you need to restore your image. In technical terms, you need an urgent PR campaign. PR? The younger cousin looked up with confusion in his eyes. That's right, there must be no stain on the image of justice. This will make the public suspicious of you, wary of you, and even reject you. Luke snapped his fingers, like an agent at an entertainment company, and began to analyze the negative effects of Superman's loss of control. So, what should I do? Clark scratched his head. He really didn't know what he should do. First of all, you need to communicate with the outside world. An equal conversation brings trust, and the power of words can change the public's impression of you. Luke spoke eloquently, slightly leaning back in his broad chair. Secondly, a well-prepared press conference. A public appearance will help boost Superman's fame, allowing people to get to know you and flesh out your image. Finally, there is the packaging. Generally speaking, stars need to specifically develop a persona that meets the aesthetic and likability of the public, such as genius, academic master, and so on. Graduating from a prestigious school is just a basic requirement, various awards, and then make up and exaggerate some stories, such as sitting under a tree and then an apple dropped on your head, and you discovered the basic laws of how the world works. Or if you chopped down a cherry tree as a child and later revealed a rare and good quality by being brave enough to admit your mistake. The public loves interesting, inspirational stories and legends that go beyond the imagination. They satisfy the innermost desires and emotions of most people. Clark was confused. He just wanted to be a superhero. Why was it so difficult? Fortunately, Superman doesn't need a persona, you just need to be genuine, and the public will be impressed. Luke smiled and seriously said so. Clark, you're kind enough and righteous enough. You don't lack the courage to devote yourself, the world needs such a moral symbol. His younger cousin looked down, seemingly a bit embarrassed. He believed that he wasn't as perfect as his older cousin said he was at all and had many shortcomings. So, get ready for your debut, Clark. Let everyone see you and see Superman. Luke said so. This was his plan. There was no need for Superman to hide himself. The fact that Clark Kent was the son of Krypton shouldn't be a secret. Not to mention the Justice League, like the various villains, even the government and a.r.g.u.s, knew about it. It was better known than Batman is Bruce Wayne. Is it really okay? Clark still hesitated. You have to believe in yourself, and you have to believe in me. Luke said with a nod. Another week went by. At the Hilton Hotel in Metropolis, the venue on the 31st floor. Newspapers, magazines, and television reporters, large and small, all received invitations from Vault Enterprise. To summarize what was written, it basically said, I have a big announcement to make, so if you need a headline, come on in. What's Vault Enterprise going to announce? The partnership plan with the LexCorp, or the fact that it's got a defense contract from the military? That wouldn't make headlines anymore. Don't you see that even the editor-in-chief of the Daily Planet is here? Something big must have happened. I prefer to keep track of Superman's news. It's a much more significant boost to newspaper sales. Superman. He disappeared for some time. I heard that he went crazy in a small town in Kansas, causing a lot of casualties. We are going to do an article on that matter. There was a lot of discussion in the venue, even if the press conference hadn't started yet. Apart from the staff of the organizers, the main character hadn't shown up yet, and everyone was acting relaxed. Welcome to Vault Enterprise's press conference. Luke, wearing a suit, walked on stage and tested the microphone to see if it was working. The reason I have invited you all is to introduce you to someone. He is Metropolis Son of Tomorrow and a superhero in the eyes of the public. He has stopped derailed and overturned trains and saved hundreds of lives from a falling plane. As Luke's powerful voice resonated throughout the room, everyone held their breath, and a glint of anticipation rose in their eyes. It's an honor to introduce him to everyone here. After a long speech, Luke stepped aside. Behind them, the doors to the right opened, and a red-cloaked person entered the venue. With a tall, strong and sturdy frame, he walked up to the stage and took hold of the microphone. "I am Superman." So he said. The words fell like a heavy bomb into the water, stirring up a raging wave of voices. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 493, Chapter 490 Agent, Small Notebook. I am Superman. This sentence was like a bombshell, which directly shocked the journalists and media reporters present. They were temporarily stunned. Except that the cameras were, as always, faithfully focused on the tall, strong, sturdy figure on stage. Everyone else had their mouths open, showing extremely obvious emotions of surprise. Superman, he wasn't a masked hero. No helmet, no goggles. He wore a red cloak, with a capital S on his chest and a wisp of curly hair on his forehead. These were Superman's most iconic features. But strangely enough, people would have a hard time remembering what Superman looked like. Even if pictures of him filled the front pages of dozens of newspapers. No one had a concrete and clear image of Superman. So, when the red-cloaked figure walked on stage, it didn't cause an uproar until the other party admitted his identity. Superman. He's really Superman. Did Vault Enterprise hold this press conference to announce Superman's identity? This was explosive news. The scene suddenly turned noisy. The reporters who came to their senses exchanged whispers and comments. Click. Click. The flashes were constantly flickering. The feeling of being the center of attention made Superman, who was standing on stage, feel a little uncomfortable. He turned to look at Luke beside him, who gave him an encouraging look. As if a shot of courage had been injected into Superman's body, he regained his courage and continued, "I'm Superman, my Earth name is Clark Kent. I grew up on a farm in Kansas." This astonishing statement, which was enough to shake the world, was transmitted by the cameras to every house in Metropolis and then to other cities. An hour later, the entire North American continent and even the whole world knew the explosive news. As for who Superman really was, this topic that once caused heated public discussion had finally been answered. He came from a civilized race from beyond Earth and landed in some small town in Kansas because of the destruction of his homeland. He was adopted by a kind couple and named Clark Kent. Why did Superman announce himself at a press conference held by Vault Enterprise? This was a question published in one of the newspapers. Is there a close relationship between the young tycoon and Superman? This came from the people eating popcorn, watching from the sidelines. That's an alien living among us, for goodness sake. That's not good news. He could bring an army with him. Take over every country, every city on Earth. This came from the worry of science fiction film lovers. The son of tomorrow is actually a rural farmer from Kansas. I don't believe it. Superman must be a resident of Metropolis and probably lives right next door to me. This came from the city folk, who discriminated against people from small towns. What are we to make of Superman, who came from an alien planet, grew up on Earth, and is immensely powerful. Will the laws of humans work on him? This came from the discussions among scholars. All in all, Superman was once again the focus of the world. His existence was given so much meaning, but now, that meaning was even more complicated. Luke, is this really the right thing to do? In Vought Enterprises' office, Clark asked, with his head down. After seeing the intense reaction of the press and the public, he wondered if he had done the right thing in announcing his identity. Public opinion was like a raging tide, coming at him. It was suffocating. Facing vicious criminals and outlaws, danger and disaster, Clark would never flinch. But what could he do when he was being criticized, rejected and attacked? Swing his fists at innocent people? Or burn them all with his heat vision? Superman's great power was useless when placed in front of ordinary people. The gap between strength and weakness seemed to be reversed. Clark, first of all, you have to understand your innermost thoughts. Luke just hung up a phone call from the White House and calmly said, "What kind of life do you want?" Juggling between school and the criminal organizations of Metropolis on a daily basis. Or being some kind of symbol to step forward and be brave enough to accept the questions and public pressure from everyone. The former makes it easy to confuse normal life with superhero status because in reality, you're just a Kansas farmer's son with little insight. A high school student in a rural area. But every night, when you put on the Superman uniform, you become an all-powerful, respected superhero. The stark contrast brings about a psychological change, and maybe one day you'll grow tired of the name Clark Kent and prefer just existing as Superman, craving recognition and attention. It's human nature. Or, on the other hand, do you no longer want to be busy saving others and the world? Instead, you are ready to return to your family and be a good husband and father. Life is full of too many unknowns, and what's more, human energy is limited, even for science. What would you do if you were preparing for an exam at school and then there was a fire in Metropolis? Save people. There's no doubt that you will do so. And then what happens? You fail your exams, flunk your finals, and your teacher will hand you one of the lowest grades. That's the kind of blow and pressure from real life that seems like a small thing but sends you into endless worry and saps your passion and love for life. Clark, you have to understand one thing. A superhero is not a job. It's an obligation, and it's a mission endowed with a sense of responsibility. It's a long-term investment with no return. You'd be pretty hard-pressed to do a good job as Clark Kent and act as Metropolis's most perfect Superman at the same time. Luke tapped his finger on the desktop, his voice paused, and then looked at his younger cousin, who was slightly confused. Publicly revealing one's identity was certainly going to stir up a lot of trouble. For example, a villain may threaten him by using his family and would turn the risk onto friends around him. But at the same time, it could also bring some benefits. First of all, it was legitimacy. He could cooperate with the government openly and honestly and never have to bear the grey label of a masked vigilante. Secondly, change was something Luke was happy to see, as long as everything was still under control. He had no intention of changing Superman but simply wanted his young cousin to see the world for what it was early on. He shouldn't just wallow in the superficiality of a superhero's good deeds. This was the DC universe, which revealed a heavy dose of darkness from start to end. Superman had suffered many times from the malice of fate in a different time and space and different universes. Duped by the Joker into killing Lois Lane and the child in her womb and then establishing a dictatorship. Killing Lex Luthor with heat vision, rule the earth, and become a Hitler-like existence. In too many stories, Superman faced tragedy and became the most terrible person in the world. Don't worry about the government or other problems. Luke snapped his fingers, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I hired a professional agent for you. He's very good at dealing with all aspects of public pressure and public relations crises. The door to the office was thrown open, and a familiar figure appeared in front of Clark. Lex. Why are you here? He was surprised and rose to his feet. Because of the effects caused by black kryptonite, Lex would still be confined to the bedroom of the villa and not allowed to go out. I've recovered not long ago. Lex showed a bright smile on his face. He pointed to Clark and said, I didn't realize you were the Metropolis star who appeared in the papers every day. My best friend and the guy I hate the most are the same person. It's amazing. He pulled out a chair and sat across Luke. The negative personality created by black kryptonite seemed to have vanished, and Lex had returned to his former sunny personality. When he spoke, there was always a smile at the corners of his mouth, and he acted cheerful and lively. Well, I didn't want to keep it a secret, but... Clark scratched his head. Hiding something from his friend made him feel a little guilty. Because in Jonathan's upbringing, lying was wrong. It's no big deal. Everyone has a secret, including me. Lex narrowed his eyes and smiled. Let's continue to talk about how to build Superman as the greatest superhero in the world. In Gotham. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne, sitting on the carpet, was busy cutting out old newspapers recently collected. He needed to get to know the city and, more importantly, some of the people in it. Carmine Roman Falcon. Oswald Cobblepot. The Penguin. Sal Marini. Every time Bruce said a name, he made an obvious mark on a notebook on his right. Like a young hunter, slowly and patiently determining his prey. These people were the underworld of Gotham, the big names in the mob. Some of them have ruled Gotham for over 10 years. Some were among the upper class and ran lucrative businesses. Some had numerous minions and controlled the harbor and the lower downtown area. Master Wayne, you should go out for a walk and get some sunshine instead of locking yourself in your room and thinking about these dangerous things. Alfred, the butler, pushed the door and came in with breakfast. With a helpless look on his face, he thought, after his return from Nepal, Master Wayne ran off to the slums of Gotham in tattered clothes and makeup, as a street hobo. And now he's going through old newspapers and collecting information. He had no intention whatsoever of taking over the family business, Wayne Enterprises, and revitalizing the family. When he was young, Alfred was an agent for MI5. Later, by chance, he became the butler of the Wayne family. This seemingly ordinary old man was actually proficient in various skills, combat, medic, and even computer skills. Therefore, Alfred was also known by the lesser-known name of the butler. With his knowledge of Bruce and the details he recently observed, it wasn't difficult for him to guess what the other party wanted to do. Fighting gangsters, or punishing evil and promoting good. In the old butler's view, this was obviously irrational behavior. Gotham was no different than it was before I left, still sinful, still riddled with crime, it's still so boring. Bruce shook his head, bit a piece of bread and said, so, I have no interest in getting involved, only the idea of doing something to change it. In the presence of his butler, who had served his family since his father's time, Bruce didn't hide anything. If you ask who Batman was always honest to or didn't have any psychological defenses against, it could only be Alfred. It won't be easy, Master Wayne. The old butler pursed his lips and seemed unhappy. If you really want to change Gotham, why don't you run for mayor and make the city great again? Because becoming mayor wouldn't get rid of those criminals once and for all. Bruce shook his head. He knew about Gotham's power structure. From top to bottom, corruption was common. Gotham City Hall was the umbrella for the gangs, and few honest police officers in the police department took their job seriously. Basically, everyone had received bribes or, to protect themselves, turned a blind eye to it. Good people who asserted themselves, untainted, were either ostracized or treated with indifference. Either that or they would be suppressed and end up in dire straits. Even if I become mayor, it won't help. Bruce stared at the old newspaper cutouts and spoke in a deep voice. Because no matter what I want to do, the police, the prosecutors, even the judges, are already forming a whole chain of interests underneath them, and they will cover each other up and condone the growth of crime. Alfred was silent and summed up Master Wayne's comment by saying, "Politics won't save Gotham." What will it take to save Gotham? When Bruce had finished his breakfast, the old butler, who was standing to one side, collected the tableware. To become a symbol of something, detached from the external appearance of a man's flesh and blood body, and become the embodiment of fear. To instill fear into those criminals. Bruce took a deep breath, and his eyes seemed deep. It can also give courage to others and act as a weapon of justice. Hearing these generous words, Alfred just shook his head helplessly and whispered, "Master Wayne, before you start this great cause of saving Gotham, can you at least get a girlfriend to continue the blood of the Wayne family? That would give me a bit of peace of mind." Bruce. Since his return, he had become accustomed to the old butler's ubiquitous cold humor way of speaking. "By the way, James Gordon, are you familiar with him?" Bruce touched his chin and automatically skipped the awkward topic of getting a girlfriend, getting married, and having children. "It rings a bell." Alfred, who had walked to the door, stopped and nodded. "He's the one who gave you the coat, at that alley, back in the day, Master Wayne." Bruce's mouth turned up. He certainly remembered James Gordon and knew the man. What he wanted to be sure of was whether James Gordon had been corrupted and turned into one of those dirty cops. "Mr. Gordon is an honest man. There is no doubt about it." Alfred hesitated for a moment and answered. At least the butler had never heard of any negative news about James Gordon. Sometimes a person's character is judged not by what he says but by what he does. As an old man who had been in the police department for over 10 years, James Gordon was still an ordinary police officer. And his colleagues either retired or climbed higher. Sitting on the bench for a long time, and being unpopular with others in the Gotham Police Department, where corruption was rampant, would explain a lot of things. "At least, there's someone we can work with." Bruce's furrowed brows were slightly loosened. He needed a helping hand, or rather a mouthpiece to talk to the police department and City Hall. If James Gordon was as upright as he seemed and willing to make a contribution to change Gotham, then the other party was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. When Alfred left, Bruce continued to bury himself in his work. Although the old butler had hinted many times, the board of directors of Wayne Enterprises was secretly planning to dilute his shares and preparing to kick him out. Bruce wasn't worried. He could handle such minor problems. What he urgently needed was to find an entry point to combat Gotham's mob. Falcon. Bruce breathed a sigh of relief when he finished what he was doing. He decided to start with Roman, who ruled the city in the open and was the most powerful. Once the other party was eliminated, the other gangs would have to settle down for a while, at the very least. Of course, they might also become even more vicious. In order to compete for pieces of territory, like hungry dogs, a new round of fighting and power shuffling would start. If that was the case, it was an excellent opportunity for him to take the mob down in one fell swoop. After careful consideration, Bruce picked up the remote control and turned the TV on. Metropolis, Superman, an alien who landed at a farm in Kansas. 20 minutes later, the sole heir to the Wayne family was looking a little gloomy. It was as if he had realized that there was a bigger problem, one that was even more difficult and troubling than the mob. Superman. Bruce thought for a long while before flipping open his notebook again. While watching the heated debate on TV about whether Superman's presence was a good thing or a bad thing, he silently wrote down the other party's name and marked worthy of caution. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 494, Chapter 491 Threats to the World, the New Villain. Superman didn't know that his name had already appeared in someone's notebook. For a long time to come, he would be regarded as a threat, a time bomb, and would be closely watched. Leaving aside those distant issues, a week had passed since Clark officially announced his identity. With the fermentation over time, the heated discussions generated by various parties showed no sign of stopping but instead had a tendency to intensify. Just like that, Clark lost his ordinary life as an ordinary high school student. First, he got a phone call from his parents, who were still in Kansas. Jonathan didn't blame his son's choice. He expressed his understanding and concern. Because of the strange gazes of the people in town, the interview activities at the town hall, and even the governor's personal visit, Jonathan and Martha, an ordinary couple, felt that they were caught off guard and overwhelmed. They didn't want to live a better life by using the reputation of being Superman's adoptive parents and becoming the center of public attention. Sadly, others apparently didn't think so. Those swarming reporters, the 24-hour waiting paparazzi. They couldn't find Superman, so they had to wait in his hometown in Kansas, trying to find some useful materials that could serve as exclusive news. Superman's childhood, his growing environment. As long as it was about Superman, everyone wanted to read it. It was like a whole new way to gain wealth. Everything seems to be going in a bad direction. Clark's gaze looked out through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the city beneath his feet. For the first time, he understood that public opinion was incredibly powerful. It was as if it was pervasive and permeated into everyone's lives. No, this is a good start. Lex disagreed as he took a bottle of whiskey from the wine cabinet. First, he poured himself a cup and then handed Clark a cup. The latter waved his hand and refused, reasoning that he wasn't old enough to drink alcohol. One has to say, this answer was very Superman-like. Lex shook his head. In his opinion, Clark had such powerful strength, but he was extremely obedient to rules. This was a truly baffling thing. If it was himself. Lex looked at Clark with a hint of envy in his eyes and quietly said, "Announcing your identity is bound to bring a certain amount of distress to your family, it's something that can't be avoided. But we need to pay attention to it so that the pressure isn't there. The key is the attitude of the government." Clark, with his arms folded over his chest, had just finished a meeting with the president at the White House 2 days earlier and had publicly shaken hands. That photo was featured on the front page of the Daily Planet that day. Besides going to the White House, participating in such frivolous political activities, a general from the Pentagon had invited Superman many times. As his older cousin told him, Clark didn't just comply. While showing a friendly attitude, he should also show off his fists and muscles to ensure that he would be listened to. As Uncle said, his intentions aren't about making Superman a property of the government, but to let you debut as an idol of Vought Enterprise. With an odd expression on his face, Lex uttered the later words. When he heard Luke's thoughts, his first thought was that he had misheard them. Will the military agree? I see that General Lane is very firm in his position, and he wants me to be a weapon for the United States. Clark frowned as if worried about it. What do you think? Lex asked with a smile. They can't make me a fighter, a violent person, doing things that I don't want to, just because I was born in America, right? That goes against morality and conscience. Clark, with a sense of justice in his heart, shook his head decisively and said so. Ha ha, I guess so. But I think you should worry about Uncle's side of the negotiations. How could the federal government possibly give up ownership of Superman? Handing it over to a private corporation is whimsical. Lex narrowed his eyes. Although his intuition told him that Luke had a plan. But after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't figure out how Vought Enterprise should convince the Pentagon and the White House. The leverage they held in their hands was too little. He was totally unqualified to sit at a table with the topmost people in the pyramid of power in this country. The turning point of all that happened 2 weeks later. In NORAD Joint Command. The well-built black general strode into the command center. Just now, he received urgent news. An artificial satellite in near-moon orbit captured unusual images. Doctor, tell me what was found, a comet or an asteroid's meteorite? The general, with a majestic face, stood in front of the command center's operating console. He wondered what kind of astonishing discovery could have caused the chief researcher, in charge of monitoring outer space, to wake himself up in the middle of the night. Maybe it's another alien. The general named Swanwick jokingly thought. Recently, the Pentagon had been busy discussing the existence of Superman. An alien, a superhero, a boy from a farm in Kansas. That red cape carried too many labels. Comets don't make orbital corrections, General. The doctor shook his head and hesitantly said, I hope you get to see this before some amateur finds out. General Swanwick narrowed his eyes and had a bad feeling. The chief researcher of NORAD directly pulled up the satellite picture. In the dark outer space, a vague outline appeared. Judging from the appearance, it should be some kind of spacecraft. The spacecraft appears to have gone into orbital alignment with the Moon, and it's unclear why for now. When the chief researcher first discovered it, he realized that this significant news should immediately be reported to the Pentagon. A spacecraft stayed in Earth's lunar orbit. It was most likely a visit to Earth by alien life. Or was it a signal for war? Did you guys try to communicate with the ship? General Swanwick held down the shocked feelings inside. Once this news was revealed, it would definitely cause turmoil and disturbance in the world. Although it was said that as early as the beginning of the space race during the Cold War, various countries continued to launch unmanned satellites into outer space, trying to find the same existence of life in the vast, dark universe. But when these unknown creatures really appeared in front of the public, People felt afraid and panicked. Did unknown beings from beyond Earth come with good intentions? Could humans on Earth live in peace with them? These were all questions worth pondering. They haven't responded yet. The doctor helplessly replied. General Swanix had a stony expression. He needed to dial the encrypted White House line as soon as possible. Inform the White House in Washington and the Pentagon of this amazing news, which could be described as explosive news. At least before an amateur astronomer found out, the government should come up with a reasonable statement and discuss how to deal with the spacecraft that was staying in the lunar orbit. I have a bad feeling about this. General Swanix sighed. As a professional soldier, if there were really unknown creatures in that ship, he didn't think those guys came with friendship and goodwill. Especially after Superman announced his identity, the whole world knew that there was an alien on the Earth. Now, there was another spaceship. Was there some connection between the two? With this in mind, General Swanix's heart grew heavier. In the White House. In a meeting room. The Pentagon's top brass gathered together. They all received the horrifying news of an unidentified spacecraft in lunar orbit. Even if the other party didn't do anything, there was no response from it. The unknown was always frightening. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, a small earthquake occurred at my military base in the Arctic. The gray-haired General Lane spoke in a deep voice. Someone took a video of a huge spaceship disappearing into the night sky and uploaded it on the internet, causing a huge outcry. The president, who had hurried into the meeting room, rubbed his tightly furrowed brow and raised his voice to ask, "Why hasn't anyone said anything about this? That report has been on the White House desk for a long time. It's just that at the time, Mr. President, you were so busy taking pictures with Superman and being interviewed on TV. You probably forgot about it." General Lane replied with a straight face. The straightforward words made the atmosphere of the meeting room turn awkward. Go on. The president cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. As the general election was approaching, he really spent too much energy on re-election and the general election, neglecting other issues. According to research data from the military base, the spaceship hidden beneath the glacier had a long history of at least over 18,000 years. Based on the isotopic analysis of the surrounding ice, General Lane took a deep breath to calm his inner emotions and continued, "During that period, mankind hadn't become the sole dominant force on this planet. 18,000 years. The president and his aides were silent. Long before mankind gave birth to the bright civilization of today, there were other beings who visited Earth. Is there any connection between the spacecraft in the Arctic glacier and the spacecraft in orbit?" All kinds of problems had emerged. What about Superman? He's an alien too. The president suddenly remembered the red cloak. Superman is in Kansas. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it for a while. General Swanix, who was responsible for monitoring Superman's whereabouts by satellite, replied. Vought Enterprise seems to be hosting a homecoming event. When the president heard of Vought Enterprise, his face turned black, and he was a little gloomy. He disliked the young tycoon who claimed he wanted Superman to debut as an idol. The powerful alien should be under the control of the federal government, instead of giving it to someone or some private company. Of course, what the president meant, to put it bluntly, was that he wanted Superman to be a tool in his own hands. Can you find a way to communicate with that spacecraft? The president looked at the photos sent back by satellite on the table and softly asked. We tried, but we didn't get any response. The administrator of NORAD shook his head. That spacecraft is just floating in outer space. 10 minutes ago, we used various means to send messages over, but unfortunately to no avail. All messages were ignored as if they didn't notice of any one of them. Can you shoot it down? The president had lost his patience and was already considering solving the problem by force. This is the worst solution. It's best to implement it after establishing communication channels and confirming that the other party has hostile intent. General Lane thoughtfully said so. No one was willing to use force until it was determined whether there was unknown life on the spaceship. Who knew if such a move would trigger a so-called intergalactic war? So, what the hell can we do? Wait for that ship to come down, or get those damn aliens to respond voluntarily? The president, clearly annoyed, slapped the table and asked. This country has the largest intelligence agency in the world. 16 different departments supervise everything in this land, with the purpose of preventing any terrorist attacks from happening again. But right next to us lives an alien who can fly, who can lift up dozens or hundreds of tons of weight with his bare hands, and who can smash a tank with one punch. And now, there's a spaceship parked in front of our house. Instead, you guys are only telling me that this won't work and that won't work. I have to wait. The angry voice of the president echoed in the conference room. Everyone there, from the Pentagon generals to the White House staff, as well as the top intelligence agencies, all kept silent. It's an emergency. When the president was furious, an aide who was waiting outside suddenly rushed into the conference room. He had a nervous look on his face as if something terrible had happened. Is the world coming to an end, Johnson? The president's face was grim, as his own staff had barged into the top-secret meeting room without permission. If there weren't a good reason, the other party's political career would have to end there. I'm afraid so, Mr. President. The young staffer gravely said. 5 minutes ago, a video that made countless people panic swept the world. Whether it was America or other countries. The TVs and radios had failed. Flashing snowflake dots distorted into blurred images and electronic signals covering the globe sent a declaration of a threat to the whole world. It was translated into different languages to every corner of the planet. I am General Zod, from a distant planet. I arrived here across the vast sea of stars because you hid one of my brethren, and now I demand that you hand him over. For some reason, he concealed his existence and tried to integrate into your society. He looks similar to you, but he is not one of you. If anyone knows about him, the fate of your planet is in your hands. Kal-El, do you hear me? You have 24 hours to consider or choose to let the whole planet suffer the consequences. People looked up at the sky. Whether it was in a remote town or a bustling metropolis. Everyone could see a giant spaceship hovering along the orbit like a satellite. That threatening video, broadcasted around the world, was even more alarming than Superman's announcement of his identity. The news instantly spread and created an uncontrollable wave of public opinion around the world. No one knew how the alien life claiming to be General Zod forcibly occupied all the signals on Earth, translated them into different languages and announced them to the world. Now, the president, who was far away in the White House, didn't need to worry about how to conceal the news from the public. Comment. 11 comments. Vote. Chapter 495, Chapter 492 Kryptonian Spacecraft, General Zod. At the North Pole. In the Kryptonian spacecraft. Luke, who should have been in Washington, was busy negotiating with the White House and the Pentagon. sat in the vacant hover seat and opened the operating console. Recursive program diagnosis complete. Navigation permission confirmed. All systems are working normally. A slightly dull, soft female voice rang in his ears. Subsequently, the complicated and changeable operation interface slowly unfolded, and a large number of letters and syllables, like geometric symbols, emerged. Luke, who had a lot of Superman cards, smiled. Compared with his younger cousin, who hadn't received Kryptonian education at all, he could be said to be knowledgeable. The relevant knowledge in his mind flowed out. Kryptonian language has 33 basic letters, including 9 vowels and 24 consonants. It was written with 9 vowels in 3 rows and 3 columns, and 24 consonants each in groups of 3, arranged in a radial pattern in 8 directions. The reason for this is to fit the pattern of the Kryptonian flag. It also represents the 11 virtues that Kryptonians hold in high esteem: truth, peace and synergy, selfless, diligence, hope, restraint, justice, purity and imagination. After absorbing the content about the Kryptonian language, Luke found that the operation interface became easy to understand. There was no pressure to read all kinds of related instructions. Zizzy. Zizzy. Just as Luke was getting accustomed to the ship's operating system, there was a faint sound of electricity going off. Not far away, a door opened, and a strange figure came out. "I'm happy to see you've grown into an adult." If only Lara could see it with her own eyes. "I'm your father, Cal." An inexplicable intruder, saying inexplicable things. Luke slightly frowned. The smile at the corner of his mouth gradually expanded as if he couldn't hold it in. He looked at the intelligent consciousness that emerged as the spacecraft's systems started up. The key that he inserted came from his younger cousin. The intelligent consciousness stored in it was actually Superman's biological father. Therefore, Jor-El naturally saw Luke as his own son, who he had never met. Male, Kryptonian, very young, holding the master key. Based on the conditions above, who else could it be but Kal-El, who was stranded on Earth? "I'm sorry, you probably mistook me for someone else." Luke didn't have the idea of recognizing a father for free. He lightly smiled and then introduced himself. In front of Jor-El, he didn't use his Kryptonian cousin identity again and made some vague and casual remarks. To put it bluntly, this wasn't Jor-El. It was just an intelligent consciousness stored in the master key, a piece of data. Not a real person. As long as Luke wanted to, he could easily delete it and wipe away its traces of existence. "You're not Cal." Jor-El was a little puzzled and then turned to shock. Where did his plan go wrong? Didn't the Kryptonian ship land on the designated planet? "That's right. Mr. Jor-El, you can think of me as a remnant of a Kryptonian outpost." Luke's eyes twinkled as he softly said so. During Krypton's most glorious pioneering era, a large number of exploration teams were sent out, wandering through the universe, setting up outposts on various planets, and collecting resources. Earth, too, has been the object of their visits. This 18,000-year-old spaceship was the remaining evidence. Outpost. Remnant. Jor-El digested it and looked solemn. In that case, wouldn't the other party be older than himself? After his birth, Krypton's pioneering era had ended and entered a period of closed, conservative class rule. "It's okay, Jor, you can just call me your cousin. No need to be too attached to age and status." Luke graciously waved his hand, indicating that they both had their own views. "You call me cousin, Your son calls me cousin too, everyone's treated equally. Cousin. Joel coughed twice. He glanced at Luke's overly young face and felt that he couldn't say it. But Krypton's class division was clear and rigorous, and everyone's position in society had already been set. With the exception of Superman, an individual case of natural childbirth, everyone else must follow the rules. The Kryptonian outpost's remnants were a respectable existence. After a little psychological preparation, Joel's intelligence consciousness embarrassedly called out, cousin, my son. Kal-El, right? He has an Earth name now, Clark Kent. Luke snapped his fingers and casually pressed some buttons on the console, and a sea of projected images were instantly displayed. Krypton's technology tree, compared to Earth's, was beyond several eras. Luke easily used the database of the spaceship to invade the internet and then filtered out the information about Superman and displayed it for Joel. He came to this planet much later than I did and is now a superhero on Earth, Metropolis son of tomorrow. Luke softly said. What about his adoptive parents? As if he hadn't heard it, Joel simply gazed at the young, slightly boyish face. Jonathan and Martha, who are both good people, have taught Clark a lot of things. Luke left his suspended seat and said so. Then why did Kal's master key fall into your hands? Joel asked, feeling puzzled. Luke slightly smiled. After he pushed his younger cousin into the limelight, he didn't even think about negotiating with the federal government properly. It's not like that Enterprise had extensive contacts and channels, unlike his own industry in the next studio. As a lieutenant general of the Pentagon in the universe next door, Luke couldn't be clearer about the virtues of those politicians. Short-sightedness, profit-seeking, greed and stupidity were all their inherent nature. Luke wanted to create a chance for his younger cousin to make the world focus on his debut. Negotiation was just a means of delaying time. Allowing the Kryptonians to disrupt the situation was the real plan. When faced with external pressure, the government would naturally step back and compromise. That's why he took the master key of the Kryptonian spacecraft from Clark. When he started up the huge spaceship, like a fortress, buried under the Arctic glacier, General Zod, who was exiled far away in the Phantom Zone, before the destruction of Krypton, with his men, gained the coordinates to Earth and located the whereabouts of the son of Krypton. They were enough to inflict heavy pressure on the federal government and reflect Superman's importance. Earth, outer space. A giant spaceship orbited the planet following the moon, and the metal on its surface reflected the glow of the ocean and forests. General Zod, wearing heavy armor, was standing at the edge of the wide observation deck, overlooking the blue planet below. He was a military leader of Krypton, and from the moment he was born, his combat instincts, command talent, and genetic template for defending Krypton were biologically encoded into his body. The love for Krypton and the concept of protecting Krypton were deeply imprinted in Zod's soul. So, when he saw the bunch of incompetent elders sitting high on the council benches, only obeying the laws left by their forefathers, he was determined to overthrow the rule of this group of incompetent people and bring Krypton back to life. Zod staged a brazen coup and organized a rebel army. Unfortunately, due to the vigorous obstruction of Krypton's chief scientist, Jor-El, he failed to obtain Krypton's growth codex, which was Krypton's gene pool. As early as a long time ago, Krypton achieved artificial intervention in reproduction. Therefore, the birth of the next generation wasn't natural childbirth but artificially bred. The genes of all types of people on Krypton were recorded in the growth codex, which meant that Kryptonians weren't allowed to choose their own fate because they were destined for their futures from the moment they were born. Zod, for example, was born a soldier and strategist, responsible for leading the army and becoming a leader. These were all implanted into his genes in the form of codes, which eventually formed biological instincts. In this way, the time wasted on education and training could be shortened. Like ants, individuals could be divided into different types, and the social division of labor could be clarified so that the efficiency of the whole planet could reach the highest level. In the long and endless history, Kryptonians had forged their own brilliant civilization. At that time, Krypton continued to expand outward, and numerous spacecraft traveled through the universe, setting up outposts on countless planets, looking for planets suitable for survival. However, the miracle of an extremely prosperous civilization didn't last long. Due to the depletion of vast resources, Krypton had no choice but to give up the move to explore the universe. Thus, embarking on another form of civilization advancement, the artificial breeding of Kryptonians, to set their life paths since birth. Zod's gaze looked deep, looking out into the infinite darkness of deep space. The blue planet exuded a soft light full of vitality, like a magnificent and radiant giant celestial body, which was beyond mesmerizing. He was born to protect Krypton, while the home planet had long since collapsed and shattered in the explosion of its core. Therefore, the continuation of the race had become Zod's only purpose. Jor-El had given the growth codex to his son, which was the only hope of Krypton's rebirth. With the only remaining people, Zod traveled across a vast sea of stars to this beautiful planet with its unique civilization and life. Jor-El's son was the only natural-born Kryptonian that was born on their planet before it was destroyed. There was nothing programmed into his genes, and he was holding the growth codex. "I will rebuild Krypton," Zod said firmly, with a powerful conviction and determination in his eyes. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 10 comments. Vote. Chapter 496, Chapter 493. No military virtue, female commander. NORAD Joint Command. Command Center. This was a temporary operations center for 24-hour observation of the giant spaceship. As soon as General Zod made any kind of movement, the message would be issued from here, quickly informing the militaries of each country and subsequently responding. Just 2 minutes ago, an American soldier seemed to have found something and shouted, "The satellite has detected an unidentified flying object." It came out of the large spaceship. Zoom in. I need a clearer image. General Swanwick, who was in command, spoke with a heavy voice. He was the highest commander of NORAD and a notoriously tough general in the Pentagon. Whether it was Superman or Zod, who made public threats, the general didn't have any good feelings towards them. Swanwick believed that this group of outsiders were up to no good, like a time bomb that could detonate at any moment, full of danger. This was also the commonly held view of the military. Most of the leaders in the military had experienced the Cold War and had some kind of psychological shadow. Even without Superman and without General Zod. The fierce and combative party of the Pentagon would also act like a paranoid person, looking all over the world for imaginary enemies of the United States. It's a suspicious aircraft. The US soldier zoomed in on the image captured by the satellite and projected it on screen. The alien craft was shaped like an arthropod and was extremely fast. It was like a blurred residual shadow, making it impossible to see too clearly. Where is it heading? General Swanwick frowned. It hasn't been 24 hours yet, but Zod sent a craft out. What is he going to do? Kansas. The soldier answered. The aircraft is flying over Kansas at a speed of 380 knots. They aren't responding to our hail and ignoring our warnings. General Swanwick first breathed a sigh of relief. The aircraft wasn't going for any big cities or Washington, D.C. Then, his dark face turned a little darker. Without the permission of any country and without any legitimate reason, these guys trespassed into the airspace of the United States. This was simply unethical and deceptive. General Swanwick picked up the phone and dialed the encrypted number of the Pentagon. He decided to give these unscrupulous alien visitors a taste of their own medicine. This is NORAD Joint Command, code name Trident. A suspicious craft has intruded into Kansas with the intent to violate the personal safety of the local population. I need to mobilize a strike force of fighter jets. Remember, the target is extremely dangerous. We need to shoot on sight. They can't be taken lightly. Far away in the small town in Kansas, Clark was unaware that there was a Kryptonian craft on its way. Like a real farmer, he carried an axe, cutting firewood that was then piled on a small hill. Ah, you really have a lot of strength. Jonathan spoke with relief. You will certainly be a better farmer than me in the future. Clark didn't even sweat after finishing his work. This amount of exercise was equivalent to a walk after a meal. It was nothing at all. My biggest dream before was to inherit this farm and then fly a plane to spray pesticides in the field. Clark said with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Childhood dreams were always simple. Now what? Planning to be a superhero? Jonathan asked. These days, he and Clark had talked about their future ideas. Helping others gives me joy. The young Superman nodded, looked at his adoptive father, and smiled. You were the one who taught me that my arrival must have a meaning, right? I have some kind of mission. Although until now, I still don't know what it is, I'm no longer confused. I've found my path. Jonathan understood, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Clark wanted to talk about something else, like what's for dinner, or what's changed at school, or if Lana had looked for him. But his ears slightly moved, as if he had heard the harsh roar of a high-speed flying object, causing friction in the atmosphere. Dad, go inside first. A wave of alarm rose in Clark's heart. He urged Jonathan to hide in the house. He squinted his eyes and looked in the direction where the sound was coming from. It's an aircraft. Almost instantaneously, it had arrived in the sky above the Kent farm. Slowly landing, the hatch opened, and several figures in black armor appeared. They are wrapped in a helmet-like breathing device, emitting a sense of oppression. A very familiar aura. Clark lowered his axe and observed the group of uninvited guests. He could feel the intense hostility emanating from the other party and the unfriendly attitude. Who are you? Clark asked. In any case, before a fight, he should always find out the other party's name and what kind of people they were. Kal-El. Superman. The female commander in charge cocked her head and whispered. She could tell at a glance that Clark was Kryptonian. I'm not the one you are looking for. Clark shook his head. He had previously wondered if it was his own people when he saw the alien ship descending on Earth. But now, the young Superman denied this idea. My alien name is Kakarot, from the planet Cyan. Clark solemnly said so. He never doubted what his older cousin said. What nonsense! The female commander expressed a slight frown, feeling like she and her opponent were chatting in different languages. Kal-El, son of Jor-El, Kryptonian. General Zod orders you to hand over the Growth Codex. Clark also had a series of question marks on his head. Kryptonian. Growth Codex. What's that? Where is the ship you took when you came to Earth? Seeing that, Commander Fowler changed the way she questioned him. Because it looked like the other party was unaware of the existence of the Growth Codex and had a puzzled look in his eyes. Clark didn't answer, but he wasn't a good liar, subconsciously glancing at the barn on the Kent farm. I see. Commander Fowler nodded with satisfaction. She slight bent her legs and jumped. The whole person jumped up high into the sky as if she had springs on her feet. Then like a cannonball, she crashed into the barn. Boom! The ground shook. The thundering female commander opened the covered spaceship with her bare hands, and a cloud of dust came out. After scanning for a few moments, Fowler didn't find the Growth Codex. She crashed back out through the roof of the barn and landed in front of Clark. For the last time, where is the Growth Codex? This time, Commander Fowler's attitude was much worse, and she seemed to have lost patience. The Growth Codex was needed for the great goal of rebuilding Krypton. There was absolutely no room for error. You trespassed into my home, smashed my property, and displayed such a hostile attitude. I think you should be taught what it means to be polite. Even Clark's good nature couldn't help but feel irritated by the female commander's unbridled behavior. They're your family, aren't they? Krypton's Commander Fowler seemed to smile. She looked beyond Clark and saw two humans in the house. She walked up to the house and reached out to lift a jeep. Clark, who was ready to continue to reason, paled, and his body jerked into the air, trying to deflect the car with both hands. More than a ton of weight was sent flying. The young Superman, who did not adjust his posture in time, fell directly into the house. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 9 comments. Vote. Chapter 497, Chapter 494 Various Reactions, Phantom Zone. General Zod's high-profile speech immediately set off a wave of public opinion all over the world. The assertiveness, coupled with what his presence represented, had alarmed the heads of state. The giant ship was parked right on Earth's doorstep, and the military tried numerous means, yet none of them got a response. The United Nations held an emergency meeting for this purpose, mainly in the hope that the 5 bullies, no, the 5 permanent members would meet and discuss a solution. Kal-El. Do we know the whereabouts of this person? We must find them quickly and try to avoid a war. This was the opinion of the British representative. Half of the 24 hours given by the other party is left. Why don't we just find a way to shoot them down and drop a few nukes over there? This was the opinion of the Russian representative. What's the strength of that group of aliens? According to current observations, the other party is capable of interstellar teleportation and developing space weaponry. If that General Zod invades France first, how do we resist? Perhaps we should seek stability first and negotiate peace. This was the opinion of the French representative. It was courageous enough for them not to raise the white flag first. We're actively reaching out to Superman, as well as looking for leads on Kal-El, but we need time. This was the opinion of the American representative. The meeting failed to produce any implementable and effective solutions. For General Zod and his group, the countries had too little information to deduce anything. As for Superman, who was far away in Kansas, his phone was on the verge of being overloaded. As the only known alien on Earth, Clark was, unsurprisingly, viewed with suspicion by some. No matter when and where, conspiracy theories always had a market. To sum up, there were a few statements circulating on the internet, which were roughly summed up as Superman lured General Zod here. Officials at the Pentagon and the White House, for the moment, ignored the rampant rumors of public opinion and urged Superman to get to Washington, D.C., as soon as possible. Conventional means couldn't get close to that giant ship. The force field in the surrounding area was so disruptive that the probe ships and jets couldn't get close. They had to rely on communication waves to transmit information, but the other party had no intention of giving them any attention. General Zod remained silent, except for his ultimatum for Earth. Such silent contempt made the heads of state feel humiliated, offended and greatly irritated. The Pentagon thought it would be a good idea to send Superman to intervene with them, thereby confirming his identity. But unfortunately, no one could reach him. We now know very little about the alien incident that took place not so long ago. The leader who calls himself General Zod has given the world a 24-hour ultimatum. The White House just held a press conference. Although the behavior of these alien visitors is not friendly, please keep calm. No need to panic. At this moment, I believe that the same question exists in everyone's mind. Who is this Kal-El, and does he really exist? How did he stay hidden among us for so long? Turning off his cell phone, Clark ditched the government agents and returned to the Kent farm alone. He heard the news coming from the TV, pushed open the door of his room and walked out of the house. The paparazzi and reporters who were stationed at his family's home had left to chase new hot topics, and the family's life was considered quiet again. Another alien. It can't be one of my fellow Scions, right? Clark looked up at the vast starry sky, and with his eyesight, he could easily see the giant spacecraft floating in orbit. Somehow, there was a shadow lingering in the young Superman's heart, like a bad feeling of some kind. Who was the Kal-El General Zod was talking about? His older cousin had sent a message earlier to disregard the call from the White House and the Pentagon. So, Clark returned to his hometown, Kent Farm, and waited for further instructions from Luke. I wonder what happened to Luke. The Kryptonian younger cousin muttered to himself. At the North Pole. The Kryptonian spacecraft. Luke and Jor-El's conversation finally came to the topic of General Zod's arrival on Earth. Zod. Why is he here? Wasn't he exiled to the Phantom Zone? Jor-El was surprised when he learned the news. Although he is just an intelligent consciousness, a piece of cold data. But to some extent, he had all of Jor-El's memories. It was almost equal to the man being here himself. He escaped from the Phantom Zone. You should know him well enough to know Zod is capable of doing that. Luke spoke with a smile. The Phantom Zone was actually a dimension discovered by Krypton. It was regarded as a prison for holding and imprisoning dangerous criminals. General Zod and his men were deprived of their freedom and thrown into the dark place for committing many crimes such as treason and insubordination. Time was meaningless there, and one's own strength would be greatly weakened. Day after day, year after year, the endless darkness would destroy the minds of criminals and eventually lead them to death. Zod is very dangerous. He must be stopped. Joel frowned. He and Zod had a delicate relationship of both enemies and friends. The latter was the best general of Krypton and the most powerful warrior. The reason why he wanted to find Kal-El must be for Krypton's growth codex. Don't be nervous. Zod wouldn't be able to cause too much chaos. He's going to place your son on the throne of superheroes. Luke waved his hand to show that everything was under control. With a few brief reassuring words, he pulled out the master key plugged into the ship's console. Joel's image then disappeared. Zod. Luke walked out of the Kryptonian spacecraft and looked through the thick clouds to see the behemoth ship in orbit. If it were a head-to-head match, the younger cousin would probably have a hard time defeating General Zod. The 17-year-old Superman had limited strength, so it was impossible for him to compete with a Kryptonian, who had just arrived on Earth, as in the original plot. General Zod's men were all Kryptonians with a warrior genetic template. Just pick one out, and they could grind Clark to the ground. Aha! Luke suddenly narrowed his eyes as he saw a smaller spacecraft being released by the giant ship. Zod could find out who Clark is in such a short time. So efficient. Superman had publicized his identity before, and videos about him were all over the internet. As long as General Zod noticed it, he could instantly understand that Clark was Kal-El. Their target should be Kansas. The first act of the show is already underway. Luke smiled. Through his supervision, he didn't see Zod. It was a female commander, followed by 2 other Kryptonians. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 13 comments. Vote. Chapter 498, Chapter 495 Traditional Martial Arts, in conclusion. Boom. Clark broke through the roof and was almost smashed under the floor. At the critical moment, he gritted his teeth and supported the falling jeep with both hands. At the same time, opened the bioforce field and got rid of the pressure of gravity on him. Barely maintaining a floating position, he carried the car that crushed down on him. Below him were Clark's adoptive parents. Jonathan was protecting Martha, who was panicking and hiding under the sofa. The broken beams, the broken ceiling, and the fragments of the exploding light bulbs poured down in a torrent, instantly drowning the 2 figures. "Mom and Dad, are you all right?" Clark steadied his stance and pushed his shoulder, lifting the jeep straight out. Bang! There was another muffled sound. The heavy car was smashed in the yard, and had become a pile of scrap metal. Cough cough, we're okay. Jonathan pressed against his wife's body to ensure Martha's safety. He blocked all those debris pieces, and his back was seeping with a big patch of blood. When Clark saw this, his eyes turned red, and he felt angry. Like an angry bull, he went into a frenzy. Without saying a word, he crashed through the door. Boom! There was a burst of air in the atmosphere. Faora, the female commander of Krypton, saw a sudden blur, and saw her opponent lunging at her. She seemed somewhat complacent and didn't dodge. The whole person was held by Clark. His body lost control, and he fell back. They looked like bullets out of the chamber, pulling out vague after images and disappearing. The two figures rushed into the cornfield of the Kent farm. The air currents swirled and the wind howled, tearing a clear path. Along the way, everything that stood in front of them turned into dust. "How dare you hurt my family?" Clark, who was extremely angry, swung his fist relentlessly at the female Kryptonian commander who was pinned underneath him. In the past, he treated women differently. He had to be polite and gentlemanly. As everyone knew, Superman was the good old boy in the Justice League, never angry, never furious. For enemies like Lex Luthor, he was still all very principled and humane. But seeing his adoptive parents nearly die, the anger that filled Clark's chest made him throw those rules out the window. Superman had never been afraid of losing anything in his short and young 17 years of life. But just now, he realized that he might not be able to protect his family, and he might put his parents in danger. Fear, anger, irritability. These negative emotions, which shouldn't have appeared in Clark, burst out. Bang! 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 Punch after punch. Commander Fowler's breathing apparatus emitted a series of sparks, and broke. Her neck was in Clark's grip, and it was difficult to resist. This time, the female commander didn't forget to deliver harsh words. "You want to protect them, Kal-El. If you aren't willing to hand over the Growth Codex and disobey the will of General Zod, we will definitely kill those two humans in front of you. You will hear their painful cries." Hearing such a threat, the anger in Clark's eyes intensified, almost burning the other party to ashes. As everyone knew, they should never hurt two women in the DC universe. One was Louise Lane. The second one was Martha Kent. Fortunately, the former would only attract Superman, her boyfriend, and they would be put in jail, at most. But the latter was worse, because they would probably have to face the double revenge of Superman and Batman. "I will stop you, I will stop you." Clark, who was flying at high speed, spoke in a whisper that was blown away by the air currents. He held Commander Fowler tightly, leaving Kansas in just a few tens of seconds. The two tumbled and crashed into a gas station. The violent explosion, the blazing fire, the powerful shock wave toppled them to the ground. Cough cough. Clark struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Commander Fowler, who was in flames. The latter didn't seem well, as the breathing device shaped like a helmet was broken, leaving her senses in torment. All kinds of noises, as if they were being magnified countless times, squeezed into her mind. Her listening, seeing, breathing, had all undergone tremendous changes. "What did you do to me?" Commander Fowler's heroic face revealed confusion and panic. "It took a long time for someone to teach me how to control my senses. Focus on seeing only what you want to see and hearing only what you want to hear. You're in pain right now, aren't you? It's like all the information in the world is being squeezed into your brain." Clark ripped off his tattered plaid shirt and t-shirt, leaving the upper half of his strong, toned body bare. Before he could change into his Superman's uniform, he was approached by Kryptonians. A series of battles nearly made Superman run naked. Fortunately, his pants were still tough enough. I'm getting weak." Commander Fowler fell to her knees, completely incapacitated. It would take her some time to get used to Earth's environment, air composition, and learn how to control her senses. But Clark obviously wouldn't give the other party that chance. He learned a lot from his older cousin. One of them was to not show mercy to the enemy. "I'll hand you over to the military, and of course, won't spare those accomplices of yours." Clark slowly walked up to the female commander, and before he could make a move, he was blown away by a laser blast from a Kryptonian craft that arrived just in time. It hovered over, and landed on a car. 2 Kryptonian warriors stepped into the battlefield. Rolling smoke covered half of the sky, causing the atmosphere to instantly turn solemn and murderous. Pedestrians on the street were screaming and running away, only Clark stood there and confronted him. "Come inside, it's not safe outside." While he told the crowd to evacuate, he walked over to the other party. "Kal-El, there won't be any safe place on this planet anymore." The dull voice sounded. One of the Kryptonian warriors was as tall as a titan. The man was close to over 3 meters tall, and his muscles bulged like hills and rocks. "Yes, we will kill everyone you want to protect," another Kryptonian soldier agreed. Clark was silent. He gradually calmed his inner anger and clenched his fists. Just as Superman was about to make his move, 4 fighter planes came roaring in a herringbone formation. The pilots pushed the center stick while aiming their machine guns at the 3 figures on the ground. "Vulture in position, target spotted. Ready to fire." On the communication channel, the pilot's voice rang out. "One of them is Superman." "Do we engage?" someone asked. "It's General Swanwick's orders." The pilot, who was in charge, helplessly shrugged his shoulders. "Well, I hope people won't accuse us of trying to murder a superhero." The man continued. "Superhero? Come on, Superman is no different than the 2 other targets. They're all aliens, and they're all up to no good." The pilot in the lead grimaced. The fighters quickly approached their target, and after aiming, the 30mm armor-piercing rounds of depleted uranium ammunition were poured out like raindrops. Like a dragon spewing fire, with amazing lethality. Clark reacted quickly, and dodged the wave of attacks. But those 2 Kryptonians didn't have such good luck. The powerful armor-piercing bullets swept all the way through and struck the pitch-black armor. Although it didn't pierce through and cause damage. But the powerful kinetic energy still knocked them away, sending them smashing into a store behind them. Target hit. Prepare for a second attack. Behind the pilot, the one in charge of the weapons excitedly said so. Direction 212 degrees, second sweep commencing. The 30mm depleted uranium armor-piercing bullets smashed their bodies, causing the Kryptonian warriors to feel dizzy. They looked at the fighter planes flying back, with fierce eyes. Bang! 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 In unison, the 2 men took few steps and jumped, crossing a street's distance in an instant. With this inhuman run-up, Kryptonian fighters leaped into the air and pounced on the fighter planes soaring high in the sky. The Kryptonian warrior grinned, revealing a cruel smile. Then he tore down the cockpit with his bare hands, crushing the heads of the 2 humans in the cockpit. The red and white mixture of murky liquid spilled into the air, and the falling fighter planes, with their headless bodies, were turned into charcoal. Boom! Continuous explosion rang out. After this counterattack by the Kryptonian warriors, a group of 10 fighter planes immediately lost 2 fighters and 4 pilots. One of the Kryptonians tried to do it again, but Clark knocked him out in midair. They fell into a fast food restaurant not far away, which looked like several grenades had exploded. Tables and chairs were broken, doors and windows were damaged, and a great deal of smoke and dust rolled in the air. All in all, it was chaos. Clark had only just stood up when the Kryptonian warrior's fist came crashing down. But Superman was no longer the same self with zero dodging and fighting ability. He didn't panic, crossed his arms and blocked the powerful punch. And then, he sent his knee up, and smashed the opponent's abdomen. That armor that could withstand 30mm depleted uranium armor-piercing ammunition, immediately cracked. Compared to Luke, this guy is far worse. Clark raised such an idea and took advantage of the situation. His mind echoed with his older cousin's teachings, and my fist struck out. It was extremely fast, with an explosive sound, like sonic booms, hitting the Kryptonian warrior who bent down and fell. The terrifying force penetrated through the thick armor outside and exploded inside the opponent's body. Poof! A mouthful of blood was spat out. The Kryptonian warrior, strong enough to match Clark, stared at him with wide eyes and a contorted, painful face. After barely standing for a second or two, he collapsed with a crash and couldn't get up. What is this? The Kryptonian warrior couldn't believe it. He could see that Clark didn't have any genetic template. How could he easily beat me? Martial arts, 1-inch punch. Clark replied. It was a traditional martial art. Even at point blank, he himself didn't get hurt. Having taken care of the female commander, and a Kryptonian warrior, he just had to beat the last one, and his parents would be safe for now. Zizzy. Zizzy. The noisy sound of electricity suddenly came out of a TV that was still intact in the fast food restaurant. The channel that was broadcasting the news blurred. Clark Kent, I have your parents. If you want to save them, stop resisting. General Zod's image appeared on TV. This was his second threat. Dad, Mom, those scumbags. Clark couldn't help but clench his fists. He was so focused on fighting that he forgot to protect his parents who were still at the Kent farm. He never thought General Zod would be so shameless as to start kidnapping people. What should I do? What should I do? Confused thoughts suddenly occupied his brain. Clark, who won the battle, was at a loss. Should I yield to General Zod and give up resistance? Or find another way to save my parents? I need to ask Luke for help. Clark first thought of Luke, who had disappeared for many days. But before he could contact the other party, the dark red cloak suddenly rolled over his sight. Older cousin is here. It looks like you're having some trouble, Clark. Luke spoke with a smile. He carried an unconscious female Kryptonian commander. He glanced at the collapsed Kryptonian warrior and thought, my younger cousin's inch punch wasn't bad at all. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 499, Chapter 496. The female commander, playing in the secret room. Zod kidnapped my parents. Seeing Luke, Clark couldn't help but rejoice, and quickly said so. In his view, his older cousin must have a way to rescue his parents. I already know. Your parents are already on Zod's ship. Luke threw the unconscious Kryptonian female commander to the ground. He glanced at the scene of a battle that looked as if a violent explosion had occurred. He couldn't help but wonder if Superman's fights would look like a demolition site, every time. How much money does the Wayne Group have to support the Justice League's various expenses? Then what should I do? Destroy Zod's ship and kill them all? Clark frowned. Defeating the Kryptonian soldiers alone made him feel confident. Things were different now, and I am no longer the farm boy who couldn't even fight. Zod is more powerful than they were. Luke reminded him. He didn't want to see his younger cousin get defeated, and lose all his confidence in an instant. General Zod's overall quality was definitely better than Superman's right now. In the original story, the reason why he lost to Clark, it was more because of he hadn't had the chance to absorb the yellow sun's radiation and improve his power. Plus, there are no weapons with enough lethality to deal a fatal blow to Superman. That's what got his neck snapped. From his battle sense, learning ability, and other aspects, it was obvious that Zod, who possessed a general's genetic template, was stronger. Clark had been on Earth for so long that he learned to control his senses, fly at high speeds, and had heat vision. There was definitely an element of objective lack of training, but it only took Zod a few hours to master it completely. This shows that Krypton's genetic modification technology was also unique, or at least able to omit a lot of meaningless training time. Do I have to surrender to Zod? The young and energetic Superman didn't listen to his older cousin's friendly reminder. The initial victory made Clark somewhat blindly confident, and failed to consider General Zod's level. Don't worry, Zod won't hurt John and Martha for the time being. Luke caught his young cousin's reaction in his eyes and didn't say anything more. He just comforted, what he really cares about is the growth codex on you. That's the key to rebuilding the planet. A deal must have leverage, and your parents are the only leverage Zod has. He will value them more than anyone else, and wouldn't allow any mishaps. Krypton. Growth Codex. Clark was a little confused. Even now, the naive and innocent younger cousin still believes without a shadow of a doubt that he was a lower-level warrior from the Science planet. This valuable trust made Luke feel a little guilty, for a fraction of a second. Soon, he stopped his thoughts and whispered, "It's a long story. I'll tell you more about it when I have a chance." Luke raised his hand and took all the fallen Kryptonian warriors, as well as the female commander, into the underworld. General Zod took Clark's foster parents, but 2 of his people fell into the other party's hands. Although the other side may not agree to an exchange, but at least they got the qualification to sit at the negotiating table. The total number of rebels exiled from Krypton, plus General Zod himself, was only 12. Except for the female commander, the only woman, the others were men. In other words, until the fertility code was available for genetic editing and breeding Kryptonians. Trying to reproduce naturally and build up Krypton was an extremely difficult and unethical act. Therefore, every Kryptonian still living was very important to General Zod. What about the military? As Clark walked down the street, everywhere he looked, there was smoke and fire. Steel cars reduced to wreckage, crashed and destroyed fighter jets, collapsed buildings and houses on fire. The battle destroyed 3 blocks, 2 A-10 fighter planes and killed 4 elite pilots. As for the buildings and shops damaged in the process, like cars, gas stations, they were even more difficult to count. Let Lex deal with it. As long as the president, sitting in the White House, is not a fool. He should know that the only thing that can fight General Zod right now, is only Superman. Luke smiled, not taking the government to heart. Through supervision, he saw the giant spacecraft in orbit. The next step is to negotiate. He always does things with courtesy first. Harmony was the most important thing, so it was best not to go too far. Of course, if Zod refused. Then Luke didn't mind showing the other party who the most powerful Kryptonian really was. Faora opened her eyes and let out a soft moan that made people flutter. The surrounding area was dark, damp and dirty, like an airtight, gloomy cell. "You're awake." The magnetic voice, containing a happy tone, came from not far away. The female commander of Krypton, Faora, looked towards where the sound came from, but only saw a blurry figure. The other person seemed to be sitting on a chair, only a dozen steps away from her. "Where is this?" Faora tried to mobilize the strength in her body, but failed. Handcuffs and ankle cuffs inlaid with several green stones made her lose her mobility, and it was very difficult for her to stand up. "You can think of it as a secret room." The man lightly said so. "A secret room? Are you trying to imprison me? Interrogate me?" "Don't waste your breath. Kryptonian warriors will never betray their leaders. We are completely loyal to our home planet, to General Zod." Faora lightly grunted and coldly said so. The warrior genetic template had a setting similar to a doctrine: absolute loyalty to Krypton and superior officers. "Madam Commander, you seem scared," the man said with a smile. "Are you trying to convince me, or yourself? What are you afraid of? Are you worried that I will abuse you with cruel means?" Faora's forcibly composed expression turned slightly pale, but didn't show any obvious emotion. The valiant eyebrows twitched and her eyes were cold as she looked at the man in the darkness. "Fear. We placed our lives on the line since we started following General Zod." Faora closed her eyes and calmed her heart, calming the trace of panic about the unknown. "As long as I can dedicate myself to the noble cause of rebuilding Krypton, even if I should die, it would be a good death." After a long while, the expected flogging and torture didn't happen. "You misunderstood, Madam Commander. I just want you to take a message to Zod." After a long silence, the man broke the oppressive silence and whispered, "He is determined to obtain Krypton's growth codex, and I must help Clark get his parents back. We can negotiate. Of course, if General Zod doesn't want to, we can use another, more rude way of talking." "Does Krypton have a tradition of dueling, Madam Commander?" Faora froze for a moment. She had expected to be captured in defeat and would surely be inhumanely tortured. Unexpectedly, the other party's attitude was this good. Without even a word of threat, he was ready to let her go. "The weak-looking Earthlings are a peace-loving race. Why should I listen to your orders?" Despite the gradual acceptance of men's demands, psychologically, Faora still maintained the arrogant attitude of a Kryptonian warrior. "Of course, you will listen to me, Madam Commander." The man slowly rose to his feet as he stepped out of the darkness and looked down at the female Kryptonian commander. "Because it's in your bones, it's genetically coded and programmed into you." Faora was deeply puzzled. Then, she felt an involuntary sense of respect in her heart and a shocked expression in her eyes. "Are you Kryptonian, too?" she asked in a trembling voice. "Of course, I am Kryptonian." Luke smirked as he reached up and hooked Faora's chin, smiling with satisfaction at the look of panic and defeat on her face. "But Madam Commander, I'm afraid that's not what you're wondering." Faora's brain seemed confused. She didn't understand why this strange man wasn't only Kryptonian, but he also had the general gene template. The natural or the innate psychological sense of obedience could make Faora feel this way. He could only be a Kryptonian general who was above the warrior template and in the leadership class. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, Get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 11 comments. Vote. Chapter 500, Chapter 497 Rebellious Younger Cousin, New Superman to the Rescue. While Luke was having a conversation with the Kryptonian Commander Fowler back in Metropolis, Clark had an argument with his agent, Lex. Uncle said Zod can't hurt your parents, he was just making verbal threats. Lex rubbed his temples and tried to persuade him. Who can guarantee that he won't do it? Clark paced back and forth, showing anxiety. He didn't have a girlfriend yet. So, for Superman, the most important thing on Earth was his adoptive parents. At the thought of them falling into General Zod's hands and most likely being mistreated or beaten, Clark simply found it agitating and unsettling. You should trust Uncle's judgment. Lex grimaced, he had a whole lot on his hands too. About that amazing battle a few hours ago. The White House had called several times, and the Pentagon had sent troops to surround Vought Enterprises building. The top brass of the federal government couldn't wait to meet with Superman and get a definitive answer. The giant spaceship hovering in orbit, the Kryptonians who fought the planes with their bare hands. These were like ticking time bombs that could detonate at any moment. No one would like it when the room they lived in was littered with explosive mines. Of course, I believe Luke. But I'm more afraid of mishaps. Clark scratched his head like he had severe insomnia. He was obviously sleepy but couldn't lie down because his work hadn't been completed. He had been waiting for Luke to make his move, but 2 hours had passed, and there was still no word from his older cousin. So, what are you going to do? Lex's eyes flickered for a moment as if he wanted to say something, but he eventually swallowed it. Reach out to Zod and make sure my family is safe. Clark seemed determined. He looked at Lex and begged, Lex, I need your help. Okay, so what am I supposed to do? Or rather, what do you want me to do? Lex thought for a moment and helplessly asked. Send a message to Zod's spacecraft. Clark gazed at the shadows reflected in the floor-to-ceiling windows and spoke in a deep voice. 20 minutes later, on the empty and desolate yellow sands of the Gobi, Clark quietly stood. The message sent by Lex was soon answered by General Zod. The latter demanded that Clark come aboard and have a face-to-face conversation. It sounded dangerous, and it wasn't a wise decision to go into a tiger's den all by himself. But Superman, who had defeated Kryptonian warriors, didn't think twice about agreeing to it. He was still a 17-year-old boy, far from mature and calm. In the distant sky, a flying machine flew low, overhead, at great speed, kicking up a storm of sand and dust. Clark narrowed his eyes as the flying object landed. It looked like a beetle. The whole body was black, with a biomimetic structure. The elegance of the design implied a savage style that was completely different from Earth's civilization. The hatch opened, the hovering ladder was lowered, and 2 Kryptonian warriors in black armor emerged from it. One of them, revealing his face, spoke, Kal-El, Jax-Yor. Greetings on behalf of General Zod. Are you alone? Clark nodded. His older cousin was interrogating the 2 Kryptonian captives, while Lex wouldn't be of any use. He thought that he could solve the problem alone. Jax-Yor didn't say anything. He took a deep look at Clark and then led him into the flying machine. He didn't ask about Commander Fowler, who had been captured alive, or the whereabouts of the other Kryptonian warriors. The growth codex was the most important thing, and the others could be put aside for now. All the Kryptonians loyal to General Zod were once part of the inner circle of those who followed the other party in his coup and led the resistance in its attempt to overthrow Krypton's corrupt rule. After their failure, they were exiled together to the Phantom Zone, where they spent endless hours in darkness. It wasn't until the destruction of Krypton that they were liberated. When they awoke from their hibernation chamber, all they saw was the remains of Krypton's destruction. An icy meteorite belt was floating in the void, and their home was gone. With everyone disheartened by the massive blow, it was General Zod who lifted everyone's spirits and led the way in getting them to modify their light-speed propulsion engines and leave that deathly silent area. General Zod is looking forward to this meeting. Jax-Yor looked at the young clerk and whispered. Their former homeland was destroyed, and the splendid civilization was dust. In the vast and endless expanse of the dark space, there are very few fellow Kryptonians. Boom! The beetle craft abruptly took to the air, drawing a blurred streak in the sky. It quickly broke through the atmosphere and rushed out of the blue planet. Here we are. Jax-Yor released his seatbelt, the craft slowed down, and docked with the giant spaceship. They walked through the lower bay and entered the wide chamber. Clark followed Jax-Yor's footsteps to the empty bridge. The strong back in black armor stood alone on the semicircular observation deck. Below them, there was a huge celestial body with beautiful vitality. This is General Zod, our leader. Jax-Yor, the thinker, said with a tone of respect. So powerful. Clark looked at the other man and thought so. General Zod exuded a terrifying aura, like an active volcano in silence, giving rise to palpitations. What are you going to talk about? Threatening me with my family or surrounding me? To use such a trick as kidnapping is really a despicable move. Pulling back his distractions, Clark asked in a cold voice. How dare you? How dare you disrespect the general? The Kryptonian warriors surrounding the perimeter were furious and shouted their rebuke in unison. In their minds, General Zod was a great leader who led them to rebuild their homeland, and no one was allowed to disrespect him. Jax-Yor, let us excuse Cal's rudeness, he isn't familiar with Kryptonian etiquette yet. General Zod stopped everyone's angry rebuke and spoke in a deep and powerful voice. We have welcomed in a new compatriot, which is worth celebrating. Don't engage in useless quarrels. Clark's face looked expressionless, but his supervision was sweeping the ship. It seemed to be severely restricted, unable to penetrate the cabin walls. Clark was about to say something when an extremely strong feeling of discomfort suddenly came over him. The sounds around him were louder and garbled as if a mass of sharp noise was irritating his eardrums. His eyesight gradually blurred, and the light deflated into a hazy landscape. A feeling of weakness overcame his body. I'm a little queasy. Clark struggled to speak as if he had been drained of his strength. As if facing the radiation of kryptonite, his body swayed. He stood unsteadily and fell violently to the ground. As he watched the son of his late friend fall to his knees before him, with the slightest hint of blood still dripping from his lips, Zod's mouth could not help but sarcastically smile. You have spent a long time adapting to the environment on Earth, and now you're unable to accept your home planet's environment. Cal, the only way to get rid of this pain is to rely on your own will and strength. No one can help you. Clark could no longer hear Zod's voice. The strange, unfamiliar atmosphere was nearly suffocating him. The weakness came in torrents like a tidal wave, and Superman collapsed onto the cold metal floor. His groggy senses slowly sank into darkness. When Clark opened his eyes again, he found himself on a farm in Kansas. This was the place where he grew up. Everything was so familiar. "Hello, Cal, maybe you prefer me to call you Clark?" The sound of Zod's voice startled the bewildered Clark. He slowly stood up and looked around. He was sure that this was the farm in Kansas, the warm home in his memories. "I was the military leader of Krypton, and your father was the chief scientist of our planet. He was a very good man with an extraordinary vision. The only thing we agreed on was the imminent destruction of Krypton. I, at the time, tried to stop this from happening and preserve the flame of Kryptonian civilization, but was rewarded with my banishment to the Phantom Zone, a dead place in the universe, with my men." Zod faced the son of his late friend as if he was seeing Jor-El again. The man who tried to protect Krypton, like him. "It's just that in the end, they each chose different paths. The destruction of Krypton set me free. We were supposed to drift in the wreckage of the planet until we died, but we weren't willing to do that." Zod lamented. He and his men had fallen into despair. However, the gods looked after Krypton and gave them a chance to survive. "How did you find Earth?" Clark asked with a frown. He couldn't understand how Zod's group had come to Earth. Across the vastness of the universe, with no clear coordinates or location. Finding this blue planet was like looking for a needle in a haystack. "We modified the thrusters of the vessel to travel at the speed of light. It's a similar modification that your father made to get you to Earth. The tool that once imprisoned us ended up saving us. I have to say, it was luck." A complex look swept through Zod's eyes as he continued. "We searched the old colony outposts for signs of life but found nothing. They had been abandoned after losing contact with Krypton. We took all available resources, armor, weapons, and the world engine. It took 33 years. Until a distress signal was detected not long ago. You brought us here, Cal." General Zod gazed at Clark with eager eyes, like a traveler in a dark night seeing the light of a lamp. "Now, you have the power to save our race. All unborn children on Krypton, with their genetic makeup written in a citizen archive, that is the Growth Codex. Your father stole it and hid it on you." Clark was a little confused. He didn't know his true identity at all. Then, he subconsciously asked, "Why did my father steal the Growth Codex?" "Because in that way, Krypton can be reborn on Earth." A flash of frenzy rose in Zod's eyes as he waved his hand, and a behemoth fell from the sky. With 3 huge metal brackets, it stood on Earth, and a dazzling beam of energy spewed out from its center. The ground violently shook, creating a huge cloud of smoke and dust, destroying Clark's familiar farmhouse. Superman, who witnessed the scene, seemed to understand what was going on. "Tell me, Cal, where is the Growth Codex?" Zod asked in a stern voice, in the middle of a scene that seemed like an apocalypse. "If Krypton is reborn, what will happen to Earth?" Clark asked. "The birth of civilization has always been on top of ruins. Even your father understood this." Zod's voice seemed cold. He was Kryptonian. Naturally, he wouldn't care if Earth was destroyed. For General Zod, rebuilding his home was the only reason for hope in his life, and no one could stop him from moving forward. "No, Zod, I won't help you." Clark shook his head and refused. He saw the devastation around him. If Krypton were indeed reborn, the price paid would inevitably be all life on Earth. "Then who will you help?" The landscape changed once again, and endless skeletal bones littered the ground, gradually pulling Clark down. Zod stood tall and looked down on the son of his late friend. This dream ended here. He had already obtained the answer from the other party's mouth. Your father was willing to give his life for honor, Cal. When Clark opened his eyes once more, he found himself chained to a metal table. Zod glanced at him faintly, with a hint of regret in his tone. I said, my name is Kakarot, and I don't know you at all. Clark corrected. He wasn't a Kryptonian. No matter who you are, hand over the growth codex. Otherwise, you will pay the price. Zod coldly said so. By his genetic template, he was programmed to protect Krypton from the day he was born. Everything else could be sacrificed for the sake of this great goal. Giving Clark a deep look, Zod turned around and left. He knew exactly what an affectionate character like Cal cared about most. So, there was no concern that the other party wouldn't comply. When he got the growth codex, he would be able to take the first step toward rebuilding his home. Krypton would be reborn on this blue planet. Zod slowly made his way to the empty observation deck, his heart filled with a vision of the future. Did he agree to cooperate? Jaxior walked up behind General Zod. In the eyes of the Kryptonians, Earth's civilization was lagging behind and weak, and it wouldn't be too difficult to conquer. But the key lies in how to bring back the shattered and extinct Kryptonian civilization. Originally, Zod and his party thought they were the only Kryptonians in the universe. But fate had given them a great surprise. Jor-El's sun sent out a call to the vast river of stars, leading them to this blue planet before them. Fortunately, the growth codex that governs the genetic code of all Kryptonians was also in the hands of the other party. It was as if it was all meant to be, giving Zod a renewed sense of hope. To rebuild Krypton. Cal, like his father, could never see reality as it is. The boy refused me. He holds too many feelings for Earthlings to recognize which side he should really be on. Zod said with his hands behind his back and a frown. Clark's lack of cooperation was expected. For the young son of an old friend, he was very tolerant and chose to give the other party a little more time to consider it seriously. Then what should we do? Jaxior asked. Cal needs to realize one thing, we are his brethren. Those Earthlings will only see him as an alien. Zod smiled. He had a general understanding of Superman's situation through the information from the internet. As for the growth codex, he will gladly hand it over to me. He cares too much about the lives of those Earthlings, and that is a fatal weakness. Jaxior understood the meaning. If necessary, they could use the human couple as a threat. General Zod didn't point it out because he supposedly disdained such underhand tactics. But Clark was too stubborn, preferring to turn his back on his fellow Kryptonians to protect Earth. In the eyes of Zod, who regarded Krypton and honor as extremely important, this was simply a foolish act. I see. Jaxior nodded and then asked, and Fowra, they? Rebuilding Krypton is the first priority. Even if they die, it will be for a good cause. Zod waved his hand and coldly said. With a deep sigh, Jaxior left the viewing platform. Zod stood alone on the bridge, staring at Earth. His despairing heart was finally at peace. The home planet that he had sworn to protect shattered and crumbled before his eyes. That almost killed Zod's hope for existence. The only mission and duty in his life were thus erased, and the Kryptonian general, who had escaped from the Phantom Zone, wandered like a ghost in the dark universe. Home. Suddenly, a bit of bright light broke into Zod's line of sight. An aura of energy that resembled an astronomical wave appeared in his perception. It was as if a beast of the deep had violently invaded the territory. Zod instantly turned alert. The muscles throughout his body tensed up, and he went into a combat stance. Did Earth launch nuclear weapons? Zod thought so. It was the most powerful military weapon known to Earth's civilization and the only thing capable of killing Kryptonians. Rumble. The dazzling light quickly broke through the atmosphere like a flash of a golden lightning bolt. It descended before the Kryptonian ship in a matter of moments. This time, Zod finally saw the blinding light for what it really was. A dark red cloak fluttered before his eyes.